with our roll call vote, starting with Region 2.
Region 2, present, Don Ebert.
Good morning. Region 3 is here. Tim Murphy. Good morning.
Yes, Mike Roach, Region 4, Magic Valley, present.
Good morning, Region 5, Jordan Charette from the Southeast Region.
Region 6, Upper Snake River, Brody Harshberger.
Good morning, Ron Davies, Salmon Region, Region 7.
And I'm Chairman Dave Bobbitt from Region 1. Are there any agenda changes?
Not from us, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Okay, the next one is our review of public comment from our director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we had a good public meeting last night. By my count, we had approximately 30 members of the public that were in attendance, and of those, 13 people provided oral testimony. We had representatives of the Idaho Wildlife Federation, the Citizens for Preservation of Fish and Dams, Idaho Wild Sheep Foundation, Idaho Conservation League, and the Foundation for Wildlife Management. So I'll start with comments related to action items or agenda items. On 6A, administrative rules, which are in large part rules relating to the regulation of technology and hunting. We had an appreciation for the Hunting and Advanced Technology group expressed, both the department's efforts as well as the citizens that participated in that lengthy effort. And we had comments that were expressing general support of efforts to manage technology, recognizing how challenging that is with different perspectives on what's fair and what's not. And we also had comments that were expressing a lack of support for restrictions related to the use of transmitting trail cams. Comments related to the strategic plan. We had comments appreciating the effort of the department to update our strategic plan. A comment suggesting that the plan emphasized the importance of collaborations between hunters and private landowners to support habitat on private land and increase tolerance for elk. We had another comment supporting the update of the strategic plan and encouraging efforts to manage all wildlife for all citizens of Idaho. Related to chronic wasting disease, we had a comment expressing concerns about captive elk facilities and the risk that escaped elk pose to our wild elk and deer populations, something that they're encouraging the department to stay very engaged with. With regard to the agenda item 16, Jack's Creek Bighorn sheep augmentation, I had comments expressing support for those efforts and enthusiasm about moving forward with those augmentation efforts. So we did have comments that were not directly related to the agenda items. We had 3 individuals that testified about their concerns regarding spill in the Columbia River hydro system and the potential impacts to salmon and steelhead smolts of the elevated total dissolved gases. We had 1 comment expressing general appreciation for the department's efforts to manage wolves. We had a comment expressing concerns about the impacts of wild turkeys on grouse, insects, and ponderosa pine seedling regeneration. We had 3 comments relating to concerns about overcrowding, specifically too many non-residents in units 14, 10A, and then the entirety of the Dworshak zone. And we had a comment expressing concerns about the loss of deer from EHD, which is epizootic hemorrhagic disease, in Unit 11A, also questioning the decision to extend whitetail seasons in Unit 10A. We had 1 person offering in comment his appreciation for the soon-to-be retired regional fish manager of the Clearwater region, Joe DuPont, for his many years of exceptional service to the Clearwater region, citing his commitment and dedicated efforts to better understand and ensure long-term survival of the Hells Canyon sturgeon population, as well as of his efforts to engage and inform anglers about fishery management in the Clearwater region. So I echo those sentiments. We had 2 people providing written comments, and commissioners, they are in your inbox, related to technology and the pending rules. And Mr. Chairman, that concludes my summary of public comment.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is our consent calendar. there any discussion or comments regarding it? Chairman Davy?
No, Mr. Chairman, I would move to accept the minutes and as posted in the gold sheet.
Thank you.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hartsbarger. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Chair votes aye. Next on the agenda is summary of Western States hunting technology regulations, Ellery Tucker.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, and Director. For the record, my name is Ellery Tucker Williams. I am the Legislative and Community Engagement Coordinator for the Idaho Department of Fish and Game. So, let's dive into it. Starting off nice and strong this morning. So the Idaho Department of Fish and Game has traditionally managed game species with a focus on providing greater hunter opportunity, including a higher number of available tags and longer seasons. Some members of the Idaho outdoor sporting community have begun to express concerns related to the advancement of hunting technology and the potential erosion of fair chase. However, Fish and Game has also acknowledged that other members of Idaho's outdoor sporting community does not share those same concerns. Recognizing the widely varying opinions on the matter amongst Idaho's outdoor sporting community, the Commission directed Fish and Game to organize and facilitate a working group to delve into this complex issue. The purpose of the Hunting and Advanced Technology, or HAT, working group was to assess public perspectives on what is and is not considered fair technology to use in the pursuit of game, and develop recommendations to the Commission that strike an appropriate balance between the use of hunting technology and fair chase ethic. After months of HAT working group meetings, a statewide survey, and multiple public comment opportunities, Fish and Game presented to the Commission the result of the HAT working group, which included their formal consensus package recommendations, where 23 out of 23 members voted to move forward to the Commission for consideration. Fish and Game also presented information on separate draft recommendations that did not reach consensus and therefore were not part of the consensus package. The Commission voted to move forward with the rulemaking process for the Commission recommendation package and the draft recommendations that were a single vote short of consensus. The non-consensus draft recommendations included a time-certain prohibition on the use of transmitting trail cameras and thermals for the purpose of scouting and hunting big game ungulates. Due to the volume of feedback Fish and Game received on thermals, drones, aircraft, and transmitting trail cameras, which Deputy Director Worthington will be covering shortly, the Commission requested that Fish and Game provide additional information on how other states have addressed the use of these technologies for hunting purposes. Which brings me to today's presentation on regulations pertaining to the use of trail cameras, thermal optics, aircraft, and drones for hunting and/or scouting in Western states. Oh no. Well, of course. Help. There we go. Is it the wrong one? There it goes. All right. Crisis averted. Okay. Technology. It's great. So, on this slide, we have a high-level summary of the distant Western states regulations specific to the use of trail cameras for hunting and scouting. Each of you have been provided with state-specific regulations and/or statute language for reference. However, for this presentation, for the sake of everyone, I'm only going to go into detail on our neighboring states for this specific technology. So, specific to Montana, it is unlawful for a person while hunting to use any electronic motion tracking device or mechanism that is designed to track the motion of a game animal and relay information on the animal's movement to a hunter. Motion tracking devices are defined by their commission to include remote operated cameras or video devices capable of transmitting real-time information, pictures, or videos. Nevada states that with certain exemptions, it is illegal to place, maintain, or use a trail camera on public land from August 1 to December 31st of each year, and it is illegal to use a trail camera from July 1 to December 31 of each year if that camera is capable of transmitting images, videos, or location of wildlife. Oregon has no restrictions on trail cameras. Utah, all trail cameras are prohibited on public land from July 31st to December 31st, with exceptions for approved research and monitoring. A trail camera using internal data storage and not capable of transmitting live data is permitted for use on private land for the purpose of legal hunting. Washington has no restrictions on the use of trail cameras. Wyoming, a trail camera or similar device that can only store an image, picture, or video inside the device and which does not have the capability to utilize cellular or Wi-Fi technology to transmit images or videos for remote viewing is permissible for use in taking of big game animals, trophy game animal, or bison. So before I move on to thermals, pause for any questions. Okay. I'm hitting the right button, I swear. There we go. Okay. Moving on to thermals. On this slide in front of you is a high-level overview of Western state regulations pertaining to the use of thermal optics. For this presentation, I'm only going to go into detail on the states that have huntable wolf populations, as that seems to be where most of the public concern is centered on. So in Alaska, you may not take any game by electronically enhanced night vision or any forward-looking infrared device. However, licensed trappers are allowed to use electronically enhanced night vision and forward-looking infrared devices for the taking of fur bearers statewide, so long as that fur bear is harvested during a legal trapping season. And wolves are classified as both big game and fur bearer species. So depending on the season and the timing, that technology may or may not be allowable. Montana. It is unlawful for a person while hunting to use an electronic motion tracking device or mechanism that is designed to track the motion of a game animal and relay information on the animal's movement to a hunter. Included in the definition of motion tracking devices includes infrared scopes and thermal imagery scopes. Wolves can be hunted on private lands outside of daylight hours with artificial light, night vision scopes, infrared scopes, and thermal imagery beginning on October 1 of 2025. However, hunting outside of daylight hours on public lands is still prohibited. Wyoming. No person shall use any device attached to a legal firearm, muzzleloader, or archery equipment capable of producing a thermal or infrared image or other imaging outside of the normal visible light spectrum with the intent to spot, locate, and aid in the take of any big game animal, trophy animal, or wild bison. Goes on further to say, no person shall use any real-time video photography equipment, thermal or infrared imaging device, or any other imaging device outside of the normal visible light spectrum with the intent to spot, locate, or aid in the taking of any big game, trophy animal, or wild bison. I will pause there before we move on for any questions. Okay. Aircraft and drones. It gets a little tricky between aircrafts and drones just because some states classify drones as aircraft and others don't. So sometimes the regulations differ, other times they don't. Because the graph wouldn't fit and still be readable, kind of broken it down to 4 states for aircraft, 4 states for drones, and then the next 4 states for aircraft and the next 4 states for drones. But again, I'm just going to go over in detail the states that are our neighbors, but you have all this information for reference. So, Montana. Drones are considered aircraft, and therefore the regulations do not differ between the two. So in Montana, a person may not kill, take, or shoot any game bird, game animal, or fur-bearing animal from an aircraft. They may not use an aircraft to spot or locate any game animal for the purpose of hunting within 24 hours after utilizing that aircraft. And then communicating the location of an animal to any person in the aid of hunting while using or operating the aircraft, you have to wait 24 hours, essentially. Drones. Next neighboring state in alphabetical order is Nevada. Drones are not considered aircraft. However, the same restrictions do apply. So in Nevada, a person shall not, for the purpose of hunting or trapping, locate or observe or assist a person in locating or observing any game animal, game bird, or fur-bearing mammal in management units. during the period of July 1 and ending the last day of February of the following calendar year, with the use of the following things. Aircraft, including without limitation any device that is used for navigation or flight in the air, hot air balloon, or any other device that is lighter than air, an unmanned aerial vehicle, or drone, or a satellite, or any device that orbits the Earth and can produce real-time imagery. Nevada is the only Western state that goes a little bit further to define what evidence constitutes a violation, which includes flying slowly at low altitudes, hovering, circling, or repeatedly flying over an area where game animals are likely to be found. Next up is Oregon. So in Oregon, it is unlawful to hunt or harass any wildlife with a motor-propelled vehicle, hunt within 8 hours of having been transported by, communicating with, or having received information on the location of a game animal from an aircraft. The use of drones for the following purposes is unlawful: hunting, trapping, or angling, aiding hunting, trapping, or angling through the use of drones to harass, track, locate, or scout wildlife, and interfering with the acts of a person who is lawfully hunting, trapping, or angling. Utah. People may not use an airplane, drone, or other airborne vehicle to take protected wildlife, including big game. People are prohibited from using any type of aircraft, drone, or other airborne vehicle or device between July 31st and January 31st to locate or attempt to observe or locate any protected wildlife. People may not take protected wildlife that are being chased, harmed, harassed, rallied, herded, flushed, pursued, or moved by aircraft or any other vehicle or transportation device. The provisions of this section do not apply to the operation of aircraft, drones, or other airborne vehicles or devices used for the purpose of transporting hunters, equipments, or legally harvested wildlife when there is no attempt or intent to locate protected wildlife. Hunters who are transported by aircraft into an area may not hunt protected wildlife until the next following day. And then next up is Washington, where it is illegal to use an aircraft, including unmanned aircraft, to spot, locate, or report the location of wildlife for the purpose of hunting. Hunting big game on the same day that an individual was airborne for any purpose except for regularly scheduled commercial flight. It is illegal for an individual to hunt game animals, game birds, or migratory birds on the day one has operated an unmanned aircraft, and it is illegal to use aircraft, unmanned aircrafts, boats, or motor-driven vehicles to pursue, concentrate, or harass wildlife. And lastly, but certainly not least, is Wyoming, where drones are considered aircraft, and it is illegal to use aircraft for the intent to spot, locate, and aid in the taking of big game from August 1 through January 31st of the following calendar year. Additionally, no person shall use any aircraft to spot, locate, or aid in the taking of any trophy game animal during any season. These regulations do not apply to the operation of aircraft in their usual manner where there is no attempt or intent to locate any game animal. We'll just stop there. So with that, I will pause for any questions. Okay. So, to round out this presentation, I reached out to every state included in this presentation to get some anecdotal feedback on how enforcement of their respective regulations was going in practice. While I was not able to connect with every state, I did hear back from Alaska, Oregon, Montana, New Mexico, Washington, Utah, and Wyoming. It comes as no surprise that they are all battling with the same issues. Enforcement is difficult, but not impossible. Commonly, each state agency indicated that while enforcement was difficult, they would rather have the regulations on the books than not, and believe that most law-abiding people are trying their best to follow the rules. Several states said that a fundamental problem is the fact that technology is evolving faster than regulations, which is then compounded as these technologies become cheaper and more readily available to the average hunter. They also encouraged Idaho to be as forward-thinking and proactive as possible with their regulations. All the states that I was able to connect with expressed the most concern over the use of thermal optics. Oregon seemed to have had the most success with making thermal optics cases and is offering training opportunities to interested agencies to learn from their success. Several states are looking to shore up their current regulations to address enforcement challenges or address new technologies that are not currently regulated. And finally, multiple states indicated that education of the public and enforcement officers has been instrumental in both voluntary compliance and making successful cases involving regulated technologies. So with that, that wraps up my presentation, and I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Commissioner?
Thank you. Ellery, I have one question. Can you go back to the trail? I don't, you don't need to go back to the slide, but
That's
it looked
okay.
like the majority of the states had some sort of regulations on trail cams.
Yes.
I think our number one priority as a commissioner, or at least mine, is protecting the resource. Has there been, it seems like we'd have good enough data. Is there any direct correlation with the trail cameras and being able to have better herd health on the landscape? Is there any relationships with that? Does that make sense what I'm asking?
Yeah.
Basically, do we have enough data to say that trail cams are making a difference on the herd health on the landscape?
So as all of our things, it's complicated, and it kind of depends. So generally speaking, we know that all of these different technologies are having some level of impact on hunter success. However, we don't know what the magnitude of each of these individual technologies is, simply because we've been making adjustments over time to account for them, right? So as we have seen hunter success increase or decrease, the commission has made adjustments to those seasons over time. So while we know that there is some impact, technology is having an impact, we cannot specifically pull out from the data what that magnitude is.
Mr. Chairman, Ellery, do you know how long some of these in other states have been on the books? Are they way ahead, just catching up, or are they new regulations, or have they been for a while? Do you know?
It's variable. Some of them been on the books for a good amount of time, several years, if not longer, and others, like thermals for Utah, is very recent. And I think the longer these regulations have been on the books for some of these states, the better they've gotten at enforcing them. Some states are learning from Oregon. For example, Utah's learning from Oregon about how they're doing their thermal regulations, and they're sharing information on how to effectively enforce those different things. So it's variable.
Commissioner Roach?
Mr. Chairman, Hillary, I think it's understood, but in all this discussion, private land versus public land. Are we just talking public land? Okay, all right.
Confirm. It's variable.
Okay.
Amber's going to be going into that with our rules
Okay.
specifically. If you're talking about all of these different regulations, it depends on the state. So some states have certain carve-outs for private versus public, other states don't. So other states, variable. Amber will be going into detail on what our proposed language looks like and how that shakes out for Idaho as proposed.
Chairman? Yeah, I guess I'd just add a couple of things here, and somewhat in response to Commissioner Charette's question. So to Ellery's point, very, very difficult to say that any of these things, or in the collective whole, they've resulted in increased harvest, and that's resulted in decreased opportunity just because of the way things evolve over time. But I think as we contemplate that, as you contemplate that, there's the question of impacts on populations and then the resulting potential loss and opportunity, and that is definitely a factor for consideration. And then I do think it's very reasonable, and I think it's your responsibility to also just consider the fair chase piece of it. And so there's and that's the tough part, because what's fair depends on the lens that you look through. But not every decision regarding technology and methods of take is solely around the impacts on populations. There are other things that we do in this state or don't do in this state just simply because we have not regarded them as fair chase in this state. We've never allowed baiting for deer in Idaho, and that precedes CWD. That goes way, way back. And other states do. In Idaho, that's just not really been regarded as a fair way of taking deer. And so I think keeping both of those things in mind going forward. And then another thing, and this is a challenging thing to contemplate as well, but the technologies that we have today, and again, getting back to Commissioner Charette's question, how have they affected things? how they affect things right now could look very, very different in their potential impacts 5 years from now because of how rapidly these things are evolving. And so with regard to transmitting trail cams, right now, when I think of that, I think of the person that's sitting in their house receiving an image from somewhere. And as we heard last night, there are a lot of places where you can't get transmission, right? But this is evolving very, very rapidly, and I don't think the future where our cell phones are all sat phones is far off, and that does change the equation. If you can receive a signal out in the backcountry, in the woods, from your hunting camp, and you have multiple transmitting trail cams around, it's not simply a matter of receiving that information in your house. It can be receiving that information in your wall tent and deciding where you want to go. And so, again, just we're talking about regulating things that exist, and we're thinking about how they look right now, but we also need to be thinking about what those technologies look like 5 years, 10 years from now.
Tim?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a high-level perspective on the filters that I use, not each specific topic that Ellery just went through, but what I apply to all of them as we move forward in this discussion. And there's three of them. I look at proposed policy looking at what the proposition affects today, and the director has touched on some of this, and I agree. What a proposition affects today, but more importantly, I think, is with whatever crystal ball I can have, what would that look like in 10 and 15 years? And every morning we wake up and see the advancements in AI, and much of that is going to be wonderful for humanity, medicine and so forth, but also how it affects this discussion. Another is an egalitarian perspective. Fairness. You know, from the beginning of the North American model, for generations, sportsmen, sportswomen involving tech, it's a pretty level playing field, no? I mean, think about the tech when I'm 70 years old, when I was a child. It was pretty egalitarian. Some of us could afford a scope, some not. Maybe you had nice binoculars. Maybe you had your granddad's all broken ones. Probably the most advanced was a rangefinder. I always wanted one, couldn't afford one. You know, so it was an egalitarian perspective, but the playing field was very level. Now, I know this technology will become less expensive over time. I mean, look at the first computer I bought. Went broke doing it. But for now and for some years ahead, there's going to be a haves and have-nots, and there's an advantage there. That's my second one. And then the third is back to the North American model and fair chase. So those are the filters that I use, and I'll use as we have these discussions and it gets to decision points in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Are we looking for an action item now?
No, that's information.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Amber, it's your turn.
Trying to determine if the glasses work right now or not. They're new, so I apologize. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director. You have 6 draft pending rules up for adoption today. That's chapters 130103, 130104, 130108, 130116, 130117, and 130119. This is the last step for the Commission in the rulemaking process before the rules are packaged by the Office of Administrative Rules and sent to the Legislature for session in January 2026. Since you've already approved the proposed rules in whole, I'll be giving just brief highlights of note, and then only addressing the draft changes made between the proposed rules and the pending rules, which I've previously sent to you. As you've seen, there are not that many revisions, and when you vote on these rules, it includes adopting each rule chapter as it was proposed and any changes in between then and now. As you recall, Chapter 8 houses the use of technology rules, as we've just heard from Ellery. So I will be covering Chapter 8 last, and that will have its own motion separate from the other chapters, as you can see on your gold sheet. So let's dig in. I think it's important to highlight the level of engagement opportunities the department has provided. With the addition of press releases and social media posts and outreach, the department has far exceeded the level of effort that has been done in previous years. Chapters 4, 8, 16, and 17 have been open for 2 years, which is why they show more outreach than chapters 3 and 19. But even with chapter 19, that's the rules around licensed vendors. We have reached out specifically to those vendors through vendor terminal messages and letters sent direct to those vendors to make them aware of the rulemaking. As you can see, we have covered the gamut with rulemaking public meetings, written comment periods, commission public meetings and press releases, and social media posts alerting folks to commenting opportunities. The draft pending rules have been shaped in part by some of those comments received over the past 2 years. So this is the first chapter we'll cover, 130103, public use of lands owned or controlled by the Department of Fish and Game. In this latest and last round of public comment, 100 folks weighed in, 56 in opposition of the rule change, and 44 were in support of the changes. Overall themes of opposition were around concerns with government overreach, public restrictions on IDFG land in general, camping definition concerns, opposition to land use bans, including airsoft use. So as you recall, one of the proposed rules had exclusion of airsoft guns on our lands as well as exploding targets, and commenting on unrelated topics was also part of the comments. Other comments expressed support for land use bans, including exploding targets, support for IDFG land access, and public use within reason. So this is where I mentioned I'll just cover any substantive highlights for the proposed rule that you've already approved. That was approved in July. So the proposed rule adds a definition for camping and adds language giving the department more flexibility in posting the stay limits. And so after receiving public comment, we did modify this a little bit. So that section B, we have now we will be deleting it and changing it to subsections where you can see it's broken out by camp, park a vehicle, and then leave unattended a camp. And it's specific to those time periods, the 10 days and the 48 hours. And that gives us more latitude on our properties to be able to determine what's best for that particular property, whether it's campgrounds, WMAs, or fishing access sites. We also added a leash definition to clarify language regarding dog restraint while on a WMA or our other properties, and then separated the two dog-related language clauses to make independent subsections for better readability. We had an issue where we had a dog off-leash on a WMA recently. It was considered off-leash from our intents and purposes. However, it had an e-collar, and so that was not enforceable for us, unfortunately, and so we have modified our rules to adjust for that in clarifying what a leash actually is and what our intent is behind that language. So we'll move on to 130104, rules governing licensing. 83 people weighed in, 29 opposed rule changes, and 54 supported the rules changes. Overall themes of opposition were around concerns with lifetime license changes, government overreach, dissatisfaction with non-resident crowding, and that the non-resident draw framework won't solve things, and other comments were unrelated. Others expressed support for the non-resident draw framework, support for reducing or limiting non-resident participation, increasing non-resident fees, tightening outfitter loopholes, improving fairness in LAP hunts, and electronic tagging. And I will note these comments are just the comments that were provided and not necessarily related to the proposed rulemaking. They were just comments related to that section or that chapter. So in the proposed rulemaking process, these were the highlights of what happened in the proposed rule. And also not covered here was the staff moved license-specific sections from Chapter 8, which is the taking of big game chapter, into this chapter for better clarity. So this language that we've done consolidates all refunds language into one place and adds exchanges language to that section. The non-resident draw framework has been added and approved in the proposed rules, as you remember. It adds stronger language regarding sale, marketing, or purchase of landowner appreciation program tags. And then we'll go to the pending language. So this is the language that is new for approval for adoption for this next round of rulemaking. So this language adds additional types of exceptions to eligibility for controlled hunt applications. These are just, they were just missed in the first round of proposed rules. So that's the great thing about pending rules is we have one more chance to get it right, which is what we've done in this, and then also the next one. The next one, one of our staff caught that we had not added the word not in there, which is very critical to that rule. So we've added the word not. Under the LAP section, which is 1301.04.400.04a, that changes LAP controlled hunt area to game management unit, and that's just to make language consistent with what we're doing across the board. And then finally in section 1301.04, 600.05a and b, the changes were structuring the language and formatting it for greater clarity and to address other species previously not specified. There was confusion shown in some of the comments around what species were eligible and how that worked with exchanges. So we have listened and updated the information accordingly. Next chapters, 1301.06, trapping of wildlife and taking of fur-bearing animals. 54 people weighed in, with 30 opposing the rule changes and 24 supporting them. Overall themes of opposition included concern that trapping was already over-restricted, opposition to rule changes in general, compensation for accidental take, restrictions on wildlife crossings, and concerns about government overreach. Seems to be a trend through all of them. Others cited support for expanded trapping, allowance for trapping on snow-covered routes, and supported the rule package in general. So these are the highlights of the proposed rule. Changes the reimbursement rate for accidental trapping of bobcat, otter, and fisher from $10 to $25, and creates a 24-hour mandatory reporting for wolverine and lynx as listed species. Also makes additional allowance for the director or a regional supervisor discretion to authorize placing of trap sets on snow-covered routes not clearly authorized previously. Additionally, it prohibits trap set placement under bridges within and at culverts and along fencing that are part of a wildlife crossing structure. Oops, I'm sorry. And then the pending language takes all that and then just changes one little thing to clarify that in the limits of trapping section, it wasn't clear before if all or one of these are required to be met, so we have specified that one of the following is met, just so it is clear. And that was actually a comment brought by staff, so that is also something that we include in these rounds of comment, is our staff are included in those comment periods as far as what we look at when we modify the rules. So that was brought by staff members. 1301.17, rules governing use of bait for hunting big game animals. This is the one that will be repealed. All of that content will be moved into Chapter 8, so I'll share anything to do with that content when I address Chapter 8, but I will cover briefly that we did address this independently as far as comments were concerned, just so folks weren't confused because it was originally 17, so we wanted to give them an opportunity to comment specifically to that content. In those comments, we received 17 of them. They were provided for, 17 comments. This is for Chapter 17. 94 folks weighed in and 58 opposed the changes. 36 were in support of the changes. Primary opposition was due to allowing plastic bait containers or a misunderstanding or confusion around the changes that were made. an increase in restrictions, or ethical opposition to baiting. The changes were supported for allowance of plastic or rigid containers, and then maintaining or expanding opportunities and increase in rule clarity. So the next one is 130109 or 130119, rules for selecting, operating, discontinuing, and suspending vendors. 31 people weighed in, 18 opposed the changes, and 13 supported them. Those in opposition didn't like the allowance of credit card fees, had concerns around vendor fraud, or were just generally opposed to any changes. So the proposed language, what we did was clean up the vendor classification and selection language, which included removal of the vendor classification system. It was antiquated and it wasn't effective. Tightening of language around selection eligibility, and also adding a community benefit component. So it really expanded the ability that we have within the authority of that chapter to select vendors based on what is good for that particular area, especially when it comes to rural areas. And then adds an allowance for vendors to collect a credit card processing fee. And as noted, the pending language is the same as the proposed because there were no changes made to this particular chapter. So what you've already voted for, it's the very same this time around. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to stop for questions and also look for direction if you want to continue with Chapter 8 or make your first motion now and then move on to Chapter 8.
Questions? I'd consider a motion if
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we move forward with ratifying the changes brought forth this and doing the other one separately. So I'll go ahead and make that motion if appropriate.
Thank you, Commissioner Davies.
I would move that the commission adopt the pending rules as presented with the authority for the department to make non-substantive edits in the proofreading process that do not alter the sense, meaning, or effect of the rules.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Commissioner Jarrett. Okay, with that, any further questions or discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Chair votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on to 130108, rules governing taking of big game animals. In total, 2,343 folks actually weighed in for that chapter. And as a note, the structure of the way the comments were done is they were allowed to weigh in for the chapter overall and then for each of those 4 tech sections that Ellery talked about. But we have seen not necessarily duplicative comments across those 2 areas, but we definitely have seen folks weighing in both areas. So it's really hard to pull out exactly how many were specific to overall rules versus specific to the tech chapters because there was a lot of tech reference in those overall comments. So just as a general note. With those 2,343 folks that weighed in, 1,388 people were in opposition and 619 were in support of the overall rule changes. And this is, again, where it's hard to tell if they were actually in support of the overall rule changes or if it was in support of the tech or vice versa because of the way that the comments were drafted. But most of them were specific to the technology section. The general themes of opposition were around the technology changes, motorized hunt rule changes, center fire only season changes, public land and access, which was not related to the rule change but is part of that chapter, regarding changes that needed to be made in responses to statute related to muzzleloader and archery. So recall that we had to update our rules based on what happened in statute around the archery broadhead, expandable broadheads, lighted nocks, and then also the muzzleloader sabot allowances. So we had to update those so folks were weighing in on those particular things. And then questions around rule clarity and enforcement concerns, primarily with regard to technology. So I'll dig into the tech piece more after covering the highlights from the overall approved proposed rule. So in the proposed rule process, we did move the big game specific rules from Chapter 4 to Chapter 8, so similar to what I'd said before about moving all of those items from Chapter 8 into licensing, we've moved those specific to this chapter out of Chapter 4 into Chapter 8. We did add an e-tagging provision through the proposed rule. We add centerfire open sights, only special weapons season. Revise archery-related provisions to remove draw length and let-off percentage stipulations. Added language derived from recommendations from the Hunting Advanced Technology Working Group, staff contributions, and public comment to include limiting certain technologies from August 1 to December 31 for big game ungulates. There were changes for the motorized hunting rule, and that was the restriction date from December 31 to November 14, and then removing hunting use restrictions from units 30, 30A, 36A, 37, 47, 49, 70, and 72. Move language from Chapter 17, as I mentioned before, use of bait for hunting big game chapter. Remove plastic and metal from prohibited bait container material and make the exception to rigid container. Modify language regarding number of bait sites allowed on land management agency land. And then add use of bait by a grizzly bear section language reauthorized by the commission in the temporary rule. That was from 130117 chapter. And excuse me. Okay. Now to the technology material. So this slide shows the questions asked during the comment period. This question was asked specifically for transmitting trail cams, thermal imaging, night vision, and aircraft. And this was in response to the request that was made by the commission in the July meeting to please separate this out so we can get in more detail as to the public's input. Every person who weighed in for the overall Chapter 8 did weigh in on each of these sections, as I'd mentioned before. So there were also 2,343 people weighing in on each of these sections. These do not represent comments, simply positions. So these represent the support and opposition. I have included the number of comments on the right-hand side that were left per section. And that's really where we can dig into a bit more to understand our public's perspective, at least those that wanted to weigh in on this matter. So what does this tell us? So the following list is the high-level concerns from public feedback. Enforcement will be a problem, primarily because other seasons are running at the same time as big game ungulate seasons. So I am paraphrasing information that I received from all these comments. They want to use the technologies for scouting and retrieval, primarily for retrieval, which does seem to run contrary to the enforcement concerns. If they want to use it for retrieval, how can you enforce it easily? They don't believe transmitting trail cameras help with harvest or that technology use in general conflicts with fair chase. They don't like the proposed August 1 start date. There was confusion around prohibition on private property specific to transmitting trail cams, which spoke to use on large tracts and access yes properties, which you'll see that next in the pending rule changes, which you've already had in front of you. They believe wound loss will go up if technology can't be used for retrieval, and they disagree with aircraft restrictions, but it seems that concern's primarily driven by misunderstanding how the rule was written, which is also being addressed. And to revisit some of the responses from public during the previous written comment period, there were 181 total comments received at that point in time, with 56 in support of some or all of the language changes and 44% in opposition to some or all of the changes. And that was for the rulemaking prior to this one. So you can see the general comments and opposition, support. And then this is a response from the public comments received during the HAT working group, which Ellery presented to you and we revisited it in July. And as you notice, there were not many folks that weighed in on trail cameras at this point in time, but this time around, there were over 1,700 people that actually weighed in on that. So you can see where it depends on how engaged people are at the time on what they decide to weigh in on and what they don't. And then again, public comments specifically solicited through the HAT working group survey. This is speaking to opposing or supporting available and marketed technologies used to hunt big game. These slides are a refresher and an example of how different members of our public respond at different times and when engaged in different ways. All of these comments ultimately lend to where staff have landed in the draft pending rule. So I'll let you look at that for a second, and then I'll go on. Okay. So you've already approved the proposed language. So again, this is simply the changes made between then and now based on public comment, feedback, staff feedback, and whatnot. And to address the question that Commissioner Roche asked previously about whether this is public or private lands. So Section 410 reads that it is unlawful, these are unlawful methods of take, and no person may take big game animals as set forth in this section. So unless there's a carve-out specifically that says it does not apply to private lands, it does apply to private lands. Motorized hunting rule, for instance, there is a little section in there that has a subsection that says something about private lands, whereas these do not. So these are specific to public and private lands because they are specific to scouting, hunting, and retrieval in most instances. So I hope I answered that for you, Commissioner. Okay. So with that, the pending rule changes that were made with evaluation of all the public and staff input are in front of you. There was confusion potentially around the language that was used for smart optics. You've got to be very specific in some instances of how you're intending for the rule to be. So we added a weapon or incorporated into a scope in that language just to make it clearer. And then we also listened and have moved the prohibition date from August 1st to August 30th. So now we're kind of out of that first round of scouting time period and now into hunting season. We also removed big game ungulates. So this section is specific to big game species, big game hunting. And so by removing big game ungulates in this section, it applies to all big game species. And that was for addressing enforceability concerns. Under the use of transmitting trail cameras piece there, including for hunting and scouting on land in federal, state, or local, we removed the or private land open to general public for hunting. And this was because it had not been vetted fully with the Access Yes folks or the large track folks. And so in order to make it more palatable, we just put that out, and that can actually be managed through contracts or MOUs with those particular landowners. So that can still be effective. It's just, it doesn't have to be a tool this way. We received many comments of concern around the language for aircraft restrictions. We received a lot of comments from pilots, which is fantastic. It's great to get that engagement. So there was concern around the language for aircraft restrictions. So we have added additional language to clarify the intent. We're hoping that would alleviate the pilot's concern. Technically, the way that the language was written in the first place was not an issue anyway. They were concerned about point-to-point transportation primarily. And so by adding this language here around the restriction does not apply to aircraft flights with the purpose of picking up, you can see that language. By adding that, it makes it explicit as to what the intent of the prohibition in the rule is. So we do believe that that will meet their needs. Let's see, and to round out the work and wrap it up, the final changes clarify how tags are to be validated or attached with the use of e-tagging or paper. The way that it was written previously was not as clean as it could have been, so that has been clarified. The next one is where with any bow having a peak draw weight of less than 40 pounds or up to a draw of 28 inches. That was intended to be deleted in the first round when we submitted to proposed rules. Unfortunately, it was missed by the administrative folks there at DFM, and so we are deleting that now. And then changes to the bait barrel material, we have moved back to the metal container. We heard loud and clear by our own staff and general public that they were concerned about the plastic being strewn across the countryside, and so that has been moved back. And Mr. Chairman, that's everything I have for you. So if you've got any questions before the motion, I stand for those.
Okay. Questions?
Mr. Chairman, Amber, just so I'm clear, on the transmitting game cameras, will not apply to private ground, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, those do apply to private if they are being used for scouting or hunting.
Okay, so you're talking large tract private or smaller private?
Here she comes.
The question was trail cams.
The question is trail cams. Did I miss that?
Yes, you said it right when you were giving the presentation.
Okay, sorry. It's been a time. Trail cams are not private.
Okay. And then we excluded the large tract private and the access yes from the rules because we hadn't vetted it with those large landowners, and that can be dealt with contract language and agreements with those large landowners.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, and then if I may, Mr. Chairman, back to the hack group survey. The survey was an actual survey with a presumably higher accuracy and done randomly as a survey, as opposed to public comments are not always accurate to the survey level.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, that is correct. It was done as a true department-issued survey, as if you're polling various people that are done randomly. But Ellery can actually answer more to that because that was her area of work.
All right, so to your question on survey data versus self-selected comment data. The way that the survey was done is that it was done in a way that was representative of the larger hunting public. It was as unbiased of a sample of our larger greater hunting group community as possible. So I don't know if you have it with you or if you remember, we provided you with this report on the survey. In there, it talks specifically about margin of error, sampling error. So basically, how confident are we within the survey data that it is representative of the larger hunting community? And basically what this essentially says is that our margin of sampling error was very low. I think it was 2%, 2 or 3%. So basically what that means is that at a 2% margin of sampling error at 95% confidence, if the HAT survey was administered 100 times, we can expect the survey to be within 3% of the true value 95% of those times. So essentially what that's saying is that should we replicate this data no matter, as long as we sample the public in the same manner, we would get those same results plus or minus 3% 95% of the time. So that is the science behind the survey data. The survey data from a scientific standpoint is the most unbiased assessment of our larger hunting public compared to the self-selected samples of those who chose to participate in the comment period. And that's specific to not only our comment period for the rules, but also the comments that we received during the HAT working group. Those are all self-selected individuals. This is a random sample that is representative of the larger community. Does that answer the question? Okay.
Hey.
Mr. Chairman, may I apologize real quick just to clarify for the transmitting trail cams, and I apologize for missing it because it is specifically in the language that it is prohibited, including for hunting and scouting on land in federal, state, or local government ownership. So I apologize that I missed that little piece.
Other questions? Discussion? I'm sorry.
No, you're all right. I was waiting.
Commissioner Charette.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Going back to the hack working group and the more statistically accurate survey, when it says trail cameras, so that's this sheet, right?
That sheet, that specific, is the comments that were received from the public to the HAT working group during the deliberations of the HAT working group. So that specific bar graph is not data. That specific bar graph is not data from the survey. That was public comments submitted to the HAT working group.
So so what was the support on the transmitting trail cameras from the more statistically accurate?
So from here, let me pull it up. There was 2 specific questions asked that had very similar percentages, but let me make sure that I accurately represent those. So the first question, which was a list of a bunch of different technologies and which included transmitting trail cameras. The first question was, to what extent do you agree or disagree that each of the following technologies is in alignment with fair chase? So this is just specific to fair chase. How do you feel like they are in alignment? So transmitting trail cameras, find it on here, 46% disagreed that it was in alignment with fair chase. So they didn't think it was fair. 54% of people agreed that it was in alignment with fair chase. So split fairly evenly. The next question, which is very similar but gets to a different part of that, was, to what extent do you oppose or support the following available and marketed technologies used to hunt big game? So how do you feel about those technologies actually being utilized? Specific to transmitting trail cameras, 48 opposed transmitting trail cameras as marketed, available, marketed, and used technologies for the hunting of big game. 52% supported the use of those technologies. So again, split fairly evenly for transmitting trail cameras.
So most every data we've got from the sportsman, I think it's safe to say this, the majority support still using transmitting trail cameras.
I would say that the most accurate data that we have of the larger hunting public says that there is a slight preference for the use of transmitting trail cameras, but it is not an overwhelming majority. The public is fairly split.
But yet, when we went out and asked for public comment, by the way, good job on the public comment. I seen the remarks over and over that we didn't go out and get public comment and we're doing this on a whim. That's not accurate. Awesome job. I mean, your graph showing how many times you did it, that was awesome. And phenomenal work on that. And so we did so many times to go ask for public comment, but this last round, it was overwhelmingly against the rule that was proposed out on the transmitting trail cams. It was 3 out of 4 hunters on that comment doesn't want a limitation on the transmitting trail cams.
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner,
Yeah.
So the thing to keep in mind is typically when you solicit public comment, it's those folks that are engaged on that specific content that want to do usually the opposite of what you're putting in rule. We find that we don't get a ton of folks who just generally support the rule as it's written and are good with it actually commenting. So just to kind of try to keep that in mind, that those folks are kind of like the folks that are like, yeah, I'm good with it, I don't need to comment on it. So you're going to hear more from the folks that definitely are in opposition of it, commenting on it.
That's fair, but it was also, according to this, it was 2,300 people, where the first time around it was 181 people. So, I mean, we had 10x of the comments. I mean, I can't imagine that. It just seems like I'm struggling with 3 out of 4 sportsmen saying, I still want this technology, and then we're going to come up here. And we went out and got public comment 10 times. 10 times it was 50-50. When the final rule went out, it came out as 3 out of 4 say, hey, we don't want this rule. Truthfully, where I hunt, personally, I don't get, well, that's not true. I get very little cell phone service. I actually put one out this year, and it was fun because my little kid got engaged. Now that the trail camera was 4 hours from us. I wasn't hunting that day, but my little kid would come in every morning. Hey, Dad, did we get an antelope on the water hole? And it was fun seeing his engagement. And I think we got to remember that too, engaging the little kids in it, or not even the little kids, but just people in it. So that's where I'm struggling with it. As near as I can tell, it's a 50-50 swap. When the rule finally got out, and the last time on the public comment, it wasn't ever a majority that people wanted the rule. So I struggle with that. I will vote to support it, but I struggle, and knowing that we can change it if it's not what we wanted down the road, and I get that. It's been reminded us, it's not particularly going to affect the harvest rates at this point. It's more of a fair chase issue. And 3 out of the 4 sportsmen that, from the latest data, I have a hard time doing that. But other than that, dude, awesome job. It can't go, literally, you did an awesome job. Like, literally, this is the only thing that is being debated hard, and you did an awesome job. And I want to make sure I reiterate that, because you did an awesome job. It was a 2-year thing, so it wasn't just like on a whim, but I struggle with that, so.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Amber Ellery, just a question on the proposition tech to hunt big game. 48% opposed, 52 support. Was that the data that had the plus or minus 3%? Okay.
Correct.
So knowing that 48-52 with plus or minus 3%, just going through my mind how close that is, super close, because the 48 could be 51 and the 52 could be 49. So
Correct.
We're looking at a match. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
George, Commissioner Charette and I have debated this quite extensively, and I appreciate his passion for this. I agree with some of the statements he's made, and this 2,300 people that showed an overwhelming opposition to making the changes. I don't think that's indicative of the general hunting public. Of the 130,000 hunting licenses sold, I don't know if that's the correct number or not, but I think if you went out and were able to specifically ask each of those license holders their feelings on that they would, I don't think you would see those kind of numbers. And to Amber's point, I think she made a great point with the fact that the people that are going to be affected are the ones that are going to actually respond to this. Those that are going to see that they or feel that they're losing something are going to be the people that are going to respond to that. So in my personal opinion, I believe that overwhelmingly that the general public would be in support of this rule change. Thank you.
Any other comments? Commissioner Roach?
First of all, as we've all said, we just have to appreciate the people that put in the work on the HAT survey. I mean, it was really, it needs to be acknowledged and talked about. Specific to my area in the Magic Valley, and I don't, there's some of these things that we honored the Conservation Officer of the Year for the work that was done in the Magic Valley, and they really, those rules as they were written really helped. They didn't get thrown out in court. They were solid, and so I don't know how that would affect, changes in legislation or rules, but it just, as the rules are, they were able to hold those violators because of the good rules that they're done. And I don't know if we changed any of those, if that could possibly affect further cases down the road. But that's just an observation of mine. I don't know. I don't have a change, but that's just a comment I wanted to make.
Commissioner Tim?
Thank you, Chairman. I should have recapped this the last time you provided me a comment. Two of my filters I talked about earlier is what's a proposition look like now and what will it look like in a couple of years or years ahead, and then the egalitarian perspective. And very soon transmitting cell phones will also be available through applications that use AM bands and satellite. And so that would be achievable or useful anywhere one sits, whether it's a wall tent or home or anywhere else. And then comes the cost of that. Buying a subscription to that kind of capability. Some can afford it, some cannot. And that goes back to my egalitarian concerns as well. So this is an area that I just cannot support.
Any further discussion? Comments? We're to a motion now.
Mr. Chairman, a lot of opinions out there, and then it comes right down to it, and we have to sit here and we have to vote, and it's very difficult, and you want to try to get it right. There's a lot of things. Technology moves so fast, you don't want to lose adequate control of it, and there's differing public opinions. There's a survey, and then there's the public comments, and one of the things that happened with the public comments is very influential people went and solicited comments, and that skews the result. And how much does it skew that result? I don't really know that, but you got to take that into consideration too, because we got to do what we think is right. Public comments are advisory in nature to the commission. They're not a vote. It's advice to the commission. And for me, I struggle with this quite a lot, but at the end of the day, I got to vote my conscience. And for me, it would be easier to restrict the use of transmitting game cameras and later on ease up a little bit. That would be much easier than going the opposite way. Technology moves so fast that we talk about how it is today and what effect it will have, but we got to be looking down the road to a future for us that's largely uncertain, because we don't know how fast or where technology is going to go, right? Personally, using a transmitting camera to hunt big game, to me, is just, God, I'm sorry for saying this, and I might get roasted, but it just doesn't seem all that honorable to me. There's a great deal of the public that is anti-hunting in general, and we got to be able to defend that at every turn, which I would intend to defend the right to hunt, fish, and trap. The use of thermals, no. The use of transmitting game cameras, I'm a little closer to borderline on that one, but I just can't support being able to use those. So that's where I'm at.
Further discussion? Brody.
Commissioner, or Chairman, my opinion, I think, is, we're not going to get this right the first time, and I hope it's something we can revisit every year. We need to, because it's a moving target every year anyways, and we might overshoot a little bit one way or the other, but I hope that we can keep it on this commission instead of the legislature, so that we can have that flexibility to move as we need to with it.
Chairman, Commissioner Surratt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the big concerns I got was enforcement. Can we talk a little bit about enforcement on these issues? Is that, I don't even have a question. I just would like some sort of something about that. So.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Sherritt, yeah, we can. We have our new enforcement chief here who has been thinking somewhere. There, okay, good. Who obviously thinks a lot about this and has spent his career dealing with some things that are very easy to enforce and other things that are more challenging to enforce. And so you can let him just give his thoughts. If you have more specifics, that might help him.
Is this what we call a baptism by fire?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman and Commission Director, we have rules on the books now that deal with method of take, and these are rules that deal with method of take. And our goal as an enforcement program is to hire competent, capable officers, train those officers, and equip those officers with the tools they need to go out and enforce fish and game rules. It's not something new that we have method of take rules, that we have to couple that piece of equipment with an attempt to take an animal, fish, or to trap. And so when you couple those together, that's what the officers have to do in order to prove their case there. So as the rules are written, those are enforceable rules. It's the detection of those crimes, the detection of a misdoing there that's going to be the goal of the officers if these rules are adopted.
Does that answer your question, Jordan?
I didn't really have one. I just wanted. I didn't have one. I just wanted that. I had a lot of concern on that, so I just wanted to let people know that was on our forefront. It wasn't something that we were ignoring.
Sure.
So,
Commissioner Harshberger?
Does it give you heartburn thinking about this, or do you feel good about it from an enforcement standpoint?
Boy, that is Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Harshberger. That's a great question. All rules sometimes give me a little bit of heartburn once in a while. I don't. It's much easier when you have a rule that simply restricts or prohibits possession of an item, but we recognize that that's outside of the control of the commission. We have to couple that with the take of those as a method of take. And so, yes, there would be easier ways to do it, but I'm afraid that that's out of our control. And you mentioned the ability of another governing body to take over the use of these, and it would be better, I think, for it to be in the commission's hands for us to be able to adjust as time goes on. But there's certainly challenges with these, but I've visited with a few other states, and they're working through the ability to enforce night vision and thermals and trail cameras, drones and aircraft. And so as we move forward, we can work with those states and learn from things that they're doing. I would like to just address a comment by Commissioner Roach. Those other rules will stay on the books for us that Region 4 used to prosecute those cases down there. So this would just be an addition to those rules.
Any further questions?
I got it. Not on enforcement. I got another one. That's all.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to say that some of the changes that we made from our proposed rule to now what we have in front of you for pending are specifically to deal with the challenges in enforcement. And that, as Ellery shared with other states, they found that the carve-outs make the enforcement more challenging. And so some of the, in other words, making it all species instead of big game ungulates. Yeah, there are good reasons to say that we should continue to allow those technologies for species other than big game ungulates where we're trying to increase harvest. So the question is, did you just create a big loophole that is going to really compromise the effectiveness of that rule? And that's obviously where we landed, and other states the same thing. So I think, yeah, what we heard loud and clear from the public, and this actually kind of circles back to the comment on the feedback, the 3-to-1 opposition to trail cam restrictions. Recognize that a lot of the comments that we got back were, I don't like it because it's not enforceable. And so we have tightened that up as much as we could, and I'm not saying that all those people now would say they like it. That's clearly not the case, but I think those concerns about enforceability are shared with the public, and we've done as much as we can to address that. It is dynamic. These rules will probably be modified over time, but more importantly, and for me overriding all of this, is we knew going into this whole process that technology was going to be a real sticky wicket, and enforceability, fair chase, all of that. But I feel strongly, and the reason that you see the rules shaped the way that you are, that you see before you, is that using the lack of enforceability, the enforcement challenge is to say, well, we're going to throw our hands in the air and not deal with it. There are no easy paths forward here, but I think saying it's too hard to enforce, let's just let technology take its course, that seems like the most perilous path.
That's a good segue to my next question.
Sorry, Justin.
No, not, I don't think this is a Justin question. Maybe it is, but I think, sorry, did you have more? Because I might change the subject. I didn't want to. Okay. With that being said, technology is evolving. What plans does the department have to help stay in the forefront of technology evolving for the commission going forward? Does that make sense, what I'm asking? You gave me a weird look, so maybe it doesn't. What are we going to stay ahead of technology? Is there a group or a working group that's going to be able to stay ahead of technology so we can
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, so we do not have an established working group to, periodically review technology. That is a model that at least one other state uses. I think the broad approach we've used here, I think we are in a good position to. We have addressed the main key challenges now, and one of the things that we put in front of the HAT group was if they thought a recommendation to create a standing group was a worthwhile approach, then they could make that recommendation, and we didn't get that. So the way I see this is that if and as we see new technological challenges, then we will just continue to visit those. But I think this kind of captures the big issues before us now, and Ellery has something to share.
Just confirm. So while the HAT working group did not necessarily say as a part of their recommendations to put together like a standing committee like how Arizona has, for example, part of their recommendations did include their core principles. So the principles in which they use to kind of assess these different technologies and the things that they determined to be most important when looking at these things and how they would apply to hunting in Idaho. And they did have part of their consensus package that they hope that the commission uses their guiding principles to assess technology as it comes available in the future. So while they didn't say put together a standing working group, they didn't say not to do that, they didn't say to not revisit it, but they did say here are the ways that we use to address these technologies, and we hope that the commission utilizes those same principles or similar principles as new technologies come available and become aware of them to assess whether or not they fit well for Idaho.
Okay, any other?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Davies.
Thank you. At the risk of sounding like a broken record, I think this just shows that the system works. There's been an immense amount of work that's been put into doing this, from the establishment of this HAT group, which I can't overstate the fact that that this was a wide variety of people from every region of the state that got together and put in several months of work to come up with suggestions and potential changes. The department then took this information, moved forward, put it out through for scoping, adjusted accordingly where there were issues or concerns, and I think that we need to. The general public needs to realize that that these decisions are not made in a vacuum up here, and that there is an immense amount of work that goes into these changes, and I appreciate all the efforts of the staff, the department, the HAT group, and the commission to get in front of this issue that we all know is out there. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Do we have an appropriate point in the discussion for a motion, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, just a couple more clarifying things. So we're not talking about for transmitting trail cameras. We cannot prohibit the use of those in any manner except for the taking of game. In other words, you can monitor your private property, you can have them out there for your general enjoyment, you can use them. We do not have the ability to restrict that except for the use in hunting. Am I understanding correctly?
Mr. Chairman, I'll just read the language real quick. So this is under the language of no person may take big game animals, ... with the use of a transmitting trail camera, including for hunting and scouting, on land in federal, state, or local government ownership. So that's where I apologized earlier because I obviously flubbed that one. But so that is saying that it's only on those parcels that that prohibition is in place. A different question? Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, I think it might have been an authority question. So in addition to the specifics of the rule, yes, the commission's authority is related to the use of these tools for hunting purposes or the taking of wildlife as defined under the Idaho Code Title 36. It's not general regulation of what people might do unrelated to wildlife or the specific taking of wildlife on their private property or otherwise.
Thank you. Commissioner Tim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If my colleagues have other questions or comments, then I'd like to make a motion related to number 2 here, Chapter 13.01.08. I move the Commission adopt the pending rules as presented with authority for the Department to make non-substantive edits in the proofreading process that do not alter sense, meaning, or effect of the rules.
Mr. Chairman, I second that.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I think I want Kathleen's help here for a second and make a substitute motion to maybe strike transmitting trail cameras from this rule and see if I can get a second. So is that, how do I do that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, I believe you just made a substitute motion to adopt the rules with the striking of the restriction on transmitting trail cameras, and then you would see if anyone seconds that motion.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Commissioner Shred, I'm not hearing a second.
So with that, Mr. Chairman, the original motion as seconded would be before the commission.
Yeah. I asked for any further discussion, but I have comment on this. In my time on the commission, I don't think I've seen something with multiple comments from every commissioner. I think we've thought this through pretty well for a long period of time. And one of the bad news stories with Idaho Fish and Game, it takes a long time to do something. The good news is by the time we do it, it's pretty well thought out. So with that, I call for the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Chair votes aye. Any opposed? We've got it. Thank you. What time we got? Let's move on. We're scheduled for a break, but
No, we're not.
oh no, we're not. Okay, we're on to refund Raincheck report. John.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director, here to talk about refunds and rain checks today, and we'll be covering 3 different elements of that. The first is to recap those refund and rain checks we've received for the current season, how it compares to last year. The second is going to look at some of the refund and rain check rules that exist, and then kind of expanding on what Amber had talked about, some of those proposed changes that would be moving forward. And then lastly, an action item for a bighorn sheep tag for you guys. So starting out, we had 807 total refund and rain check requests last year. The majority refunds, not a lot of rain checks in there. This year, through mid-October, when we pulled these numbers, we had 650. Mid-October of last year, we had a few dozen more, so we're actually on track to have fewer total refund and rain check requests in 2025. The reason for that, I think, is in part, we haven't had any fire-related issues this year, which we're grateful for. Last year, we had 46 non-resident deer refunds and 28 elk refunds just specific to those fires, so that's a good thing. And other notable rain checks, we've had 4 moose rain checks that we've issued, 3 for medical issues certified by a physician, and then 1 military deployment. And so moving on to the rules around refunds and rain checks. For residents, currently rule allows for a refund in the case of military deployment or a rain check, also an option for military deployment or a physician-certified illness or pregnancy of the tag holder. What would be proposed would be moving some of those rain check things up into the refund box on the top right there. So this would create one set of rules for residents and non-residents as far as, with a few exceptions I'll cover on the next slide, as far as what eligibility criteria there are for a refund. So under the proposed rules, there would be military deployment, illness, injury, pregnancy, death, and then a new one in the rules is widespread environmental incident. So that's if more than 50% of the access is closed for more than 50% of the season for that tag, then there's the option for moose, sheep, and goat, specifically for the department to issue a refund. And then rain checks would continue to be an option for military deployment. So moving on to non-residents, currently they have refund options in rule for military deployment, illness, injury, pregnancy, death, and then there is a carve-out for voluntary refund, and we'll cover that in the next slide, where they get a percentage refund based on the date of request without other qualifying criteria. And then a rain check for military deployment. And so proposed policy wouldn't change much here other than adding that widespread environmental incident for moose, sheep, and goat. Again, 50% of the access for 50% of the season or more. And then a new carve-out for junior mentored tag holders. If their parent or guardian is refunded because of one of these qualifying reasons, then we would also refund the junior mentored tag holder. So, and then the last, going to that voluntary refund for non-residents. This has been in code for quite a while. In the left-hand box, is current rule 75% if they request it before April 1st. So on, as you see there, we would be moving that to May 1st, and that's because of season setting, which usually happens in late March. If we sell the tags in, say, December, the season changes in March, sometimes that can impact non-residents. And so giving them more than just a week or so to request that refund by extending that a month. On the other side of that, the 25% non-resident partial refund, limiting that to just July, taking August off the table there would be part of the proposed change as well. Last but not least, the waiting period. If someone's refunded, the waiting period still applies. Under current rule, the proposed policy would waive that waiting period if we refunded a tag. So that brings me to our action item, which is a bighorn sheep rain check request. This is for an Idaho resident, Unit 26. Season goes August 30th to October 13. It was 1 of 5 tags available, and the draw odds were 5%. This hunter has a physician-certified medical issue, prevented them from hunting for the entirety of the 2025 season. And so there would be some potential actions you could take here. Technically, for the first one would be if you were to grant the request, option 1 would be to reduce the number of tags next year by 1, or maintaining the number of tags would be the second kind of sub-option there. Department recommends reducing the tags if you do approve the rain check request. Part of that is the sheep habitat in Unit 26 had burned up, and that's displaced some of the sheep, so it's creating, more hunter congestion. So the concern is that if we maintain the number of tags in the 2026 drawing and then also grant this Raincheck request, that would decrease the quality of the hunt for other hunters as well. So another potential action, you could deny the request, but then waive that 2-year waiting period, which would apply in current rule otherwise, so that the individual could apply next year. Or 3, you could just deny the request and the waiting period would apply. So before we go to potential motions, are there any questions on either the rain checks and refunds approved this year, the policy, or the rain check request before you?
Yes, Commissioner Roach?
I'm the rookie. My first meeting was last year, and so I'm going to ask some questions. So I was looking in the section here, and is this on page 2 of this section? It says, public involvement process. The commission delegation of authority to the director was an action item for public comment on the commission in January of 2015. Is that a typo, or is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Roach, that's correct. There is a delegation that occurred at that time.
Okay.
To my understanding that where some of these rain checks and refunds we've approved to date are through delegated authority that the commission has delegated to
And
the
that's fine.
department.
I just wasn't sure. And I don't know if anybody was here in 2015.
Kathleen was.
Oh, anyway, I was just but no, I'm done.
So there are some suggested motions on the screen here. The first 2 would be to approve the rain check request. First one would reduce next year's drawing by 1 tag. The second one would maintain the number of tags, essentially meaning there would be 6 tags on the landscape. Third one there is to deny the request and waive the waiting period, and the fourth would be to just deny the request and the waiting period would apply.
Commissioner Charette?
Just for a statement, I would have a hard time reducing opportunity for hunters this next year to draw by reducing the tag 1, because if he had returned the tag, I'm sure there would have been thousands of hunters that would have had that and had the opportunity this year. So I would struggle with reducing the tag the next year, just FYI.
I think, Chairman, I'd agree with that too. I mean, that's a real bummer, but at the same time, people will wait a lifetime for that kind of thing.
Any other discussion? Questions?
Mr. Chairman, John, as far as the medical reason, I realize you can't get into what the specific one is. Is there, I guess, is there a certain criteria to reach that medical? I mean, I get if a doctor signs something that says you can't hunt, but I think if anybody knows physicians, you could probably go out and find one for, I'm in need of a knee replacement. Are there any parameters set as far as the medical reasoning for a refund or a rain check request?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davies, in the rule, it doesn't really carve out exactly what, that illness or injury is, other than it prevents them from hunting for the entirety of the season. So it really is on that physician to certify it, and there's not a lot of sidebars on what means, what kind of maladies would prevent you from hunting.
Thank you.
Any further questions, discussion? If not, I'm looking for a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Tim.
I'd like to make a motion, thank you, that the commission honor the request for a rain check for bighorn sheep controlled hunt 5007 for the 26 season, and reduce the number of tags in the 26 drawing from 5 tags to 4 tags, and that is hunt area 26 in the northeast corner of Region 3.
Second.
Have a second? Any further discussion?
Can I get some clarification on that?
Sure.
So, make sure I understand this right. Mr. Tim wanted to do the first one, is that what you were saying, Tim?
Yes.
And we can pick one of the four? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I would just jump in and say I can appreciate the concerns that my colleagues have with the reduction of opportunity, but given the fact that we have an area that's been significantly impacted by wildfire and has caused maybe a concentration of hunters, I think the prudent thing to do is to go ahead and reduce that tag down and to the 4 for next year to limit that overcrowding issue moving forward. So thank you.
Any further discussion?
I just have one question. Will the applicant for the rain check, will he have a clean bill of health where he can go next year without any issues?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, I don't have enough information on that, unfortunately, to know. I'm assuming because he requested the rain check that he's optimistic that he'll be out in the field next year.
Further questions? And we have a second. Okay. Yeah. So all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
No. I'd second that. I don't know, too.
Was that a no?
Yeah.
Okay. Motion passed, good. Okay, fishing licenses for foster families and foster parent discount order. Amber.
Mr. Chairman, me again. I am happy to present the commission with a proposal for a continuation of a program that was piloted last year with the Idaho Department of Health and Welfare and Idaho Sportsman Access and Opportunity, which provided free fishing opportunities for children in extended foster care aged 18 through 20 years old and one foster parent for calendar year 2025. To be an even more meaningful resource for foster families in Idaho, Health and Welfare and Idaho Sportsman Access and Opportunity would like to partner again with the Commission and Department, this time expanding the program to include an additional parent and the foster parent's other non-foster children who are living in the home aged 14 through 17 years for calendar year 2026 and 2027. Through Idaho Code 36415, the Commission has authorized to discount license fees upon finding a public need for which this qualifies. Because Idaho Code 36401A5 provides free fishing licenses for children under the age of 18 whom are residents of a licensed foster home, the order in front of you would discount annual fishing licenses for the following Idaho residents living in the same fostering home: up to 2 foster parents licensed by Health and Welfare, youth aged 18 through 20 years in extended foster care, and other children aged 14 through 17 years of the foster parents who live in the fostering home. The discount order in front of you provides for the discount of fees for January 1, 2026 through December 31, 2027 to $15 for an adult fishing license, inclusive of the access depredation fee for foster youth aged 18 through 20 years and up to 2 foster parents, and to $8 for junior fishing licenses, inclusive of the access depredation fee for other children in the home of the foster parents. Should the Commission agree to continue the partnership and provide for discounted fees, as just mentioned, Idaho Sportsman Access and Opportunity has graciously agreed to cover the balance of the cost for all interested individuals. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I stand for questions.
Questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner
Amber,
Ebert.
did you mean to say January 1, 2026 to December 31 of 27?
Yes, did I not say that?
You said that.
Through 27, 2 years.
2 years?
2
Okay,
years.
thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Charette.
I'll give a motion.
Hey, perfect.
All right, I move the commission adopt the discount order 25-50 for calendar years 2026 and 2027 as presented.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Roach. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Any noes? Okay. Got it. You want to break?
It's probably a good time. Yeah, I say it's a good time to go to break.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I figure I could sneak in before the break here this morning. All right, while we're waiting for the screen to come up, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks, good morning. My name is Casey Pizanger. I'm the Lands Program Coordinator. Good to see you all. This agenda item is for the Harris Trust property acquisition. This is property that's located in Region 6 in Bonneville County. As a reminder to the Commission, this proposal was originally presented to you at the executive session of the January 2025 meeting, so it should look somewhat familiar. The property is actually a total of 280 acres that's split between two parcels on the north side of the Tex Creek WMA. So on the image here, you see the two parcels in the black, and the Tex Creek WMA is the red boundary. Some of the strategic benefits of this acquisition, as you see in the bigger image here, the two parcels that we'd be acquiring are kind of outlined in that teal turquoise color. One of the things that's really striking about this acquisition is the fact that it really increases the public land connectivity in this area. So currently, these are some of the last private inholdings in this specific area of the northern boundary of WMA. So by purchasing these two properties, we actually connect public land within the existing WMA boundary that's owned by Department of Fish and Game and the Commission, BLM, which is the land you see in the bright yellow here, and then actually in between these two parcels that we're proposing to acquire is existing Idaho Department of Lands property. So by purchasing these two properties, obviously we're adding acreage to the footprint of the WMA, but we're also kind of increasing the simplicity of the connectivity of that land, increasing our efficiency in managing it, and also making it a lot easier for the public to understand where they can and can't be in this portion of the WMA. So easier for everybody to get around out there. Obviously, putting this ground into public protection addresses any potential threats in the future that this ground gets converted into development, residential, commercial development, things like that. And I think it's worth noting that this is a good example of a landscape scale effort that's gone on in the Tex Creek WMA area. We've had a number of acquisitions in this area recently. You might remember last year you approved the purchase of the Jensen property, which is on the west side of the WMA. So there is an effort to kind of look at this landscape holistically and address conservation needs through acquisitions in a really strategic manner, which I think is an important thing to recognize. The parcels themselves are primarily grassland habitat currently. Some of the acreage in these parcels were historically cultivated areas and have kind of been taken over by species such as smooth brome. There are some higher quality habitats kind of spread out throughout this acreage, including some juniper woodlands and some mixed shrub habitats. The primary purpose for this acquisition and really for the WMA as a whole is primarily twofold. One is big game terminal winter range, and then also habitat for upland birds, Columbia sharp-tailed grouse and sage grouse. The region estimates that about 5,500 elk and about 3,000 mule deer winter on the WMA from a number of surrounding game management units every year. And you can see on this image here, it's kind of tough to see the gray dots, but there are gray and orange dots that represent collar data of deer and elk during the winter months. So you can see obviously there's use in this area, in particular in that southern parcel. And what's not shown here is a handful of sharp-tailed grouse leks that we know about in the same vicinity that's shown on this map. Here's just a look at a better idea of kind of what the landscape looks like. You can see some of that mixed shrub habitat and the juniper woodlands in that upper right picture. On the benches, this is kind of more what you see currently, this grassland type habitat. And then the aerial imagery there just gives you a better sense of how these parcels lay out and what the landscape looks like. So I mentioned some of the grassland habitat being kind of holdover from old fields, as the region likes to call them. There's been a years-long effort on the WMA to slowly convert some of those older fields that exist throughout the WMA to more productive habitat types, so bringing in native grasses and forbs that are going to increase the forage quality and increase the security cover that is provided by these type of habitats. So some of the acres on these parcels would certainly be a good candidate for that type of restoration work over the years. But for the most part, this property will just get rolled into the general management of the WMA, be open for public use immediately. And I think it's worth noting that with all of our property acquisitions, when we have a proposal set forth, we do reach out to the county commissioners, make them aware of their proposed acquisition. We did that with the Bonneville County Commissioners. I don't think we had any direct comments back from them on this particular acquisition, but over the years of working in the Tex Creek area, we have seen good support from the Bonneville County Commissioners, which is always great to have. The acquisition details pretty straightforward. The property is appraised at $540,000. We did receive a $135,000 grant from the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. So big shout out to RMEF for their continued support of our land acquisition efforts. The remaining $405,000 will come from our dedicated set aside funds to be used for acquisitions like this. So that's money set aside from the sale of licenses that is specifically to be used for this type of work. And right now we actually have a closing date set up for December 3rd. So if you choose to approve this today, we'll have this closed in a number of weeks, and it'll be available for public use shortly. With that, I can take any questions.
Question?
Commissioner Roach?
Are we going to be compensating the county in some manner or fashion because it's going from private to public? I know in other deals we've done this. And a second question is that, I don't know if it was the Jensen property or this one, I think it was a matter, it could help avoid some traffic accidents. Aren't there roads that maybe the elk or deer stay in one area rather than going elsewhere and creating a hazard or some troubles?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Roach, to your first question, in terms of compensating the county, you're absolutely right. This will go off the tax roll. However, the state does pay a fee in lieu of taxes payment every year.
That's all I need.
To your second question, I'm actually not sure that I have an answer for you. Potentially, Commissioner Harshbarger has some information. I'm not sure.
It may be a different situation.
It might be a different situation. I'm not familiar with any potential
Okay.
vehicle collision, wildlife collisions in this area.
Okay.
Commissioner Harshberg?
So my question was similar to Commissioner Roach's, but on that PILF payment, well, how does that compare to the Harris's property taxes going to the schools and things in the county compared to, like, is there a percentage? Is it equal? Do you know?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Harshbarger, it's variable. Unfortunately, we don't have an exact calculation. Every year we get a bill from the county and have to work through how they've categorized the land, and it's not a set ratio between what they were getting from the private landowner and what they get from us, and it can change year to year. So unfortunately, I don't have a clearer answer for you on that, but I could certainly keep you involved when we go through that payment process in the upcoming year, let you know kind of where we stand with that.
Is it generally more or less?
Mr. Chairman, it's generally less.
Yeah. Okay.
I'd like to make a motion if there's no more discussion.
That'd be great.
I'd like to move that the commission acquire the 280 acre Harris property in Bonneville County.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Got it.
Thank you.
We'll take a break right now, and we can return at 10:10.
10-4.
Call the meeting back to order. And the first thing on our agenda is our Idaho Fish and Game Strategic Plan update and public outreach. I'd like to call Adam Park and Ann Westcott.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director, I'm Adam Park, Communications Bureau Chief. We are here to talk to you today about the draft Idaho Fish and Game Strategic Plan. And Westcott is here to walk you through the plan, and then when she's finished, I will come back and talk to you about the proposed public outreach.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Director. Thank you. I've been skulking around your hallways for the last year, so you're probably kind of tired of getting these updates, but this could be the last one. We're really, really close. I do want to remind you, last time I met with you, I did an update on what all of the engagement process was and the findings that we had. But just to remind you, we started with the statewide attitudes and awareness survey, the employee surveys from 22 and 24, 42 interviews with department ops team staff members and other staff. We had 8 regional public engagement sessions. We had 8 regional employee engagement sessions, 1 online agency partner engagement session with 24 organizations. There are over 1,000 online comments, 31 online employee comments, and then 10 letters from your partner organizations throughout the state. That added up to about 1,000 pages of single-spaced verbatim comments. So I really feel good about the amount of engagement that we had going into this process. As you will remember, out of all of those comments, they kind of boiled up into about 8 focus areas that your customers and members of the public are interested in: user satisfaction, habitat loss, wildlife disease management and invasive species, predator management, agency culture, recruitment and retention, public engagement, outreach and education, fiscal sustainability, and the department's relationship with the legislature. This summer, we put together 8 cross-departmental working groups, and there were about 20 to 30 staff members in each of those groups. They met 3 to 4 times over the summer for 3 hours each time. I am not their favorite person at this point. They worked so hard, and I was so impressed with the amount of intention and thoughtfulness they put into this process, drafting objectives, strategies, and action steps to address priority issues within the 4-goal framework. So the 4 goals of the 2015 strategic plan have not changed, I think, except for maybe 1 word. So those goals remain being sustaining Idaho's fish and wildlife and the habitats on which they depend, improving user experience for hunting, fishing, trapping, and other wildlife-related recreation, improving the public's understanding of and involvement in fish and wildlife, and enhancing the capability of Fish and Game to manage fish and wildlife and serve the public. Obviously, I think each of you have had an opportunity to look through the draft. I don't want to read it to you verbatim, so I'm going to do kind of a high-level overview. Please interrupt me as we go through each of these slides if you have questions about what that might pertain to. So under the first goal of sustaining Idaho's fish and wildlife and the habitats on which they depend, maintaining the first objective is to maintain or improve populations of fish and wildlife. And underneath that, the department has identified their first strategy of being managing predation to meet fish and wildlife management objectives. And some of the actions here associated are developing predation management plans, which is an ongoing process, addressing downriver predation impacts on salmon and steelhead, and managing habitat where the conditions contribute to excessive predation. Going along with managing predation is managing conflicts between wildlife and private landowners by preventing and minimizing wildlife damage to crops and livestock, compensating producers for damage, and providing incentives to landowners to allow hunting and trapping access on private lands where those conflicts are occurring. The second objective under this goal is to sustain the populations of fish and wildlife by maintaining and enhancing the capacity and resilience of their habitats. This first strategy is prioritizing the conservation of fish and wildlife habitat. Obviously, your 2015 strategic plan also discussed the importance of habitat, The use of the word prioritize, I think, is significant in showing that the work of the department in executing or developing this next 5 to 10 year strategic plan is really putting a finer maybe lens on this strategy, both increasing the breadth and the pace of current efforts the department has underway and prioritizing landscapes of greatest need. This would lead to some internal processes that I think are being developed in order to identify where the department will have the most success or the most feasibility in maintaining or restoring or improving habitats. Within that same objective, strategy 2 is to achieve landscape scale habitat conservation and improvements both on public and private land. So focusing on restoration and improvement projects within private and non-departmental public areas, and then conserving and improving habitats on department-owned or managed lands. So really seeing how within your WMAs you are protecting habitat, restoring habitat, and then how the department's working with private landowners and other government-managed land to protect priority habitats. Strategy 3 under this objective is protecting habitat on private land through voluntary incentivized conservation easements and other agreements. So this is obviously an ongoing operational task that you have, but clarifying the importance of voluntary agreements with private landowners and being successful in protecting habitats. Objective 3, ensuring the long-term survival of native fish, wildlife, and plants. This one acknowledges the recently or somewhat recently adopted SWAP, or the Statewide Wildlife Action Plan, really focusing on the conservation and management of Idaho's most at-risk fish, wildlife, and plants in their habitats. So this is obviously a plan that is very much integral to the way the department is already practicing. It is very prescriptive, and so this acknowledges that the implementation of that plan is critical to ensuring the long-term survival of native fish, wildlife, and plants. Objective 4 focuses now moving to mitigating and managing the impacts of fish and wildlife diseases and invasive or incompatible species. And really it's focusing its actions on utilizing new tools and improved surveillance, developing action plans as emergent invasives occur, and enhancing the participation of hunters, anglers, trappers, and landowners in these mitigation efforts. Focusing specifically on disease, reducing the impact of disease on populations, implementing disease plans and protocols, investigating mortality events and population declines, coordinating surveillance and biosecurity measures with other agencies and partners. And focusing specifically on the impact of invasive and incompatible species through continued research and monitoring of existing populations, prioritizing mitigation actions based on risk, and aligning policies with social, economic, and conservation priorities. Now we move to Goal 2, which is all about user satisfaction. Focusing on increasing satisfaction with hunting, fishing, trapping, and other wildlife-related recreation opportunities and experiences. This was one thing that was important to me in this process, is to be able to look back at those 1,000 pages of comments and really be able to see these threads within the new strategic plan that acknowledge what we heard from your customers. And user crowding, as you know, is one of those issues that comes up. So having a specific strategy about understanding and being responsive to concerns related to user crowding. Actions that have been included in the plan are collecting, analyzing, and distributing information on the demand and availability of opportunities, engaging with those user groups that are competing for limited resources and space, and working with landowners to improve experience and manage crowding. Second issue related to user experience is the clarity and usability of regulations. So ongoing a commitment to soliciting input from customers and in improving the communications about regulations. That's what people were pretty much saying in their comments, were that they didn't always understand or could not easily access the regulations. So this was more of that communications piece. The third strategy for user experience is managing the variety and distribution of access. So we heard a lot of concerns about not having access to lands for those activities. So by managing the variety and the distribution of access through short and long-term access agreements on private land, improved communication between sportsmen and landowners, management and maintenance of access to public lands, and ensuring that legally accessible public lands have not been illegitimately restricted. Fourth strategy is strengthening the public trust through the implementation and enforcement of regulations that encourage safe, lawful, and responsible participation. I think there was a reference earlier to maybe a comment last night about and certainly a lot of what you talked about with HAT is whether or not people are playing well in the sandbox together, if the behavior is ethical and safe. And so this one really talks more about increasing the coverage, consistency, and visibility of enforcement activities, letting people see and be more aware of the work of the COs and the enforcement activities, improving the understanding of prohibitive activities and what ethical conduct means, providing stronger deterrence to illegal take of fish and wildlife. Then with Objective 1, the fifth strategy is expanding opportunities for non-consumptive forms of wildlife-related recreation. As you have been hearing and we heard in the engagement process, there are many, and as our population in the state increases, many people who are enjoying non-consumptive forms of wildlife-related recreation. And the data that was interesting in some of these working groups is that they are not separate groups of people all the time. They are also your hunters, trappers, anglers who are enjoying other wildlife-related recreation, whether it's bird watching or et cetera. And so this one relates to increasing the engagement with these recreationists, expanding opportunities for them. One example was shooting sports. And then we go to Goal 3, which focuses on the public's understanding and involvement in fish and wildlife management. Increasing the effectiveness of public engagement by increased awareness of how people can provide input into department actions, increasing the participation in decision-making through improved website tools, in-person opportunities, and virtual meetings, and increased understanding of the department's scope of authority. The staff talked a lot about, and in a lot of the public comments, a lack of understanding sometimes about what your purview or areas of authority are, what you can and can't have authority over, where those comments might more appropriately be addressed, how you work within the legislative process, et cetera. So some of that, providing more information on that to the public, to your users. The second one is increased transparency on decisions impacting Idaho's fish and wildlife, and this concept of an improved public feedback loop through after-action outreach efforts and supporting staff in how to facilitate input from the public. I think there is certainly a feeling that there is a pretty comprehensive process. Maybe the department has some opportunities to improve the way it communicates at the end of the process. This is how we ended up here, and this is how we move forward. Then, and specifically under Adam's guidance, developing a professional statewide volunteer program. They already have a committee that is working on developing a comprehensive plan for statewide volunteer efforts, improving tools for volunteers, ways that they can sign up for opportunities, how they track their time, how they receive training, and then modernizing and improving the way that the state supports by managing those resources and then facilitates their use within each of the regions. enhancing the awareness and understanding through coordinated marketing, communications, and outreach efforts. This really gets into the technical part. As you know, the department is improving its digital platforms and tools like the website, the mobile apps, being sure that there's more unified messaging throughout the state, and attempting to develop common ground or demonstrate where common ground is among all of the users. This one focuses more on education, developing safe, ethical, and responsible hunters, trappers, and anglers, which was one of the pieces that came up as user experience through recruitment, training, and evaluating volunteer education instructors, engaging non-active but already certified hunters, and providing instruction, curriculum, and equipment for self-directed angling activities. Providing educational experiences that build the understanding of conservation, habitat, and the concepts of public trust. Some of these actions included conservation programs and materials at all department facilities, promoting the understanding of impacts of diseases and invasive species, providing education about healthy aquatic habitats. So we had communication staff on each of these more technical working groups, and it was a nice opportunity to be able to identify in each of these areas that there was always a communication piece. And so being able to then pull out these as wildlife disease and invasive species, for example, continues to become something the department is really focusing on. How do we have this communication piece that goes hand in hand with that? Then we move to Goal 4, which is enhancing the capability of Fish and Game to manage fish and wildlife and serve the public. The first one being attracting and retaining a highly competent and professional workforce. There is a committee within the department that is also already evaluating employment engagement surveys, leveraging that information and addressing improvement areas. On fiscal sustainability, maintaining a sustainable funding structure to meet the long-term management and conservation objectives of the department, utilizing fiscal analysis models to assess fiscal sustainability in a variety of different variables, and developing a plan for the prioritization of resources in order to respond to unforeseen changes in economic conditions or changing agency initiatives. These last two pertain to the department's relationship and understanding of the role of the legislature, sustaining a productive relationship with elected officials, so all elected officials at various different levels of government, by promoting a common understanding and appreciation among staff of the roles and responsibilities of various agencies, engaging staff more in the policy process, and ensuring that they are informed of your decisions and legislative actions. And then finally, fostering a strong working relationship with policymakers through engagement, relationship building, and partnerships, continuing to engage policymakers in field activities to showcase the work of the department, continuing to develop the department's reputation as a trusted resource to policymakers. The planned next steps, and I think Adam will take over to this part, but before I turn it back over to him, do you have any questions about what is included in the strategic plan? You obviously think it's fabulous. We'll move back to Adam.
Mr. Chairman, if I can, before we go to Adam. Ann talked about the extensive amount of engagement that we had with the public, but then with staff as well in the working groups. And so a lot of it, you see the actions and the strategies, and some of them leaving you with the question of, well, what does that mean? How do we do that? And I just want to assure folks that we put a tremendous amount of energy into task development as well. So the specifics of how do we get there from here. And the intent wasn't to include those in the strategic plan because that makes a very voluminous document. And recognizing that we have a whole myriad of other plans in the agency, whether they be species management plans or our statewide fisheries management plan. The idea is to incorporate the appropriate tasks into those other plans so that they live on, not necessarily in the strategic plan, but they live in all of our other plans.
Great, thank you. So now I'd like to talk about our proposed public outreach plan, which is, we would like to have this plan be released to the public. We're proposing December 1st would be the day for an online portal to become available, very similar to what we've done in the past with management plans. And that would be open for till just before Christmas, so it'd be between 2 and 3 weeks of ability for the public to comment. We'll be advertising that with press releases and on social media. Simultaneous to that, we'd like to do a staff review, via an internet portal that we have called the WEIR intranet, so that staff who maybe didn't participate in the work groups, although we had a pretty large number of folks that did participate in the work groups, would have an opportunity to comment on the plan. And then over Christmas and early January, we will compile those comments and be back to you to let you review the public comment and then ultimately approve the plan. So with your approval, we'd like to get a head nod, if possible, on can we proceed with the public outreach process as proposed. Great. Great. All right. Well, if there are not any more questions, thank you very much.
Non-resident draw update. Tara?
Old test click. Okay. Okay, good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. Good morning, Elizabeth. This morning, I'm just here for a very quick update on the progress we've made implementing the upcoming non-resident draw. Also, just wanted to highlight some of our outreach efforts that we've done recently, and really just wanted to leave some time at the end here for any last questions or clarifications you folks might need before we move into the draw in the very quickly approaching December. So just a reminder of how we got here. Back in May, you approved a temporary rule to move non-resident general season deer and elk tags to a draw framework for 2026. And since May, Fish and Game staff, as well as Brant staff, who is our third-party vendor who works on our licensing system, have been working together to update the system to make sure it's ready to go for all of the changes necessary to implement the draw. And then today, as far as updates go, I'm happy to share that we're on track and feeling really positive about beginning this process in December. And then I just wanted to highlight some of the kind of unique outreach and communication tools we've used over the last few weeks and months even to ensure non-resident hunters are really aware of this change. Because obviously this transition to a draw wouldn't be successful if non-residents didn't know how this applies specifically to them and how they need to apply for deer and elk tags. So we've used a number of our kind of standard communication tools over the last many months, like press releases and social media posts. But we've also done some fun and unique tactics, like sending push notifications to non-residents that have our Go Outdoors Idaho mobile app. We've joined a number of podcasts, including our amazing Shoot in the Bowl podcast that is done by our very own Communications Bureau staff. Shout out to those guys in the back there. We've also sent some targeted emails to any non-resident that has held a hunting license in Idaho anytime in the last 5 years. And then we've completely overhauled the non-resident general tag supplemental brochure that you see there on the left. This has been around for a number of years to help non-residents know what to buy on December 1st, but we've overhauled that to be basically a one-stop shop for what do I need for the draw and how do I apply. So really since May, we've been using as many communication channels as we can to ensure that non-residents have all of the information they need to feel informed and really ready for this new process coming up in December. And then lastly, I just wanted to give a quick refresher on the timeline for the draw. Like I've mentioned, this is coming very soon with applications opening on December the 5th. So on the 5th, any non-resident with a valid 2026 Idaho hunting license can apply until the 15th. We'll run the draws in late December, announce those results in early January, and any successful applicant hunter in January will have till January the 20th to claim or buy that tag. And any hunter that doesn't buy by that January 20th date, that tag will be forfeited and then made available in the second application period in February. And then in February, we kind of do the whole thing over again. We'll have applications open February 5th through the 15th, run the draws in late February, announce results in early March, and then March 20th would be the deadline to purchase those second application period tags. And that, Mr. Chairman, was a quick and hopefully painless update to just let you know that we're on track. We've made great progress to make sure the licensing system is ready to go and using all the tools in the toolbox we could to make sure non-resident hunters are ready for this change in December. And with that, I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Commissioner Charette.
Mr. Chairman, I just have one question. I can't remember if it was last year or the year before, we had some residents that were renewing their license at the same time as a non-resident sale. Going to this should make it to where they get their licenses and their tags on the auto renewal a little bit more efficient. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, yes, absolutely. So 2 years prior, when we were still doing this on the 1st, it was a little bananas on the 1st for auto renew. That was for residents and non-residents, and then residents that were just Johnny on the spot trying to get their licenses renewed for the following year. And that definitely created a bit of a stopgap between I bought my new products and I get them mailed to me. Switching last year to the 10th, we definitely saw some improvements in that, just separating the 1st from all of the other non-resident stuff. And this, I think, will be even better for auto renew and residents buying in the early part of December, since we're basically not issuing all of those non-resident tags in December. They're going to be issued out in January.
I just want to say I'm excited to see this work, and it doesn't scare me anymore, so awesome.
Great news. Thank you.
Other comments?
Mr. Chairman, pick up your tags by January 20th. Please, please, please make sure that's well established, and hopefully then we won't have any other events on that same day, because some people are going to wait till the last minute. That's not our fault, that's their fault, but it will happen, and I think on January 20th we need to be pretty freed up to take that on.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, absolutely. To be candid, if you're not a little bit annoyed of the number of communications you're getting from us for that January 20th date, then we haven't done what we were supposed to do.
Okay,
so that's
good.
definitely the plan. Thank you.
Very good. And then, Mr. Chairman, another comment, and I make this comment I think every time, but the fact that we sell non-resident tags before winter is over and before we've actually set the seasons, I think we're always pretty clear. It does not guarantee a hunt. It does not guarantee a season. We can cancel the whole hunt. We can reduce it. We can change it. And people need to be aware of that going in. And the non-resident tag sales in no way binds us to what we're going to do the next season.
Yes, Commissioner Harshbarger.
I'm not sure this question's totally relevant right now. Maybe you're the only person to answer, but regarding like, I get a lot of complaints. Oh, we got too many out-of-state tags. We hear that constantly, and I always answer it because I'm kind of ignorant to the subject. I think we're pretty close to the percentage we're required to have. Are you the one to ask about like the percentages, like on our regarding like the interstate commerce laws and how that exactly works? Because it seems kind of like dealing with the Wizard of Oz.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, I'll look at Director Fredericks as well as Rick Ward back there. We're not quite at the kind of standard 10% that the interstate commerce says is kind of the minimum threshold. It's a little different between deer and elk. For elk, we're somewhere around the 14% mark, and then for deer, we're closer to the 12.5%. So just a reminder for that, though, it's kind of important to note that the number of non-resident tags that we've had available, that 12,815 elk tags and the 15,005 deer tags, that has not changed at all. It's been around for many decades, and that overall statewide number has not changed.
Seeing no more questions, thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Now we'll have an update from our foundation. Hillary Engel, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director. I just have my quick November update. So this year, the Idaho Fish and Wildlife Foundation distributed $99,000 and some change in grants. And I just listed them off here for you. We don't have to go through them all. I did want to highlight that we did award $25,000 to Region 4. It should be desert pronghorn, not dessert. I mean, I guess we could make it dessert, but, so that was a really exciting grant for us. I also wanted to highlight the bear spray giveaway that was held in Island Park. The commission awarded them some funds through the challenge grant this year. And it was a great event. If any of you have the chance, I would hope that you could come over for that. We're going to try and hold it again Labor Day weekend. It seems to be very popular. But in 2 hours, we gave away over 300 cans of bear spray, which was really nice to see that people came out. The better thing was that people wanted to take time to learn how to use it. Cade Bolin and James Brower came over with the remote-controlled bear, and I think people finally realized like how hard it is to actually deploy it, and when you're in a fast-paced situation. So I just wanted to highlight that because the foundation also partnered on that grant, and we're planning on doing that again in 2026. So it's a great project that you guys sponsored. And then lastly, our December foundation meeting will be held virtually December 5th. It's a pretty small meeting for us. It's just where we allocate our budget for the next year and go over a few things. So any questions? Okay. So my second agenda item is for our yearly action to select Idaho Fish and Wildlife Commission liaison to the foundation. So just a little background for that. The Idaho Fish and Wildlife Foundation Board of Directors has a MOU with the department and the commission. A term of the MOU is the commission will designate a commissioner who may attend IFWF board meetings as a liaison between IFWF and the commission. The commission designates this liaison annually. Commissioner Murphy served as a liaison in 25. And so we would ask that the commission again selects a commissioner. I've talked to Commissioner Murphy. He is willing and able to serve again. So we would ask that you make that motion.
Commissioner Jarrett?
I'll happily make that motion. I move that Commissioner Tim Murphy serves as the 2026 Commission Liaison to the Idaho Fish and Wildlife Foundation, if he accepts.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? You got it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lori.
Okay, chronic wasting disease update. Stacy?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Elizabeth. I'm here again. I'm Stacy Dualter to talk about CWD and our current surveillance, where it's at this year. And with time permitting, I'm going to also provide an update on current CWD research relating to the structural conformation of prion. As a reminder, this current CWD sampling season includes 2 areas that are CWD management zones. That's the area in Unit 1 in Boundary County east of the Selkirk Crest, and the whole of Units 14 and 18. In addition, there are whole Units 18, 14, 23, 24, and 32A, along with 63A, and that portion of the Unit 1 CWD management zone, which had mandatory sampling regulations in place. We included 63A this year due to 2 domestic elk detections that were reported last year. So I'm going to go over the numbers for statewide surveillance as well as those areas of particular interest. And as of this morning, these numbers have already changed. So bear with me as I try to update these numbers. Currently, we have just over 42,000 or 4,200 samples that have been collected statewide, and results are back on 2,771 plus 324. 4 detections in this presentation as it's written, but we have 3 more detections reported as of this morning. Not to leave you in suspense, but they are all in areas where we would expect to have detections. Unit 1, we have, as of this morning, 1 detection in a hunter-harvested animal within Bonners Ferry. So that number is not shown on this chart, but it does exist. In Unit 14, we had 4 detections, with 2 more as of this morning, both within the area of Slate Creek or just north into Skookumchuck. One of those is hunter harvest, and one of those was a symptomatic found dead animal on private property. We have had no detections in Unit 18, no detections in the combined units of 23, 24, and 32A, and currently we have no detections in 63A. As an update of 63A, we had 20 more results presented or given to us this morning. All were negative. So that number of what's pending would decrease by about 20 and move to the not detected column. Being this is CWD, I'm going to take that as a win. I take them where I can find them. So a little bit of celebration in that we're almost halfway through our sampling year. Last year, we had just over 6,000 samples taken statewide with 25 detections. We're not quite there yet. We still have a ways to go, but like I said, I'll take those little victories when I find them. So where are the detections? Previously, they were all in Unit 14, but we know we have one in Unit 1 now. So we have 2 roadkill mule deer in Unit 14 along the highway. We have 1 hunter-harvested elk and 1 hunter-harvested whitetail. But we have 2 hunter-harvested whitetail, and now we're going to add a symptomatic animal to that too. So where are they? They're exactly where we find them. This is a map showing all the detections as of yesterday, where we have new detections, with a total of 107. The ones we know of, their locations, again, the 2 light blue are mule deer along the road. The white circle is an elk hunter harvest, and our 1 whitetail deer that has been harvested, and we know the location besides Slate Creek, is farther south in that unit. So a little bit of an expansion there, but still within Unit 14. This is just showing the overall detections. Again, it's actually 107 detections, with the majority still being hunter harvest. Second group that's providing the most number of detections and information are the symptomatic or the dead animals, and then roadkill following up. Again, this doesn't include the numbers that were reported to us this morning. That's all I have for an update on surveillance. So time allowing, we'll start with, do you have any questions as far as the surveillance numbers?
Mine might not be quite relevant, but like on that 63A, when it's in a surveillance, how many years do you need to be clean before that comes back off the surveillance?
It kind of depends on how many numbers of samples we get in a year. We would like to get over 200 to 300 samples. That provides us the best confidence. However, given that we know we have domestic elk in that area, we'd probably have to take a look at it at the end of this year, see how many samples we have and whether we want to keep that regulation in place.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman? Stacy, it appears to a layman that the prevalency rate is staying quite low. Is that the case? Are you seeing an upward trend? Is it stable? Can you speak to that?
At the end of the last year, it was staying pretty consistent for mule deer within within Unit 14. That's kind of the one area that we have where we can say something about for multiple years in a row. Again, white-tailed deer overall had gone down, but that Slate Creek area still had a higher prevalence.
Mr. Chairman, concerning CWD, there really isn't a good outcome, but this is pretty close to best possible case. I mean, it's not just exploding on us yet, correct? I mean, we're doing pretty good.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we have received very high support from other states that have dealt with this, saying that, the actions that were taken in Slate Creek were the best that we could do at that time. And so, again, this is a long-term surveillance, decades. We have to keep on top of it. And so the fact that we're not seeing spread outside of 14, even with that one detection on the border of 23 and 32A, we're doing pretty good.
Mr. Chairman, just Stacy, thanks a lot for the update. On a regional and national level, I know there's research going on. I haven't read much, but I know it's going on for cause detection, reduction in spread, prevalence, treatment, and maybe even prevention. Of course, that's way down the road. Can you just give just a couple minutes, if you know, what's happening nationally as far as funding, focus, and actual work?
There's been several states that have had these long-term infections, like Wyoming, Colorado. They're continuing their research into management actions and the results of having different, types of management on different populations and what that looks like. Arkansas has just completed a really big study as well, looking at a high prevalence area and what that means for harvest, and looking back what that meant from the time they first detected it and where they thought they were. And so it's a long-term disease and management takes a long time. So we're just now getting these states that have been dealing with it for decades to kind of produce information and research on what management meant and what management might work. But I have something new. Recent research as of October 24, using electron microscopy, has released images of what a prion looks like, and in the hopes of finding structural confirmation that would allow us to kind of target areas of the prion in the hopes of defeating it in the future. Again, a prion is extremely small. We have to use an electron microscope. So while we see normal cells under light microscopes, their limit is 200 nanograms of size. Not really important what nanometer actually, except 200 is seen by a light microscope. Prions are about 2. So we go to 200 to 2. So electron microscopy has been used, and we have these images that have come out of prions. So what you're seeing in that first image is what we call the seeding time. So these are the first kind of prions in a cell in a location that indicate that it's present. And from the next two images there, you see where they're actually building and attaching to those healthy prions, and they're forming these long chains. And in the third, you see more of those long chains, but also these long fibers that are built can break off within the cell and cause new seeding opportunities through the cell. And then this is kind of a reverse of the light and dark image, but this is the buildup of those prions that cause the clump. And it's those clumping that we see actual changes in tissue. So again, there's this technique that was finally able to use in human prion disease that's now reached to helping us look at specifically CWD prions. So this is a paper, again, that came out in October 24. And, lots of people don't believe it. It's not there. It's not visible by the naked eye. We have to use these special microscopes and look at the atomic level. So we have this image that was presented in this paper. Again, it's the equivalent of looking at Bigfoot in a forest, right? Like, what is it? We can't really tell what that is. But they were able to really look in even farther, and you get this fiber of this is an actual CWD fiber image. And we get to learn the structure of how they build, and there's actually a twist in it. They cross-section it. Again, you get this Bigfoot-like amoeba picture. What does it mean? They were able to use a computer to get the structure. So we have the cross-section structure of it, and then you turn it on its side, and you can see where it's just stacking on top of each other and on top of each other to form these long fibers. So this is new, came out, hopefully. Using this information, they can look at the structure, find where it's vulnerable, find therapies and therapeutic medicines or whatever, whether it's heat or targeted way to get to this structure and hopefully destroy it in the future. So right now we finally have an image of the structure of this prion. That's all I got. Oh, you don't want to see that. Never mind. Thank you. Thank you. Yep. Certainly. Okay. Yep.
Okay. Well, I think we should move on,
Yeah.
Director. Jana. This is kind of current stuff.
Yeah. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks, good morning. I'm Jana Ashling. I'm the Clearwater Region's Wildlife Manager. And today I have prepared a presentation on hemorrhagic disease and what that means for white-tailed deer populations in North Idaho. Okay. During late summer and early fall of 2025, the Clearwater and Panhandle regions experienced a widespread outbreak of hemorrhagic disease in white-tailed deer. Hemorrhagic disease outbreaks are not new or unique to North Idaho. The summer of 2025 had the perfect combination of environmental conditions for an outbreak, and as a result, 20 states reported cases of hemorrhagic disease. Today, I will briefly walk through what these diseases are, how the 2025 outbreak unfolded, and explain what it means for deer management moving forward. Hemorrhagic disease is the most important viral disease of white-tailed deer in the United States and occurs over a large part of the country. However, the frequency and severity of outbreaks varies regionally. Epizootic hemorrhagic disease, also known as EHD, and blue tongue virus cause similar clinical signs in deer and therefore are often referred to as hemorrhagic disease. Hemorrhagic disease affects both sexes and all age classes. EHD can affect other wild and domestic ruminants, including elk, mule deer, pronghorn, and cattle, although white-tailed deer are the primary host and the most susceptible. Blue tongue virus impacts are less severe on white-tailed deer than EHD, but cause illness in livestock and bighorn sheep. Hemorrhagic disease is transmitted by biting midges, or commonly referred to as no-see-ums. There is a seasonality to the outbreaks, and they typically occur in late summer and early fall when midge activity is highest. The onset of freezing temperatures in late fall affects midge populations and usually brings a sudden end to the outbreak. So I'm going to ask you to use your imagination here while I walk you through to better understand how this disease moves between deer. So here we have a pond, and imagine it's shallow, stagnant water with a muddy bank, which is an ideal breeding ground for midges. An infected deer, or this could be an elk or domestic livestock, that's the reservoir of the disease, and an uninfected deer come to drink at this pond. A midge feeds on the infected deer, the virus multiplies in the midge, and then it bites the uninfected deer. Now the disease has been transferred to another deer and it becomes infected. Another uninfected deer approaches the pond for a drink, and the same thing happens. As midge activity increases, the cycle continues until a hard frost occurs and kills the midge activity. Now, some of these deer that are infected may die from the disease, but others may survive. In the early stages of hemorrhagic disease, deer may appear lethargic, disoriented, or unresponsive to humans. They can also show signs of lameness or weakness. Deer develop a high fever and are often found near water sources attempting to relieve that high body temperature. As the disease progresses, symptoms become more severe. Deer may drool or foam at the mouth, have bloody discharge from the nose, and develop sores or lesions around their mouth. Their tongues can become swollen and in some cases take on a bluish tint. When we conduct field investigations, we typically find the chest cavity filled with hemorrhagic fluid and visible foam throughout the trachea. This disease can act very quickly, sometimes killing deer within just a day or two, so they may still appear in good body condition. In other cases, deer that survive initial infection may stop eating and gradually become thin and emaciated. Deer that do survive develop some level of immunity, but the duration of that immunity is poorly understood. Outbreaks have occurred periodically in North Idaho, but the severity of the outbreaks vary. There is likely some hemorrhagic disease die-off most years, but some are small and go undetected. Outbreaks are driven by hot, dry summers, creating stagnant pools of water, which are ideal midge breeding grounds. These conditions also congregate deer at watering holes, and the disease cycle begins. Therefore, drought conditions increase the frequency of outbreaks, and as we see more hot and dry summers, it appears outbreaks are going to be frequent and the time period in between could be shorter. The relationship between deer population density and the occurrence of hemorrhagic disease is not fully understood. This disease is not considered classically density dependent, meaning infection rates don't necessarily increase in direct proportion to deer numbers. The timing and rate of infection are strongly influenced by the presence and abundance of the midge vector. However, it's reasonable to conclude that in areas with higher deer densities, the opportunity for transmission between infected and uninfected deer through midge activity may be greater. Due to outbreaks being localized in the population dynamics of white-tailed deer, these populations typically rebound quickly, and repeated outbreaks have not represented a limiting factor to deer population growth. It's important to remember that hemorrhagic disease will remain a recurring issue for white-tailed deer in North Idaho. Before I summarize the 2025 outbreak, it's important to understand how we gather information during a hemorrhagic disease event. Most of our data comes from public reports of dead deer and communication with field staff. We rely on these observations to assess the intensity and the extent of the outbreak. When a deer showing symptoms of hemorrhagic disease is first detected, we collect samples and send them to the Washington Animal Disease Diagnostic Laboratory to confirm the virus type, either EHD or blue tongue. Once confirmed, we issue a press release and request additional reports from the public. Throughout the outbreak, we continue to share updates and prepare hunters for the upcoming season. Because we depend on confirmed or suspected mortality reports, these are the best indicators that we have of the disease's severity and spread. We don't have reliable pre- and post-outbreak population estimates for white-tailed deer, so the total number of deer lost can't be accurately determined. While past efforts have been made to estimate losses, many cases go unreported, making exact numbers impossible to know. Hemorrhagic disease was first detected in the Clearwater region on August 13th after reports of 3 dead deer in an irrigation canal south of Lewiston. Cases peaked in late August and September, which is typical timing based on the disease cycle and midge abundance. The Clearwater region received 1,084 deer mortality reports, with most reports coming from Units 8 and 8A, with additional reports from Units 11, 11A, 14, and a handful from neighboring units. During the same time, the Panhandle region began to get reports of hemorrhagic disease suspect deer around St. Mary's and began tracking reports and received a total of 386 deer mortalities, centering around Units 5 and 6, but also receiving reports in Units 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let's put 2025 in context with previous outbreaks in the Clearwater region. The 2025 outbreak we estimate is similar in severity to the 2021 outbreak based on number of reported mortalities. However, the location and hotspots of these outbreaks changed. 2021 centered around 11A, 10A, and portions of Unit 8, whereas this year it was centered around Units 8 and 8A, but 11A and 14 were once again impacted, but to a lesser degree. In the Panhandle, the 2025 outbreak resulted in a higher volume of public reports than previously documented for the region. In past years, only a handful of reports were received, whereas this year the regional office recorded those 386 reports. Here's a visual representation of the 2021 and 2025 outbreaks in the Clearwater region. Although these maps aren't directly comparable, the map on your left shows areas just simply impacted by EHD in 2021, whereas the map on your right is more of a heat map of the severity of the die-off in 2025. Although not directly comparable, it does show the differences in the locations of the die-offs between years. Deer in Unit 8A likely did not have a high level of immunity to EHD, and this area of the region supported some of the highest deer densities, and this would indicate more deer lost in local areas. Here's a map showing the distribution of hemorrhagic disease mortalities in the Panhandle region. Most reports were concentrated in units 5 and 6. Since this was the only outbreak that generated a large number of public reports, we don't have comparable data from other years. We know that hemorrhagic disease will continue in North Idaho, so what does that ultimately mean for white-tailed deer management? As I mentioned before, outbreaks tend to be in localized areas, and repeated outbreaks have not represented a limiting factor to deer population growth. These outbreaks usually occur on private lands with higher deer densities and at lower elevations, and they typically do not impact an entire unit or data analysis unit. Some deer do survive and then have an associated immunity. Because white-tailed deer populations are resilient and outbreaks, even if severe, happen at a local scale, there is natural recovery. Overall, our deer populations in North Idaho are stable, and harvest regulation adjustments are not necessary to recover populations. Although we often see a temporary dip in hunter numbers and harvest following an outbreak, overall success remains stable and typically begin increasing the following year, with full recovery occurring within about 5 years. We'll continue to monitor harvest statistics, which closely reflect population trends, and make management adjustments if needed. So let's take a look at harvest trends following a hemorrhagic disease outbreak. This graph shows the Northern Agricultural Data Analysis Unit, which includes the units most susceptible to a hemorrhagic disease. The orange bars represent the number of hunters, and the blue line shows total white-tailed deer harvest in a general any weapon season. We have each year at the bottom. I have placed an arrow indicating the 2 most severe outbreaks in the Clearwater region, the 2003 event, which was the most severe on record, followed by the 2021 outbreak. We have had other small outbreaks in other years, but at a very small local level. After both major outbreaks, you can see declines in both hunter participation and harvest, with recovery beginning in the years that follow. No regulation changes were made after the 2003 event, and after the 2021 outbreak, however, we reduced antlerless opportunity to support a quicker recovery. So in 2022, we removed 1,500 extra antlerless tags across most of these units, and in 2023, we shortened the white-tailed deer season in Unit 11A by 11 days. There are, of course, additional factors influencing harvest each year. These fluctuations are normal, but the overall pattern shows how quickly deer populations can recover without adjustments to seasons, and that as a population, it remains stable overall. Because harvest is closely tied to the number of hunters, we can also take a look at harvest success to understand what's happening. So this is the same graph, orange bars for hunter numbers, and now the purple line represents percent success. As expected, when hunter numbers drop, total harvest drops too. But what's important is that the hunters who did go out in the years following an outbreak still had strong success. After the 2003 outbreak, hunter success stayed stable and then actually increased. Following the 2021 outbreak, success dipped more sharply, but that came right after the 2020 COVID year. Even though hunter numbers didn't rise, I suspect hunter effort did. People had more time and desire to be afield. If we set that unusual 2020 bump aside, success remained stable. Looking at the long-term trend, hunter success in the Northern Agricultural Data Analysis Unit has been consistently stable despite multiple hemorrhagic disease outbreaks. White-tailed deer populations can be reliably managed through hunter harvest information as an index to population abundance and distribution. This tells us that white-tailed deer populations in the region are holding steady. Stable harvest combined with stable success provides a reliable index that white-tailed deer populations remain stable in the Northern Agricultural Data Analysis Unit. So you might be wondering, how can white-tailed deer populations recover so quickly after a severe die-off? White-tailed deer are remarkably resilient because of their high reproductive potential. In North Idaho, the majority of adult does are pregnant each year, and about 3/4 of yearling does are already breeding as well. It's also common for does to have twins and sometimes even triplets. These pregnancy rates are higher than those typically observed in elk and mule deer, underscoring the strong reproductive capacity of white-tailed deer. When nutrition is good, reproduction rates soar and populations can rebound quickly. After a hemorrhagic disease outbreak, habitat opens up, creating areas with abundant food and little competition. This not only allows surviving does to be in excellent body condition and produce more offspring, but we also tend to see deer from surrounding areas filter into these vacant habitats. Overall, North Idaho offers ideal habitat and plentiful forage, supporting strong recovery in whitetail deer populations. So to recap, hemorrhagic disease is a natural, reoccurring disease that will continue into the future. There are no wildlife management tools or strategies available to prevent or control hemorrhagic disease. Although hemorrhagic disease outbreaks in whitetail deer can be concerning, and some areas experience notable losses this year, past experience indicates that these events do not typically have long-term impacts on overall deer populations. Deer populations rebound on their own due to their high reproductive rates and the favorable habitat in North Idaho, so changes to harvest regulations are not necessary for recovery. The department will continue to monitor hunter harvest this year and assess how the 2025 hemorrhagic disease outbreak may have affected deer populations to ensure future season and bag limits remain stable. As I close, I just want to take a moment to, when these disease die-offs happen, to compliment staff. There's a lot more conversations with concerned public, and they have to continue to manage and monitor this. Regional staff and the Wildlife Health Lab really step up to do that. And I also think it's important to recognize the public and that they are instrumental in our ability to monitor this. And so really appreciate those folks calling in so we have a better idea of what's happening on the landscape. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Question?
Yes, Commissioner Roach.
You talked about the occurrence more on private than public, did you say? Has there been any research or tests done to fence off these areas and put water supplies adjacent but not in the mud or in a metal water trough or anything like that? Has that ever been tested?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Roach, I don't think that has been specifically tested, but to keep in mind that these midges can breed in tiny water holes. Mm-hmm. It can be a hoof print with some water in it where they can breed. So you're still not going to be able to completely stop that. And again, it's private property, and what folks might be willing to do is totally up to them. So I don't think it's been fully researched, but I think it would be challenging to do something like that to end hemorrhagic disease.
Yeah, I had a question. It seems like the outbreaks are when we have extremely dry years, and we seem to have a warming weather trend. So if this happens a couple years in a row, then we might need to take some management action. Is that part of the monitoring and research?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, that's an excellent question. Yes, I think this is a dynamic situation, right? It used to be a 7 to 10 year cycle typically when we would have a hemorrhagic event. That has shortened up a little bit, and right, as we see more hot and dry summers, that may change things, and so we will have to continue to monitor harvest statistics and see if there are other changes we may need to make management decisions. So, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jana, excellent presentation. What a great example of using good science to make informed decisions. I think all the commissioners, we've all heard, there's a lot of people clutching their pearls when we go into these dry cycles and we get an uptick on EHD, and you've really helped put in my mind how it actually works and ability to talk to people I deal with in Region 3. And I appreciate the department's focus on managing a population over time and not being on a ledge when there's a sudden downturn, and you're able to explain why that downturn is there and how we can expect and why we should expect it to increase. Thank you very much. Good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, I echo those comments. The only thing with this is that why it gets so heated with some people is it can be so specific to a small area. And if you're part of one of those areas, you think deer are gone forever when you get hit pretty heavy. So it's a big communication out there. So thank you. I think we're done. Okay. Wildlife Diversity Program and Funding Overview. Rex? Banks. I say that right?
Salabanks.
Salabanks, okay.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, it is now morning. We were supposed to be in the afternoon, so good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. My name is Rex Salabanks. I am the State Manager for the Department's Wildlife Diversity Program. In your packets, you have a 2-page briefing paper on the Wildlife Diversity Program and how it is funded. If you'd like to refer to that throughout the talk, you certainly could. But my presentation this morning is intended to sort of walk you through that briefing paper and take a bit of a deeper dive into some of the funding sources and revenue streams that I did not have room to put on one piece of paper. Haven't aged a bit, have I? Let's begin by first clarifying what wildlife diversity refers to. Terminology came into common usage in the 2000s as an alternative to the historically used non-game. It describes programs that focus conservation work on wildlife species that are not hunted, fished, or trapped. And it reflects the diversity of species addressed, everything from bumblebees to bighorn sheep in our case. Now, the reason I chose this particular photograph is not because I wanted you to see how happy I am when I'm not in the office. It's because it illustrates another facet about our work in addition to the diversity of species that we work on. If you look closely, I am holding a snail in my right hand. This is actually a species of snail that is a species of greatest information need in our State Wildlife Action Plan. And when it is fully grown, it is no bigger than your pinky fingernail. So some of the species we might need to collect data on are extremely small, which makes them difficult to find. They might be extremely rare, which also makes them difficult to find. Or we might know so little about others that we don't even know where they occur in the first place to even survey for them should we want to. Having said all of that, these challenges are also what makes our job so interesting, fascinating, and fun. Approximately half of the nation's state fish and wildlife agencies use the term wildlife diversity in their program name. Others use words like non-game, endangered species, biodiversity, or natural heritage program. And the Idaho Fish and Game Commission formally adopted the Wildlife Diversity Program name in May of 2011, coincidentally in this very room, and presented by yours truly nearly 15 years ago. How are we organized? We are a relatively small program in the Wildlife Bureau and have 12 staff. Headquarters staff provide support and coordination to the regions, and then regional wildlife biologists are fully integrated in every administrative region and supervised by the regional wildlife manager. I should note that not every region is necessarily set up in exactly the same way, but in most regions there is one biologist who is dedicated to focusing on wildlife diversity work and implementing the State Wildlife Action Plan, and that person would then coordinate and facilitate implementation of diversity work across the region. But however they're set up, the regions really are the operational arm of the program, primarily responsible for leading State Wildlife Action Plan implementation. The department has statutory responsibility for approximately 10,000 species of fish, wildlife, and plants. Of these, about 550 are vertebrate animals, 80% of which are non-game and therefore not hunted, fished, or trapped. The Wildlife Diversity Program's core responsibilities are to implement Idaho's State Wildlife Action Plan and to implement those elements of the department's strategic plan that relate to public trust non-game wildlife. But given how many non-game species there are in Idaho, we necessarily have to focus on some of the higher priorities, which is primarily a subset of those included in the State Wildlife Action Plan. Now, I've already mentioned the word State Wildlife Action Plan about 4 times, and I'm going to be mentioning it again. And I have a slide dedicated to it here because it is just so central to what the Wildlife Diversity Program does. I'd just like to take a minute to remind the Commission about this document. And the other briefing paper that you have in your packet is another 2-pager on the Wildlife Plan. So it provides strategic and voluntary guidance on priority conservation actions needed for species of greatest information or conservation need. It is primarily habitat-based, resulting in benefits for all fish and wildlife. And what I mean by that is, if a habitat project is designed to target a species of greatest conservation need, most other fish and wildlife species that occupy that same habitat are likely to benefit from those actions, whether they be game or non-game, species of greatest conservation need or not. The plan is also not just about non-game. It does include 37 game species of greatest conservation need, which is about 14% of the total 269 species in the document. And I think an important point to make is that many department programs funded with licensed dollars or Pittman Robertson and Dingell Johnson funds also contribute to implementation of actions in the plan. Examples include projects like fire rehab, pinyon dune removal, wetland restoration, all of which might be paid for with license, PR, or DJ funds, yet address actions with clear benefits to species of greatest conservation need. My point is that it's not just diversity funding, nor just diversity program staff that implement our plan. It is many programs across the entire agency. What are the conservation benefits of what we do? Wildlife Diversity Program staff work proactively to collect data on those species deemed to be most at risk for consideration by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for listing under the Endangered Species Act. Projects are designed to preclude the need for federal listing, thereby maintaining state-led management authority for wildlife. And this in turn provides a safe and dependable regulatory environment for industry and landowners to both invest in and operate from. And we have numerous demonstrated success stories of these benefits being realized in Idaho, including for species that you see pictured here, the northern Rocky Mountain fisher, the pygmy rabbit, and the Columbia spotted frog, all of which were deemed to not be warranted for Endangered Species Act listing in part because of department efforts, including those of diversity program staff. This is where I'll shift gears from talking about the program to instead talking more about how we're funded. And all of the numbers that I'm about to present are from our most recent fiscal year, FY25. So even though they are really just a snapshot of only a single year in time, it is very representative of a typical year in the most recent past. Our biggest source of income is from the 3 wildlife license plates that Hillary has briefed you on in the past. The elk plate is our biggest seller, followed by the bluebird and the trout plate not far behind. Combined, however, more than 100,000 plate sales generated more than $2 million in revenue in FY25. This is the first year that income has exceeded $2 million since the inception of the plate program. Thank you, Hillary and the Foundation. Those funds come into the department, and a small percentage is then transferred back out to our sister agencies. 2% to the Idaho Department of Parks and Recreation for boating and fishing access based on trout plate sales, and 2% back out to the Department of Agriculture for disease monitoring based on elk plate sales. All of the proceeds from the Bluebird plate are retained by the department. Both Wildlife and Fisheries Bureaus then draw down on these funds, with more than $1 million going specifically to the Wildlife Diversity Program. That is by far our biggest source of income. The remainder is currently unobligated and resides in an interest-bearing account with a balance that grows from year to year. A much smaller source of income compared to the wildlife license plates is the Idaho income tax checkoff. When you do your Idaho taxes, you have the opportunity to donate to the Idaho Non-Game Wildlife Fund on line 34, and the department received $50,000 from these donations in FY25 from the Idaho public. Next, I will mention a couple of federal funding programs that Wildlife Diversity Program relies on. State wildlife grants provides money to states and territories to support proactive wildlife conservation, such as research, surveys, and species and habitat management. The focus is squarely on species of greatest conservation need, identified in state wildlife action plans with the expressed intent of preventing Endangered Species Act listings. And annually appropriated by Congress, the department received more than $700,000 in FY25 to fund staff positions. So note that these grants are primarily used to fund staff positions, and that they are also an annual appropriation from Congress, and therefore subject to cuts or potentially even complete elimination. And this is an important point. Another federal program is the Cooperative Endangered Species Conservation Fund, and specifically the Traditional Section 6 program. These grants support the development and implementation of state programs to conserve and monitor resident listed, candidate, and petitioned species. Eligible activities include habitat restoration, species surveys, outreach, genetic work, development of management plans, and annually appropriated by Congress again, the department received almost $500,000 in FY25 to fund projects. So these funds are primarily used to fund projects, not positions, but are also an annual appropriation. Wildlife Diversity Program staff are currently leading projects using Section 6 funds in an effort to recover listed species such as the northern Idaho ground squirrel and yellow-billed cuckoo that you see pictured here, which would return them to state management authority, but also to hopefully avoid a listing decision under the Endangered Species Act by proactively collecting data on the pinyon jay, also pictured here, which has recently been petitioned for listing. So this slide brings it all together with the big picture view of the Wildlife Diversity Program's 4 primary income sources that I have just described: wildlife license plates, tax checkoff, state wildlife grants, and Section 6. We have an annual budget of approximately $2 million, which is just slightly more than 1% of the department's annual budget. We get about $1 million in these state and private funds, and we use those as match to leverage $1 million in those congressionally appropriated federal funds. The program receives limited revenue from the sale of hunting and fishing licenses, with a few exceptions that I will just touch on next. Our program relies on revenue primarily to fund positions. You can see in the top left-hand box that more than twice as much money is spent on personnel versus operating. Regional biologists are not 100% funded to work on diversity species, and I'll explain what I mean by that. Instead, they are integrated into broader wildlife programs with what I refer to as one-quarter time other funded. So what do I mean by that? So if you see in the regions, the staff have 9 months of state wildlife grants, explicitly to work on diversity species, species of greatest conservation need, state wildlife action plan implementation. But they also have an additional 2 months of PR and 1 month of license. This allows them to work on game species that are not included as species of greatest conservation need in the state wildlife action plan. and so that they can participate in other regional activities, such as running check stations, participating in deer captures, depredations work, or acting as duty officers, just to name a few examples. I, on the other hand, being an HQ administrator, am fully funded with wildlife license plate funds. So think of the regional wildlife biologists that are part of the diversity program as spending 3/4 of their time on state wildlife action plan implementation and the other quarter on other things related to game management. This is my final slide. What are our biggest challenges and greatest needs? The biggest challenge is this reliance on annual appropriations from Congress for federal funding, which can be subject to reduction or elimination. For example, we had a real concern earlier this year for funding, the funding for both state wildlife grants and Section 6 were going to be zeroed out of congressional funding budgets completely. This illustrates how vulnerable we are to changes in these grant programs. Secondarily, though, I would say insufficient and uncertain income streams also make long-range planning and capacity building difficult. So, therefore, our greatest need is new, dedicated, permanent revenue source that would alleviate this annual uncertainty. What we need is a dedicated funding mechanism for non-game and at-risk species, just like there are existing programs for game animals and sport fish, such as PR and DJ. So my analogy is the wildlife conservation three-legged stool that is currently propped up by PR and DJ, but which needs a third funding mechanism in order to keep all wildlife secure and stable. Exactly what this might look like, I don't know, but there have been efforts in the past to create an excise tax on bird watching equipment, for example, such as binoculars and spotting scopes, much like there is on hunting and fishing gear. So in the meantime, until something wonderful like this happens, we're currently making efforts internally within the department to shift more of our personnel costs to wildlife license plate funds, so the stable source, and so as not to be as reliant on federal funding to maintain our people, to maintain our positions. Then, in the best case scenario, where federal funds continue to be appropriated, we could shift those federal funds more to operating costs to pay for projects instead of people. And this would, in a way, if you think about it, be a real win-win situation by keeping the wildlife diversity program whole and at the same time having the operating funds to deliver conservation efforts on the ground, more broadly across all bureaus and all programs, and possibly even with our partners too. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director, on that uplifting closing note, I will conclude my presentation and be happy to stand for any questions.
Mr. Chairman, not a question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not a question, but perhaps an observation. Rex, thank you very much. It's an important program, and I don't believe it can ever be overstated, as a matter of fact. I recently spoke to a pretty large gathering in McCall, and I did bring up a PRDJ template. Don't know what it looks like. Don't know what the formula would be for distribution. But it could have a seismic effect on funding, and in a way that would allow us to really put a foundation under this program. I know from my last years as a land manager, the crush of folks out on the ground just simply demonstrates the interest in non-game species. We know where the hunters, anglers, trappers are, hopefully always will be, but the amount of folks out there looking at non-game, whether it's invertebrates or frogs, is just tremendous. And just those two categories alone, I'm not trying to be cute but they're a bellwether, if you will, or a canary in the coal mine, for other things. When we see issues with invertebrates and you follow that issue up, perhaps we have an advanced notice on where we should make management adjustments, pull some levers that affect species higher up on the food chain. So anyway, I'm a big supporter of this program, and perhaps in the future we can have a PRDJ template AKA backpack tax, that could put a lot of programs out there. I want to say, I've thought about this a lot, and I would love to see, and I mean, being a citizen in the West, I would love to see a formula, if that ever comes about, that channels that money to rural counties, county commissions, whoever, who are shouldering the burden of folks coming out, 2 and 3 times as many. I think Owyhee County is a great example, where the Treasure Valley goes out on weekends year-round now. It's not just hunting season, trapping, fishing. And they're very ill-equipped. Their population isn't large enough to provide a tax base. This would do so much for wildlife management, as well as rural counties' ability to manage people that are coming to utilize these working landscapes. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Murphy, thank you for those comments. Truly appreciate it.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, Avian Predation Management Plan. Joe, how do you pronounce his name? Kazofka.
Just say Joe
Michelle
K.
Commons Kimmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. Can I please have you look at the screen? Rhetorically, what are your thoughts? Is it a disdain?
Piscivorous.
Is it appreciation for a large native bird or disdain for a fish eater? Perspectives vary between fisheries and wildlife biologists, between state and federal land management agencies, and between anglers and bird watchers. And that's why we're here today to talk about how the department plans to address bird-fish conflicts in the future. Thank you for having me here. My name is Michelle Kemner. I am a wildlife ecologist in our wildlife diversity program. I am one of the diversity dozen. And one of my charges is is to manage our non-game migratory birds. So first, I will introduce you to pelicans and cormorants and summarize the history of pelicans because they have been the focus of bird-fish conflicts in the state. I'll describe the department's previous efforts to manage pelican-fish conflicts through a species management approach. And then Joe will walk you through the development of our avian predation management plan. So there are about 20 species of piscivorous birds in bird species in Idaho. That is, diet is primarily made up of fish. Similar to ducks and geese, these birds are federally protected under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, and therefore management authority is administered by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and that makes it illegal for anyone to lethally remove migratory birds without a valid permit. Today we will focus primarily on pelicans and cormorants. So pelicans and cormorants are colonial nesting water birds. Pelicans are long-lived, are the second largest bird in North America behind the California condor, and nest primarily on the ground on isolated islands in lakes and reservoirs. Cormorants are social, adaptable species that nest in trees or on the ground, next to or over water on both natural and artificial structures, as you see in this photo. Pelicans typically feed within 3.5 feet of the water's surface, and although they primarily feed on non-game fish, they are opportunistic and select sites and prey that are readily available. Let's see how they're feeding there. Cormorants dive from the surface and pursue their prey underwater, generally slow-moving or schooling fish in shallow open water. So I'm going to take you all the way back to really get you a picture of how this all started. In the early 20th century, there were 24 pelican colonies on natural lakes and human-created reservoirs in the western U.S., comprising of approximately 60,000 birds. Water diversion and alteration of marshes for agriculture destroyed or degraded many colonies. Additionally, recreational fishing and boating caused direct disturbance at colonies and anglers frequently shot adults and destroyed nests, hoping to increase fish availability for harvest. The Migratory Bird Treaty Act was passed in 1918 and was created to protect migratory bird populations from overhunting and trade. However, pelicans and other piscivorous birds continue to be persecuted due to perceived threats around recreational fisheries. In the 1960s, increased use of insecticides, primarily DDT in the western U.S., caused thinning of eggshells and thus reproductive failure in many bird species, including pelicans. By the late 1970s, the western population of pelicans had declined to 8 breeding colonies and 16,000 individuals. DDT was banned in the U.S. in the early 1970s, but with its persistence in the environment, pelicans did not begin to positively respond until the 1980s. During this time, federally protected national wildlife refuges and other land management agencies began to focus on protecting their colonial waterbird colonies, primarily by reducing human-related disturbance. With decreased DDT exposure and decreased human disturbance, pelican abundance began to rebound across the U.S. in the 1990s. Pelican colonies in Idaho followed a similar story. A small colony was established on Minidoka National Wildlife Refuge shortly after construction of the Minidoka Dam in the early 1900s. It was inactive between the 1950s and the late 1980s. Similarly, a colony formed on Blackfoot Reservoir shortly after construction in 1910. Anglers successfully deterred nesting at Blackfoot between the 1930s and 1960s. In the late 1980s, pelicans reestablished at the Minidoka colony, and pelicans were observed at Blackfoot Reservoir, but no nesting occurred at Blackfoot until predators were removed from the nesting island in 1991. By the early 2000s, abundance increased dramatically in Idaho. Ground zero for Idaho's bird-fish conflicts has been Blackfoot Reservoir. The increase in pelicans at the Blackfoot breeding colony coincided with a decrease in the number of Yellowstone cutthroat trout. The Yellowstone cutthroat trout fishery, specifically the cutthroats that migrate upriver to spawn, initially collapsed in the 1980s due primarily to overharvest. And by 1998, harvest closed in the Blackfoot River above the reservoir. The cutthroat population increased following the closure, and after a successful spawning run in 2001, the population collapsed again. Management of Yellowstone cutthroat trout had not changed. This time, the collapse coincided with low reservoir levels and the dramatic increase in the number of pelicans in the system. Pelicans were likely attracted to the abundance of non-game fish exposed due to the low water, but that also meant increased exposure and vulnerability of Yellowstone cutthroat trout to predation during the spawning run. Sure enough, in 2004, bird scarring was prevalent on 70% of the adult cutthroats migrating up the Blackfoot River. Staff implemented numerous hazing techniques to deter pelicans from the lower river, including using pyrotechnics to scare birds and stringing monofilament lines across the river. However, the department felt it necessary to take more aggressive actions. Therefore, in 2005, the department obtained a scientific collection permit from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that allowed for the lethal removal of up to 50 pelicans to determine whether lethal removal would deter pelicans from continuing to use the area. With continued hazing and lethal removal of adult birds, pelican numbers at the hazing site decreased, but overall pelican numbers remained the same. In 2009, the department developed the first pelican management plan with the goal of reducing predation pressure on spawning cutthroats in the Blackfoot system while maintaining a viable population of pelicans. During the life of the first pelican plan, destruction of nest bowls prior to egg laying, use of flattery and installation of nest exclusion fences, and deployment of pyrotechnics were non-lethal tools used to reduce bird presence at the Blackfoot colony. Non-lethal tools do not require a permit from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to implement. At this time, fisheries staff collected data on pelican predation rates on Yellowstone cutthroat trout in the Blackfoot system. Preliminary results indicated predation rates were sufficient to conclude that pelicans were likely impacting the recovery of Yellowstone cutthroat trout. This information was used to obtain a depredation permit from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that allowed for the lethal removal of up to 75 adults and 500 nests. Lethal removal was used in conjunction with non-lethal hazing. In 2012, a new pelican colony formed at Island Park Reservoir in the Upper Snake region, possibly in response to the extensive hazing at Blackfoot Reservoir. Increased pelican abundance meant increased birdfish conflicts. Fisheries research staff embarked on numerous studies to better understand predation impacts by pelicans on both native trout and hatchery-released trout across southern Idaho. When considering the pelican plan revision, staff understood that the next plan would need to address additional pelican fish conflicts outside the Blackfoot system. In 2015, the Commission approved a 10-year management plan for the conservation of American white pelicans that included management actions across the state. Similar to the previous plan, the overarching goal was to reduce pelican fish conflicts while maintaining a healthy, viable pelican population. Pelican objectives included no new colonies and reduce abundance through various hazing efforts or lethal take as authorized by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Management actions continued in the southeast region and were implemented in the Upper Snake and Magic Valley regions. Since the 2016 plan was implemented, it became apparent that bird-fish conflicts were not limited to pelicans. Research showed that predation by cormorants and pelicans affected angler catch rates of hatchery-released trout across southern Idaho. The Nez Perce tribe began hazing cormorants and pelicans at their hatchery-release sites in the Clearwater River, and regional staff voiced concerns about increased piscivorous bird-fish conflicts that were not necessarily related to pelicans. When staff considered revising the pelican management plan, it became evident that single-species management was not the proper mechanism to address predator-prey conflicts, and that it was more appropriate to manage these bird-fish conflicts by implementing the department's policy for avian and mammalian predation, and therefore we chose to develop a predation management plan. I will now hand it over to Joe.
Thank you, Michelle, for the introduction. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks, I'm Joe Kozefka. I'm the State Fisheries Manager and a colleague of Michelle's. I'm going to start my presentation and remind you of a policy that exists that was adopted in 2000. This is our policy for avian and mammalian predation management. It's found on our website in case anybody wants to review it. And it provides staff with direction in managing predator populations consistent with meeting objectives for prey populations. Within this policy, which is a couple pages long, it directs us to clearly define the problem, conduct a risk assessment on doing nothing or thoroughly managing the conflict, and then asks us to lay out a program for addressing these conflicts. These predation management plans are required to be reviewed and updated annually, so we can be more nimble if we have to adjust these programs through time rather than some of these plans which are 6 or 10 years in duration. So before you, we are reviewing our current draft of our predation management plan for piscivorous birds. The first part of the plan is a broad overview. It includes that risk assessment, expected outcomes, effects to a various group of stakeholders. It includes our monitoring techniques for both piscivorous birds and for relevant fish populations. It reviews our deterrent strategies, which Michelle pointed out many of those in her presentation, and details the cost of these statewide. After that first half of the plan, it then goes into location-specific approaches, many of which are regional chapters. And I'm going to walk through each of those right now. First of all, it's important to note, and as we all well know, that Idaho's anadromous fishes migrate out of the state to get to the ocean. And we have our first chapter is on piscivorous bird predation of primarily salmon and steelhead smolts as they migrate through the lower Snake, Columbia River, and through the estuary. Predation of these outmigrating smolts can be high in certain years under certain conditions, even up to 50% at times at maximum values. Since predation rates of those magnitudes were recognized, there's been more aggressive attempts to mitigate these predation instances in the lower river, and these have included efforts to reduce Caspian tern abundance, reduce predation of those, work on cormorant predation. As some progress has been noted in those, there's been sort of unintended consequences where bird populations were moved to areas where they're actually more impactful. And while some predation was reduced, other forms of predation were actually increased. So it's been sort of like squeezing a half-filled balloon, and every time that progress is made, some sort of unintended consequence has occurred. This is still at the forefront of managers' mind, and there are many efforts going on to address predation of smolts as they migrate through these lower rivers. In addition to smolt predation, more recently, pelicans have learned to prey upon sockeye salmon, one of our smaller adult returning anadromous fishes, as they ascend in the ladder. So it's not just limited to smolts. And then this is only within the last couple of years that this has occurred. Our department has been very aggressive in trying to encourage more adequate interventions of these predation in these downriver management forums. However, these are sort of outside of our authority, involves other states, NOAA, the Corps, and so forth. I'm going to move on and talk about the Clearwater region very briefly, and I'll acknowledge that we are skipping the Chairs region right away. We do acknowledge that we have pelicans in the Panhandle region and other piscivorous birds. However, we do not have documented substantial effects to any fishery at this time. We are beginning to monitor pelicans, specifically on Coeur d'Alene Lake, to see whether or not we should be concerned. However, this is in the very early phases. We don't suspect an effect, and so we did not write a chapter on Region 1. Moving on to the Clearwater region, we do have increasing presence of pelicans and cormorants on the Clearwater and Snake Rivers. We are fairly early in our assessments of whether or not this is impactful, and to learn whether or not this is impactful, the first step is to monitor abundance, determine where they are foraging, and then to assess predation rates through time. It's also important to point out that the Nez Perce tribe is very, very concerned about these matters, has a piscivorous bird management biologist, and is beginning to haze, especially at some of the stocking locations already. And so we plan to collaborate with them in the future and also learn more about some of these aspects here in the coming years. The Southwest region does have fairly abundant piscivorous bird populations, including pelicans and cormorants, especially located in the summer times at Cascade Reservoir, Lake Lowell, and CJ Strike Reservoir. We know they're there. We know they eat a lot of fish. However, we still are able to have very robust recreational fisheries in those locations. We've been able to stock larger trout and shift our stocking patterns to later in the year and avoid massive collapses in any of those fisheries. The largest conflict that we're actually worried about in the Southwest region is the presence of cormorants at community fishing waters. We have a lot of community fishing waters. Cormorants have figured out that we stock a lot of catchable sized rainbow trout there. They camp out at these stocking locations, and we've seen and documented in other locations reduced catches of rainbow trout when cormorants feed heavily on some of these locations. And so we are currently assessing cormorant use and beginning to engage with city parks departments on potential management options to either haze or potentially work on securing depredation permits for cormorants. The Magic Valley region, as Michelle pointed out earlier, contains the largest pelican colony in the state, which is at Minidoka National Wildlife Refuge. We are only able to participate in monitoring efforts of pelicans on Minidoka National Wildlife Refuge. We are not allowed access for either lethal take or egg oiling or any form of population management on Minidoka. So that leaves us managing pelican predation off refuge, and we are aggressively hazing pelicans that are targeting vulnerable populations of important recreational fishes. This includes at Silver Creek, where a study that was recently completed concluded that pelicans can consume about 35% of the adult trout annually. Surprisingly, those populations of wild rainbows and browns are fairly stable, but 35% is at pretty close to the tipping point of where you're going to see reduced abundance over time. So we are aggressively hazing, primarily using contracted services through USDA's Wildlife Services. And they haze using professional staff from May through mid-July. This includes all hours of the day intensively for those time periods. And we're continuing to watch to make sure that predation doesn't increase and tip that population. Also, pelicans have learned to target spawning runs of kokanee at Anderson Ranch Reservoir, and we are using some of this hazing contracted service to focus on predation of adult kokanee as they're ascending the South Fork Boise to attempt to spawn, and that's been effective at low reservoir levels with hazing activity. Blackfoot in Chesterfield, as Michelle mentioned, is our second largest colony. Through time, actually over the last 20 years, we've gradually learned more and been able to secure more authority to take and manage pelicans in this conflict in the southeast region. We are being more aggressive through time, but it's a systematic step up every couple of years. We are now going to dissuade all pelican nesting, or at least attempt to dissuade all pelican nesting in the southeast region. And we will non-lethally haze and lethally take. Non-lethal will include hazing birds prior to nesting, and we will haze while they're trying to attempt to feed on cutthroat in their migratory pathway up to their spawning areas and in the juvenile rearing areas. So this will involve hazing in river. We are and will continue to work on improving habitat conditions that will make pelicans less effective, and we're going to monitor trout survival. In addition to that, annually we have the authority to lethally take adults, up to 75 there, and eggs from up to 450 nests. Those lethal take authorities were, I would say, hard won and have sort of changed the game for allowing us to address this conflict here in the southeast region. Similarly, in the upper Snake region, we're continuing to be more aggressive. We're going to manage for zero nests at Trude Island on Island Park Reservoir. This will include hazing during the pre-nesting phase and restricting nesting access in the area where birds can actually nest. And commonly here, we also get assistance from grizzly bears who have found these breeding colony locations and often prey upon eggs or juvenile pelicans. In addition to that, we will actively haze pelicans from high-profile locations or locations where fish are vulnerable, such as the tributary mouths on Henry's Lake. We alluded to this earlier. In the salmon region, staff are most worried right now about heron predation of out-migrating salmonids, Chinook, steelhead, sockeye. Herons can be a substantial predator of out-migrating salmonids. You can see some of the rookeries in the lower left there. You can see 5 or 6 herons post up on a riffle, likely feeding on out-migrating smolts. Staff have found lots of pit tags and floyd tags under some of these rookery locations, but we stock a lot of pit tags, and we've done that for a lot of years, and so we're not sure yet whether or not the number of pit tags that we found translates to meaningful predation from sort of one cohort for one species, and we're currently processing that data. It would likely require publication before we could conclude whether or not that was meaningful and decide on our future path on great blue herons in the salmon region. This is my last slide before we get to lunch here. So over this 20-year period and sort of in the near future, we're going to implement more aggressive techniques, yet we're going to be responsible for these native birds. We've definitely improved our understanding of the effects of predation, where it occurs, how much over time. We will compile a statewide summary report annually. We're going to inform the public of these predation management efforts, and we will continue to alter these management strategies as needed in the future. It's been very adaptive through time. Almost annually, we have to alter these strategies. These birds are very adaptable. Anytime you pressure them, they move or change or do something. And then we plan to come back and periodically update the commission of meaningful changes in this program. And that concludes my presentation, and Michelle and I stand before you for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, Director Fredericks, thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is Kenny Randall, and I'm a regional wildlife biologist in the Panhandle. Today, I'm excited to share with you the next installment of the State of Deer and Elk series entitled The History of White-tailed Deer in Idaho. I'll start by providing an overview. I'll begin with a background on the documented history of white-tailed deer in Idaho. It's important to note that this history was gleaned using historical accounts from settlers and historian opinion, although many of the intricacies of white-tailed deer populations were not fully understood or empirically recorded. I will then transition into the current state of white-tailed deer in Idaho. This section will cover some of the challenges facing white-tailed populations today, followed by the work Idaho Fish and Game is conducting to address these problems. I will cover current research and work being implemented to better understand and manage this resource, and I will conclude this presentation with a recap of what we know about the story of white-tailed deer from past to present. In Idaho, archaeological records of deer, both mule and whitetail, date back thousands of years. Deer comprise 79% of all big game remains uncovered during archaeological digs in the Clearwater River Basin and 29% of big game remains uncovered in the Snake River Basin. Native American tribes, such as the Upper and Lower Kootenai Indians, relied on deer as part of their diets, in addition to other wild game, such as bighorn sheep, bears, elk, and moose. Trappers, explorers, and pioneers added to our knowledge of white-tailed deer distributions in Idaho in the early 1800s, arguably the most famous account stemming from the Lewis and Clark expedition as they traveled across Idaho. Have but few elk or black-tailed deer and the common red deer, whitetails, they cannot take as they secrete themselves in the brush when pursued. Meriwether Lewis, August of 1805, while traversing the Lemhi Valley. However, other accounts of white-tailed deer in other parts of the state were not far behind. George W. Goodhart documented his harvest of 2 white-tailed deer on Mink and Bannock Creeks in southeastern Idaho between 1860 and 1868. And in 1878, Charles Winkler reported white-tailed deer as common along the Upper Weiser River when his family settled in the Council Valley. Despite their wide distributions at that time, whitetails did not necessarily exist at high densities in all parts of the state. For instance, while traversing the Bitterroot Mountains, game was so scarce that the Lewis and Clark expedition was forced to kill and eat a colt from their party to avoid starvation. Here we were compelled to kill a colt for our men and selves, to eat for the want of meat, and we named the South Fork Cold Kill Creek, and this river we call the Flathead River, which is the Locksaw. Meriwether Lewis, September of 1805, while traversing Colt Killed Creek in the Bitterroot Mountains. It was not until the party reached the Weite Prairie did they find food, which included salmon, dried camas, and berries provided to them by members of the Nez Perce tribe. At that time, wild game, including white-tailed deer, were scarce across the reaches of today's Clearwater region. White-tailed deer are highly adaptable and resilient, capable of carving out a living in small fragments of suitable habitat across diverse landscapes. Yet habitat quality plays an extremely important role in both expanding and suppressing populations. In southern Idaho, white-tailed deer distribution was tied directly to the presence of beaver. Over the course of countless years, beavers manipulated and dammed waterways, resulting in the expansion of riparian habitats, characterized by high water tables, wet and fertile soils, abundant forage resources, and dense tree canopies dominated by willows and cottonwoods. These habitats provided stable food sources and hiding cover, promoting the growth and expansion of white-tailed deer along waterway corridors through otherwise arid landscapes. Records of white-tailed deer are available across southern Idaho throughout the 1800s. For example, in the 1880s, Oregon historian and writer Thompson Elliott described the plains along the Snake River in Owyhee County as the favorite resort of blacktail, whitetail, and antelope. William Schnabel of Caldwell also reported seeing hundreds of white-tailed deer on the Snake River Plain around 1880, and homesteader Ellis Hartley observed white-tailed deer along the Little Weezer River in Indian Valley, Washington, and Adams counties in 1892. In contrast, early reports of white-tailed deer in the north paired them with forest edge habitats, including the banks of rivers and lakes. It is assumed that the surrounding mature conifer forests effectively shrouded sunlight from penetrating to the forest floor, resulting in very low production of forage capable of supporting deer. In 1810, David Thompson wrote descriptions of brush antelope, which we now know as whitetails, along the banks of the Clark Fork River. The contrast in habitat conditions and their effects on white-tailed deer from north to south in the early 1800s is a critical piece of the white-tailed deer story. As Idaho was settled and resources uncovered across the state, human actions would shape the landscape and alter the trajectories of white-tailed deer populations dramatically. White-tailed deer in southern Idaho received their first substantial blow in the early 1800s. Beaver felt was in high demand for its use in clothing and fashion, and companies such as the Hudson Bay Company and Northwest Fur Company sought to capitalize on that demand by employing trappers to provide beaver from western states. This incentivized trappers to explore the waterways of Idaho. Beaver trapping boomed through the mid-1800s, and trappers had substantially reduced beaver numbers in Idaho by the 1850s. On the Snake River alone, 85,000 beaver were trapped between 1818 and 1827. Without their engineers, waterways began to change. This process was expedited by settlers filtering into Idaho during the mid and late 1800s, who quickly recognized the value of riparian habitats in their fertile floodplains for growing crops and grazing livestock. Settlers began removing beaver dams, trees, and willows to make way for their own agrarian pursuits. As landscapes changed, so did the presence of white-tailed deer. In reference to the settlement of Lemhi County, George E. Shoup said, "The smaller white-tailed deer, often referred to as brush deer, confine themselves to bottomlands of brush and meadow. In early settlement of the Lemhi bottomlands, these deer were considered a pest by the settler." A.W. Lamson of Mackay remarked that white-tailed deer inhabited the bottomlands of the Big Lost River until about 1900, and concerning the declines in southern Idaho whitetails, Jerry Thiessen stated that by 1910, destruction of habitat, coupled with the efficiency of repeating rifles, had all but removed white-tailed deer from the large tracts of southern Idaho that they'd previously inhabited. These changes left a lasting mark on southern Idaho's white-tailed deer. Like southern Idaho, changing landscape significantly changed the presence of white-tailed deer in the north. A series of mineral strikes in the mid to late 1800s brought settlers north of the Salmon River, chasing their own fortunes. Following these strikes, mining towns emerged, including Pierce in 1860, Coeur d'Alene in 1881, and Kellogg in 1885. As mining operations took hold of northern Idaho, lumber was required to support them. Additionally, settlers followed these operations, and farmers and ranchers took to the lowlands of valleys and river bottoms and began making way for crops and grazing pasture, just as the events unfolding to the south. By the 1880s, northern Idaho timber was in high demand. The Northern Pacific Railroad was being constructed across northern Idaho and meeting the demands for wooden trestles and railroad ties were Idaho's expansive forests. As the corner was turned into the 19th century, logging operations in northern Idaho began to move at a faster rate. For reference, in 1899, there were 56 million board feet of timber cut primarily for local use in the forests of northern Idaho. By 1903, 15 sawmills were running in Coeur d'Alene alone, and by 1904, 200 million board feet of timber were harvested. However, that volume pales in comparison to the 900 million board feet harvested in 1925. Harvest would not slow until the Great Depression took hold in the late 1920s, yet 600 million board feet were still milled in 1938. At the same time as logging operations began to boom, fires began opening forest canopies. Large portions of North Idaho's forests went up in flames, thanks in part to years of built-up fuels that came with maturing forests. The 1910 Big Burn epitomized these fires with the eruption of 1.9 million acres of forest north of the Salmon River. However, in 1919, another 1 million acres burned, and other large fires continued to scorch North Idaho forests into the 1930s and 1940s. These rapid changes to previously dense forests brought with them a suite of benefits for all ungulates, including whitetails. As sunlight began to penetrate the forest floor, forbs, shrubs, and grasses began to grow. This growth provided more forage in more places, acting as a catalyst for population eruptions. As time marched into the 1900s, white-tailed deer continued their varying trajectories from north to south. Those trajectories being set by the habitat changes accompanying Idaho's settlement, which were unfolding around them. White-tailed deer populations disappeared or dropped to extremely low levels in southern Idaho, hindered by the loss of crucial habitats. For example, the map featured here was an addition to the 1943 big game regulations. Although white-tailed deer and mule deer are collectively represented under a single deer symbol on this map, signifying places of occurrence with reference to seasons crammed into the margins, the symbol is absent from many portions of southern Idaho, despite documented accounts existing prior to 1900. In contrast, white-tailed deer in the north were poised to realize the value of early successional habitats at the turn of the century. Because they were previously relegated to forest edges, populations were kept low by carrying capacity and by means of subsistence and illegal harvest in these more easily accessible portions of the landscape. However, logging and forest fires drew new edges, replaced dark timber stands with brush fields, forbs, and grasses, and permitted white-tailed deer to escape their proximity to people. These disturbances coalesced to create incredibly productive habitat, and deer and elk populations boomed in their wake. Around the turn of the century, an emerging fish and game department was also taking shape. In 1899, a 4-deer bag limit was established, and by 1903, a hunting license required. Hunting seasons would periodically be closed at the county level during the 1900s when game numbers were low. In 1942, the first game management unit was created, and by 1959, the entire state divided into that framework as we know it today. Coupled with early successional habitats, game populations thrived. In a 1950 interview, Vern Perry of Hayden Lake said, "Deer were scarce in the valley from 1917 to 1933, but are common everywhere now. Everyone had a hound, and they ran deer all year around. Constantly killing, legally and illegally, kept the numbers down too. In the early days, deer were killed for meat at the fort, and I recall seeing sleigh loads of venison hauled into Coeur d'Alene prior to World War I. Early logging and big fires opened up the dense timber and made conditions more favorable for the deer." These changes occurred in tandem with rigorous predator control programs targeting species from magpies to mountain lions. Applications of targeted predator removal and bounty programs fulfilled their intended purpose and greatly reduced predator numbers across the state. For the first time since settlers flocked to northern Idaho in pursuit of mining fortunes, game populations were thriving beyond the dreams of Idahoans. However, these population explosions brought about new concerns for wildlife managers, including fears of overabundance and habitat degradation. Amidst growing concerns of overabundant whitetails in the north, paired with sportsmen and public desire to see whitetails restored to their ranges further south, the department began an intensive capture and transport program. An article from the Idaho Statesman, dated February 18, 1948, read, 9 white-tailed deer, believed to be the first ever trapped in Idaho, were on a new range in the southwestern section of the state Tuesday. They were the first to be transplanted from the one-time Navy training station at Farragut. Officials of the state game department said they will continue their efforts to thin the deer herd in the Farragut area by transplanting to more favorable range. By 1950, the biennial report from the department stated that 85 ear-tag white-tailed deer had been captured and transplanted, in addition to 21 captured whitetails that were tagged and released at capture sites to provide greater insights into local white-tailed deer movements. In 1955, 229 white-tailed deer had been trapped at the Farragut WMA and moved across the state. Places such as the South Fork of the Snake River, Teton River, above Teton River drainage, Payette River above banks, and the Nez Perce Bird Refuge all received between 10 and 64 white-tailed deer. Despite a tremendous amount of effort exerted by the department translocating whitetails to their historic ranges, success appears limited. Headlines in local newspapers added to the hype of whitetails returning to portions of southern Idaho. However, it's unclear what happened to many of them. The hopes of establishing whitetails in southern Idaho and providing hunting opportunities like those found in the north were well-intentioned, but the results appear minimal. Widespread changes to habitats previously supporting these animals likely made it difficult for deer to find the resources required to survive and establish, leading to low success. As time progressed into the latter half of the 20th century, white-tailed deer populations in the north continued to grow, coasting off the benefits of improved habitat, lower predation risks, and the seasons and enforcement that accompanied state management. At this time, whitetails and mule deer were managed together under the collective term deer by the state. During the 1950s and 1960s, Idaho wildlife managers began to fear that deer populations were expanding too quickly. In addition to restocking efforts, liberal harvest seasons were established to help rectify that problem. By the 1970s, fears of declining mule deer populations resulted in shorter hunting seasons in areas where mule deer comprised the majority of harvest. However, longer deer seasons were maintained in areas where white-tailed deer harvest was greatest. It was not until 1974, when the first species-specific deer season was established in the Clearwater, when white-tailed deer season was open, but mule deer season closed in Game Management Unit 11. In the 1980s, agricultural depredations became a substantial issue. The seasons were again liberalized in response to these concerns. In 1985, late-season white-tailed deer opportunity was expanded to 7 additional Clearwater units, allowing for late-season opportunity in 14 units of the Clearwater and 9 of the Panhandle. In the 1990s, white-tailed deer began to feel the pressure of increased harvest. Mule deer seasons in southern Idaho continued to shrink in response to widespread droughts, and these events harbored enough concerns amongst citizens of the Clearwater that the department responded by instituting the Clearwater Deer Tag. This tag favored regional white-tailed deer hunters and remained in effect until 2005, at which time it was replaced with the broader statewide white-tailed deer tag. Hunters during this period reaped the rewards of rapidly expanding deer populations. Statewide estimates of combined mule and white-tailed deer harvest skyrocketed from lows of around 10,000 deer in 1935 to approximately 75,000 deer by the early 1960s. Estimates of white-tailed deer harvest also grew independent of mule deer harvest between the 1970s and 1990s, until a series of particularly harsh winters knocked back white-tailed deer populations in the northern reaches of the state. At the same time, Idaho began directing work to better understand this valuable resource and the hunters who dedicated their falls to pursuing them. Studies were conducted to determine what made these populations tick, including what killed white-tailed deer, what habitats were used by deer, and the age structure of harvested deer. In addition, the department began turning to the state's hunters for input on managing whitetail through public opinion surveys, which were used to guide the development of statewide management plans and shape subsequent season-setting outcomes. Management plans articulate the goals of the department and provide direction to managers to help ensure the sustainable use of a resource. For whitetails, the plans also outline harvest-based monitoring approaches to tracking changes in white-tailed deer populations. Trends in harvest and hunter effort data provide valuable insights into the trajectories of white-tailed deer populations when considered in tandem with one another. Other factors such as changes in tag numbers or opportunity can also influence these data, emphasizing the need for context during interpretation. These criteria are critical to whitetail management and relied upon by numerous agencies overseeing whitetails across their range. Because of the dense vegetation that characterizes much of the habitat that whitetails occupy, traditional methods of counting animals to estimate populations, such as aerial surveys, do not work in Idaho. From the statewide perspective, events resulting in changing white-tailed deer populations are readily detectable in harvest data. For example, white-tailed deer harvest exceeded 20,000 deer per year for the first time in the early 1990s and has hovered around that benchmark since. Low spots in the harvest data are readily detectable, particularly following events like the harsh winters of 1996 and 1997 that dramatically reduced white-tailed deer survival in northern Idaho. Detections of these events add to the validity of these metrics for tracking white-tailed deer populations. Today, northern Idaho continues to support most of the state's white-tailed deer. Over the last 15 years, more than 75% of the state's total white-tailed deer harvest has been contributed to the northern agriculture and northern forest data analysis units in the Clearwater and Panhandle regions alone, highlighting the disparity for white-tailed deer opportunity and distribution across the state. Although statewide harvest has remained relatively stable in recent decades, there are still challenges on the horizon. Just as in the early 1800s, loss of habitat continues to impact white-tailed deer populations. In the absence of large-scale stand-replacing fires, the timbered portions of northern Idaho are dependent upon forestry practices to open canopies and reset forest succession. However, timber production in Idaho has slowed significantly since the 1970s and 1980s, and the concept of resetting hundreds of thousands of acres, let alone millions, is a tall order. As a result, the habitat and food required to grow and sustain these populations is being lost to forest succession and maturing timber. Another fitting example of the challenges imposed today on white-tailed deer is the expansion of urban areas and the loss of habitat it entails. The grayscale aerial imagery collected by the U.S. Army shows the urban footprint of West Coeur d'Alene in 1950. On the right is aerial imagery from eastern Coeur d'Alene gathered in 2022. Although we have plenty of urban deer challenges today, the habitat that once existed is largely unrecognizable between these images. The photograph here, featured in the 1953 issue of the Idaho Wildlife Review, entitled The 1952 Big Game Harvest, shows a tremendous buck with the caption, "Les Pangolin, big game biologist, measures a whitetail rack with 13 recognized points on each antler." The deer was taken in the Coeur d'Alene region. Whitetail comprised approximately 10% of the total deer taken in Idaho. Undoubtedly, the buck featured was an anomaly at that time, and by no means the average. However, there is also no doubt that that buck was a product of the quality habitats available to him. In conjunction with growing cities, Idaho's roadways are expanding and becoming busier. This map shows the individual locations of reported white-tailed deer salvaged by citizens since 2010. Thousands of reports litter Idaho's roadways, concentrated in the north, but found throughout the state. This map only features white-tailed deer that were reported, and we can only assume that the number of unreported deer is equally, if not more, concerning. As Idaho's population continues to grow, traffic on roadways will only increase, amplifying a year-round source of mortality for Idaho's whitetails and other wildlife. Unfortunately, poaching also continues to be an issue. Headlines like those presented here are common on Idaho Fish and Game's newsfeed and reflect a tremendous challenge that push enforcement to capacity. Illegally harvested animals could have been the trophies of other Idaho hunters. The antlers hung on the walls, the meat filling the freezers, and the stories being shared amongst friends and families of those who did it the right way. As a publicly owned resource, poachers steal from all of us, and these issues continue to challenge Idaho and its wildlife. Lastly, a list of challenges would be incomplete without mention of disease. Hemorrhagic diseases, including epizootic hemorrhagic disease and blue tongue virus, have been responsible for claiming thousands of white-tailed deer in Idaho. A study conducted by McLaughlin et al. In 1992 found antibodies for blue tongue virus in Idaho deer between 1979 and 1981. Since that time, multiple outbreaks of hemorrhagic diseases have impacted Idaho's whitetails. It's believed that thousands of deer fell victim to an EHD outbreak in 2003 along the Clearwater River near Kamei. In 2021, another outbreak again claimed thousands of deer along the Clearwater River, with reports gathered as far north as the Panhandle region. Unfortunately, Idaho's most recent reprieve from hemorrhagic diseases was short-lived. During the fall of 2025, the Clearwater region confirmed EHD, and the Panhandle region confirmed both EHD and blue tongue virus, with public reporting alone detailing the loss of nearly 1,500 deer. Although mass deaths are less punctuated than those of an EHD outbreak, chronic wasting disease poses another threat to Idaho's whitetails. First detected in 2021, CWD has since been documented in white-tailed deer in both the Panhandle and Clearwater regions. CWD is an always fatal, transmissible disease with strong repercussions for deer populations if not aggressively managed. Managing and monitoring the disease also requires significant inputs from management agencies and takes time and resources away from other management priorities. It's easy to get caught up in the challenges facing Idaho's whitetails. Fortunately, white-tailed deer populations are resilient and productive. Populations rebound more quickly following low points than those of mule deer or elk, especially in quality habitats and during periods of mild environmental conditions. Additionally, the department directs an incredible number of resources and effort to better understanding and managing these deer. Last year alone, just shy of 50,000 hunters took to the field with the hopes of harvesting a whitetail, and 40% of hunters were able to make that happen. High success rates are not a coincidence. From evaluating the efficacy of camera-based estimates to wildlife crossings that mitigate wildlife vehicle collisions, White-tailed deer are the direct and indirect beneficiaries of much of the department's work. Idaho Fish and Game is currently working to refine methods of camera-based abundance and composition estimation for whitetails. Because densely forested habitats inhibit the effective application of aerial survey, alternative methods for enumerating white-tailed deer populations are being explored. Using a series of camera grids, staff collect images of deer throughout months of peak abundance. Cameras are programmed to collect photos at the same time, allowing for hundreds of snapshots of the landscape. These snapshots provide the data that feed models of abundance and composition estimation. Next, I'd like everyone to look at the 2 bucks I'm holding in this photo and guess the age of each one. I'm going to circle back to these deer here shortly. Another project that the department is conducting focuses on developing a better understanding of the ages of Idaho's whitetails. The project relies heavily on hunter participation and engagement, as successful hunters are the only ones capable of providing the data that we need. Teeth from harvested whitetails have been collected since 2023 in select game management units. Teeth are sent to a lab for cementum age analysis, which relies on counting rings or annuli of cementum deposited around the root of a tooth in a manner similar to counting growth rings on a tree. Supporting information, such as when and where the deer was harvested and the antler characteristics of harvested bucks, is recorded to supplement age information. As more deer are sampled, biologists and managers can glean greater insights into the age structure of harvested deer. Plots depicting the counts of aged bucks and does in game management units 1, 6, 8A, and 10A are available here from 2023. Harvested bucks ranged from half to 11.5 years of age, and harvested does ranged from half to 16.5 years of age. With that information, I can confidently say that Idaho has some old whitetails. Second, the shape of this data follows an expected trend. There are more younger deer than older deer present in our harvest, just as we would expect to see more younger deer than older deer on the landscape. Young deer are recruited into our populations each year with births, whereas older deer leave our population each year through deaths, so this trend should be apparent in our data. As is always the case, there are some caveats worth noting. Participation may not be uniform, and hunters who harvest big bucks may be more inclined to have their deer sampled for age than those hunters who harvest smaller deer. However, this information provides an incredibly useful data set for managers and biologists, not available through other harvest statistics. Along those lines, for those of you who guessed the ages of those bucks that I'm holding, the buck on the left aged 9.5, and the buck on the right aged 3.5. If your guesses were spot on, I hope you'll consider assisting me with these efforts at Check Station soon. If your guess was not spot on, don't feel bad. These deer illustrate an important point about whitetails, which is that there's a lot of variation in antler production. The oldest deer may not be the biggest. However, knowing some harvested bucks are reaching and exceeding their prime years of age for antler production tells me that current management practices in these units are providing opportunity for a portion of Idaho's whitetail bucks to reach their full potential. In addition, evaluation of the age data collected by the department in 1993 resembles that of harvested deer today. The grayscale figure represents the ages of harvested whitetails in the Clearwater. The general shapes of these age distributions are similar, and representation of older age classes then is comparable to those observed today. Although sample sizes, means of collection, and our ability to outreach with hunters has certainly changed in the 30 years between these efforts, it's reassuring to note that trends in age distributions and occurrence of older age classes for bucks in 1993 resembles that of harvested deer today. Understanding the demographics of harvested white-tailed deer is important for many reasons. To tie this back to a real-world example, a question I frequently receive is why there are no big bucks left in Idaho. I've heard all manner of explanations from hunters about why things are different today. I've heard that changes in timber and agricultural practices are to blame. I've heard that advancements in hunting technology is making things too easy. And I've heard that the department does a poor job in managing this resource. Granted, there are many factors that can or are influencing antler production of white-tailed deer. Land management practices have certainly evolved, technology has advanced at a rapid rate, and management changes occurring earlier may have prevented previous low spots in deer abundance. But when it comes to antler growth, 3 primary factors determine the amount of antler a buck will produce, those being age, nutrition, and genetics. In that order, antler growth generally increases with age, with bucks reaching 90+% of their maximum Boone and Crockett score around 4.5 years. If older bucks expressing more of their antler potential was a primary objective, manipulations to seasons could be made to produce more older deer. For example, shifts can be made to push antlered deer seasons outside of vulnerable harvest windows, like the rut, to keep more older bucks alive. Alternatively, tag allocations could be restricted to lower the number of harvested deer with the hopes that non-harvested deer will reach maturity without succumbing to other forms of mortality. However, I feel it's important to emphasize that these changes could produce more older, not necessarily bigger, bucks as demonstrated by the 3.5 and 9.5-year-old from the previous slide. In addition, Idaho hunters have consistently recognized the value of hunting opportunity over restrictive management, and changes geared towards growing more older deer will come at a cost to opportunity. Quality nutrition is also a key component of antler growth, and the impacts of poor nutrition can be generational. However, nutrition is a factor that lies largely outside of the department's control. Less than 1% of all lands in Idaho are directly owned and managed by the department. This makes managing nutrition at the landscape scale in Idaho comparable to growing a garden on your neighbor's property, but not having the keys to get through the gate and water. Despite this challenge, the department employs numerous folks who do tremendous work focused on leveraging partnerships with other land managers for the benefit of Idaho's wildlife. Lastly, the genetics provided to a buck by his parents will influence his potential. Yet genetics are impossible to manage in free-ranging populations. Deer will be deer, and what happens during the rut is outside of the department's control. So the department has some control over one of three primary factors governing antler production. Given what we know of current buck ages in Idaho, a portion of sampled deer are reaching and exceeding 4 years of age with current management and should be expressing 90+% of their antler potential at the time of harvest. Alterations to seasons could increase the proportion of older, not necessarily bigger, bucks in our harvest, but that would require sacrifices to hunting opportunity and fail to address the other two factors governing antler growth. Those sacrifices are difficult to make given mature deer are currently represented in our harvest, and changes would run counter to the wishes expressed by the majority of hunters in opinion surveys. So what happened to all the big bucks? Based on age data, mature deer are still present on the landscape and being harvested each year, even if their antlers are not reflective of their assumed age by hunters. Access to Idaho's whitetails has also been a longstanding priority of the department. Since 2019, partnerships like the Large Tracts program have provided Idaho's public with access to private lands. In northern Idaho, these partnerships have opened access to over 900,000 acres, much of which provides exceptional whitetail deer hunting opportunities. Lastly, I'd like to end on a high note of what I consider a great example of tangible work for Idaho's whitetails. This section of road centered around Osborne has been a hotspot for wildlife vehicle collisions for many years. The white-tailed deer are frequently seen strewn along the roadsides. Recognizing the problem, community members, partners, and regional staff in the Panhandle were able to collaborate on the development of a wildlife crossing underpass and overpass at this location. Construction was completed this year, and as the video shows, whitetails have already taken to using this crossing. To recap, white-tailed deer were widely distributed across Idaho in the early 1800s, linked to riparian corridors in the south and forest edge habitats in the north. Despite their distribution, white-tailed deer densities were not uniform, with accounts of hundreds of deer in spots along the Snake River, yet few in the forests of northern Idaho. Idaho's settlement brought with it a suite of factors resulting in habitat changes, which in turn shaped white-tailed deer populations. In southern Idaho, beavers were exhaustively trapped, and the systems they spent thousands of years developing converted to make way for grazing and farming. Without habitat, white-tailed deer numbers dwindled and remain low in many of those reaches today. In the north, fire and logging reset forest succession, drawing new edges to white-tailed deer habitat and stimulating the growth of forages. Combined with decades of predator removal and an emerging state game agency, deer populations thrived. As time drew near to today, those conditions that stimulated the growth of white-tailed deer populations have begun to fade. Forests are maturing, shrouding sunlight from penetrating to the forest floor, resulting in the loss of forage production. A more complete assemblage of predators has also been returned to the landscape. Disease is becoming a more prevalent factor in the mediation of deer populations, and poaching continues to steal Idaho's wildlife from its citizens. In addition, Idaho's human population growth and the subsequent expansion of urban footprints have brought with them a new suite of challenges, from habitat fragmentation to vehicular mortalities. However, harvest statistics in recent decades reflect a mostly stable population, with highs and lows coinciding primarily with environmental conditions. Are white-tailed deer populations today at their peak? Likely not, but as recently as 2015, statewide harvest scratched near the 30,000 deer mark, which rivaled the pinnacle of whitetail deer harvest in Idaho in the early 1990s. Additionally, for a species with abundant hunting opportunity throughout its range, general season success has hovered around an impressive 40% for nearly a decade. I want to emphasize a few points in closing. Idaho's whitetail deer populations have experienced substantial changes in documented history. Distributions and abundance look very different at the time of Lewis and Clark's expedition than it does today. Changes in whitetail deer populations through time are largely the product of Idaho's settlement. Today, harvest trends depict stabilizing whitetail deer populations. Harvest management has undoubtedly benefited whitetail deer and provides the cornerstone to their management in Idaho. New techniques and data are being explored to improve our understanding of and management of this resource, and early results are promising. Whitetail deer will continue to be managed for current and future generations of Idahoans. Factors outside the control of the department, such as drought spurring disease or severe winters reducing survival, will continue to mediate populations. Changes in management will be reflective of the best available information, keeping in mind our mission to preserve, protect, perpetuate, and manage this resource for Idaho's citizens. Thank you. I would love questions.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. You covered a lot of ground. So, do you feel like there's a competition between whitetail and elk, or are they compatible both to peak at the same time, or what would that relationship look like?
I think competition between whitetail and elk is going to almost always be very context dependent. I think in a lot of instances, they're relying on different forage bases at different times of the year that might not make those competitions as direct. However, there are instances in which they could definitely be competing for the same resource.
You know, the slide you showed at Coeur d'Alene years ago kind of encompassed the Hayden Lake, Dalton Gardens, and downtown Coeur d'Alene. And if there's a trophy whitetail market, it's Dalton Gardens, Hayden Lake Country Club, and Sanders Beach. So it doesn't necessarily decrease their numbers because there's concentrations there now. And quite the conflict with people that many of them love to have those whitetails and other ones hate them because they're eating their flowers and everything else. So
certainly. Yeah.
Well, good report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Jacks Creek, Bighorn sheep, Augmentation, Holly.
Good afternoon. This is a topic I'm pretty excited to present to you today. It's been a long time, a lot of work in the process to get to this point. So I've got a lot of ground to cover. I'm going to break it down into like the background of Jacks Creek and Bighorn sheep in Idaho, talk about some potential limiting factors that we've looked at, and then get to the translocation itself. Any one of these topics that I'm talking about today could almost be a presentation in and of itself. So I'm going to stay at a pretty high elevation. You know, I'm not going to get into a lot of details, but I'd be happy to answer questions if you have them. I wanted to bring this up so when I'm talking during the course of the presentation that it makes sense. So for this presentation and when we're talking about bighorn sheep, a translocation means moving sheep from one area to another. An augmentation is moving sheep from one area to another where there already is sheep. So what we're proposing to do is move sheep from Oregon, the source population, to the existing population in Jacks Creek. So that would be an augmentation of the Jacks Creek population. I use both these terms and I didn't want it to get confusing, so I thought I'd just try to clear that up right from the start. Here is a look at our bighorn sheep populations. I don't know. Does this work? Okay. So, north of the interstate, the big red line, you can see it that goes, Idaho Falls, Twin Falls, Boise. Those are our Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep populations. And I wanted to just point out the blue is wilderness, and our native bighorn sheep are in the center of the state around the Salmon River. Those are the sheep that were not extirpated in Idaho, the only ones. All the other populations were extirpated around the turn of the century. The sheep we're talking about today are the California bighorn sheep, south of the interstate. And we're talking about the southwest corner, down there where Jacks Creek, you can see, and the neighboring populations of the Owyhee River, which I'll mention, the Owyhee Front, and the Bruno Garbage. It's on the other side of Highway 51. A little closer look, the Jacks Creek population in GMU 41. You can see Big Jacks, Little Jacks, and then some other main drainages of Shoe Fly and Duncan Creek. Down in the left lower corner, that's the Owyhee River population, a part of it. And just across the Mudflat Road over there by Rough Mountain is the Owyhee Front PMU. And you can see that they're very close to Jacks Creek, and I'll talk about that later. But we do know there's movements of rams between those two populations. So these maps, the WAFWA Wild Sheep Initiative spent some time putting these distribution maps together. As you can see in the 1850s, which is basically, we're trying to represent pre-European settlement in the West. You can see there were a lot of bighorn sheep in a lot of areas, a lot of contiguous populations, and really, they were very abundant. And historic records indicate that in Idaho, they were more abundant than deer or elk. So there's a lot of bighorn sheep. They're an important cultural resource. They're very numerous on the landscape. Then that map in the 1960s is post, the European or westward expansions, which along with the people, they brought hundreds of thousands of domestic sheep with them. So you see the contraction of the distribution and really the elimination or the extirpation of a lot of populations throughout the West. And it could be, unregulated market hunting could have had some impact here, but really what we think happened is it was impacts from disease, respiratory disease, causing these large-scale die-offs and no recovery later. And then you get to 2020, which is more of the representative of the modern times, and you see lots of little blue dots in there. And that has been the recovery efforts of the states and provinces, trying to recover the sheep populations that we lost along the turn of the century. And most of those those small dots, those populations that you don't see in 1960, but you see now, were a result of translocation efforts. So some background, bighorn sheep were common in the Owyhees. At about 1920s, sometime in there is when they were extirpated from the area. We no longer had bighorn sheep down in the southwest corner of the state. Working with our neighboring states of Nevada and Oregon back in the 1960s, they determined that they were wanting to recover bighorn sheep there. The question was, what subspecies do we put there? Ultimately, they decided on California bighorn sheep. We didn't know for sure what was there beforehand. Could have been California, could have been deserts, maybe Rocky Mountains. You see a lot of, there's no hard lines between a lot of these subspecies back pre-1900s. But there weren't very many California sheep left anywhere. There was a source in British Columbia, and really it was a conservation effort back then to create more populations of California bighorn sheep moving into the future. So in the 1960s, 1963, 64, 65 to be exact, during the course of those 3 years, we moved 38 sheep from British Columbia into the Owyhee River population. Then in 1967, we moved 12 from British Columbia into the Jacks Creek population. And that was pretty much it for several years as far as Jacks Creek was concerned. And that old picture is them using a helicopter to push the sheep in British Columbia into like a funnel trap. It was pretty fun seeing these old pictures. Then in 1988, we moved 14 more bighorn sheep from British Columbia into Jacks Creek, and 26 sheep from the Owyhee River. The important thing to remember there is those Owyhee River sheep also originated from British Columbia. And an interesting fact here, we were moving a lot of sheep in the 80s. A lot of states were. In addition to those sheep that we moved, the 40 that we moved in, we also pulled 48 out and put them in other populations in Idaho and other states as well. And so when you keep those dates in mind, this graph starts, or this figure starts in about the 1983. We're looking around 100 sheep in the early 80s from that original population of 12 that were put there in the 1960s. This is pretty incredible. And then you see a really steep growth line, a lot of growth in the 80s up until the early 90s, followed by a decline. We don't really know what caused either one of those things. But when you look at moving translocating animals into vacant habitat that's high quality, you'll often see a very steep growth curve. Like they really boom, right? They have good resources, they have a lot of space, they grow really fast. It's not uncommon to see a decline afterwards, and then you hope they hit some sort of equilibrium, after that. And I think that's what we hoped was happening there, in the early 2000s. But we were interested in those numbers, in the populations and the decline. In the early 2000s, there is when Regan Berkeley did her master's thesis in the Owyhees, looking at bighorn sheep. And we spent a couple of years catching sheep out of helicopters. And then our survey in 2002 looked like that big dip in the numbers, which was concerning, except what we learned is those bighorn sheep learned how to avoid us and helicopters. So that count isn't really accurate, but I think it gave us a lot of information as for their behavior and maybe how to survey better the next time. Now, as you can see, we bumped back up where we expected them to be, 225, somewhere between 200 and 250 animals. And these are minimum counts out of the helicopter. So there is some, variation that we would expect there. Obviously, they can avoid us, so we know we don't count them all. And then we start seeing this decline. And at first, it wasn't too concerning. 200 animals, maybe we missed a group. But as it persisted over time, we became more and more concerned about the causes for the decline and why they weren't rebounding or stabilizing. So we started some projects, multiple projects at the same time, really wanting to look at what could be causing these declines. Health, respiratory disease, that's always a big one for bighorn sheep. Can be a major limiting factor for populations when it's present. And also, you don't see them recover very well from having a MOVI, Mycoplasma ovipneumoniae, I'll refer to it as a MOVI, present in the populations. Could they be limited by habitat or nutrition? Another question we had. Causes of mortality, of course, we're considering predation in that, group, and then genetics. So we basically decided we needed more data from sheep. And we've been catching and collaring sheep in the whole of Owyhees since like the 80s. But we really ramped up some efforts specific to Jack's Creek starting in December of 2022. And over the course of these 3 capture periods, we've caught 57 bighorn sheep. And we're using these collars, they're all collared with GPS radio collars, to evaluate habitat use, movements, and cause-specific mortality. We're also looking at lamb monitoring and getting an idea about recruitment. So health and disease, the big one is a MOVI, looking for indicators of respiratory disease. We have not found evidence that a MOVI is circulating in this population, which is good. That, as you all know, if you've seen, it's a harder thing to deal with. While we're doing the health testing and disease, we're also looking at body condition, how fat are they, we're measuring pregnancy or evaluating pregnancy rates, and then also looking, for things like parasites and collecting genetic material for DNA testing later. One of our big questions was, is habitat or nutrition limiting these populations? We looked at it in multiple ways. We modeled habitat, potential habitat, in our bighorn sheep management plan. That's on the left, the darker colors. Using that and applying a density, it looks like we could have hundreds of more bighorn sheep in the Jacks Creek area. We also looked at measuring, nutrition, the quality of habitat there. What plants are there, what nutritional quality they have, and using what we know about what bighorn sheep need, looked at if that could be limiting them as well. And as it turns out, it doesn't look that way. Really, habitat and nutrition, all the information that we have, their fat at capture, it doesn't look like that's really the problem. We don't lose sheep to malnutrition in the Owyhees. That's the causes of mortality. We evaluated all the causes of mortality that we detected during the course of this most recent project. And let's see if you noticed. I remember that day. Yeah, that was back when John and I could actually get into the bottom of the canyon and back out. But so, without having disease playing a major role, MOVI, for instance, what other causes of mortality are we really looking at? Of course, predation. Mountain lions would be the main predator for bighorn sheep. Accidents, they live in really rough terrain. They fall. And we did detect blue tongue one summer, one radial color mortality, a couple others. And I think as you heard Jana talk earlier today, that can cause some impacts to populations. It's usually not long lasting though. It's not like a MOVI where it can, stays persistent in the population for decades. So, and the other point, there's no malnutrition. So I think and harvest played a role in the ram mortality, obviously. I think the main takeaway from this is lots of things can kill bighorn sheep. It's not, super straightforward, like they either get killed in the harvest, they die from malnutrition, or something eats them. It's not that straightforward. There's a lot of things that happen to them. But what we did see, and if we broke this down to looking at just adult ewes, is none of these things played such a large role that it looked like it was the limiting cause. So we were looking at things that we could address for management. But when you don't see it wasn't like lions were killing all the adult females in the canyon. They accounted for about 30% of the total mortality. And to put that in perspective, over 3 years, we saw 19% mortality amongst all the sheep. Average that out to 6% a year. It's not a lot. That's really pretty good adult female survival. So none of these things really flagged as something we needed to address immediately with management. But then came the recruitment question. If you have pretty good adult survival, you should grow your populations unless you aren't recruiting young animals into the next, into adulthood. So we are evaluating things like pregnancy at capture. We're using either blood or ultrasound. We're trying to evaluate this idea about live births by doing our neonate work in the summer. Survival to 4 months. Normally that is an indicator if there's disease circulating in the population, you'll lose a lot of lambs during the first 4 months of their lives. And then, the number of yearlings that are observed. And what we see is pregnancy rates are okay. They're about right in there. They're not horribly low. They're not crazy high. They're about what you would expect, maybe a little on the low side. Live births is a question. We don't always detect that many neonates on our first initial look at lambs. We don't know why that is. It's extremely hard country to work in. Did we just miss them early, or were they not born? Did they die shortly after birth? And then the lamb survival to 4 months. Like we said, in places where we have disease, they can be impacted by that. They could also be impacted by predators, and that could be a piece of the predation question that we don't have all the answers to. The other thing I'll mention is, before we get to the next slide, is Some of these things, low pregnancy rates, low numbers of live births, weird birth defects like kinked tails, that could all be caused by low genetic diversity. And you see that in other species, and it's possible that it's also impacting sheep. And so we'll move on to the genetics question. We initiated a really cool project. We've done a lot of genetics work, not only in the Owyhees, but all over the state. And this looks kind of crazy and messy, but it's really neat. So all those little skinny lines that you can kind of see, that's an individual animal. And the more colors you see, like in that Lower Panther, Selway, Middle Fork area, the more diversity and mixing is in those populations. But you can also see how they separate themselves out. Like the lower salmon sheep are more, they break out as a population. Whereas the Lower Panther, Middle Fork group, they're more mixed together. And our radio color data supports that too. So looking at them genetically, you can help separate groups. And then you can also look at some of these questions about genetic diversity. And as you'll see over to the left, all our California bighorn sheep look really similar. That's all of our populations. You don't see much variation there, and a lot of that has to do with they were sourced from the same area in British Columbia, and while some of these populations have had a lot of translocations, those were all sourced from British Columbia ultimately too. So you're seeing, one source area, and then not very many founding individuals. 12 sheep initially in Jacks Creek. It's not a lot of sheep. This is another thing that we're using genetics for, is to kind of evaluate translocations. What you're seeing there in the pie is in about 2015, we collected a lot of genetic material and we evaluated them compared to their source populations. So you can see translocations that don't look as successful, like in North Hells Canyon. Not much of that genetic heritage remains from the Hinton, the Alberta sheep that we put there. One interesting one that I did want to talk about, though, was the Lost River. The last translocation we did in the state was in 2005, like 20 years ago, and that was the Sun River, Montana sheep into the Lost River population. Right before we translocated them, we were counting somewhere between 50 and 60 sheep on the Lost River Range. Not that many. We moved 62 Sun River sheep in there over the course of 2 translocations, same year though. And you can see now, 10 years later, that those genetics stayed in the population. It's an indicator that they've contributed, right? It looks like they survived to reproduce and contribute their genetics anyway to the population. And now, as you know, that population has continued to grow since then. And our last count there was over 500 animals. We can't contribute all of that to the translocation itself. We don't know all the factors. There were some land use management changes too. Maybe the population was already starting to climb up, but it looks to us like the translocation helped. I think basically doubling the population in 1 year probably really gave them a good boost to start this really good growth rate and get to where we are now at over 500 sheep. So looking at everything, all the information that we had, all the work we did, we came to the conclusion that doing a translocation could really benefit Jacks Creek sheep. If they, for instance, were limited by habitat, it wouldn't make a lot of sense to put more in there, right? They would have nothing to eat. It wouldn't help the situation. But looking at all the pieces we could look at and the work we've been doing intensively really over the last 10 years, we really felt like the translocation was justified and we had a good chance of improving the situation down there by putting new animals in. Our Bighorn sheep management plan has a whole chapter on translocations. We've worked our way through those management direction and strategies, evaluating the habitat, looking at source population health, recipient population health, making sure, they both are a MOVI, they don't have a MOVI circulating. So we've done a lot of work to get to the point where we've decided a translocation makes a lot of sense. One thing I did want to mention was Idaho Code 36-106. I didn't think you wanted to read it on the screen, and I didn't think you wanted to hear me read it. So I'm just going to hit some highlights. I can get it to you, though, if you really want it. But the communication, there's a law in the Idaho Code 36-106 that addresses communication. We're required to notify certain groups as part of this Idaho Code, and just to make sure I don't miss anybody. So it requires notification of the county commissioners. In this case, it would be Owyhee County commissioners, federal and state land grazing permittees, private owners or leaseholders, and the permittees, that is not defined as only sheep, domestic sheep or goat. That would include cattle, the way this is written. Because if there were domestic sheep and goat active grazing allotments there, we wouldn't have considered this a good candidate for moving additional sheep for an augmentation. We also do the private owners and leaseholders of land, the President Pro Tem and of the Senate and Speaker of the House of Representatives in the Idaho legislature. And we really felt like this was an important part of this process. I have to give Ellery some props. We have, reached out to more, gone above and beyond the requirements. We've also contacted local legislators, the Senate and House resource committees, groups like the Wild Sheep Foundation, the wool growers, the Farm Bureau. We've really tried to reach out to everyone we thought could be interested in this process. And that, she sent out communication to 53 people, whether via emails or mail. And we have some BLM grazing permittees that we'll get letters out to this next week. We're a little delayed there by the shutdown, getting that information. And those would all be cattle permittees. And these are the permittees or the allotments that overlap the Jacks Creek Population Management Unit or directly abut up against it. That's how we figured out who to contact here. But it was important. Ellery did a great job getting these letters out, and we took it, I guess, really seriously, this part of communication in this Idaho Code. So prior to the augmentation, in December of this year, we are going to go catch 20 to 25 bighorn sheep in Jacks Creek in the Owyhee Front. We'll do health testing, which is really important. We want to make sure they're still free from a MOVI. And that's probably the highest priority, actually. And then we'll be replacing GPS collars so we can continue to monitor sheep down there. The local, I guess the originals, the ones that are there now, we want to still know how they're doing and possibly compare them, to the ones that we'll be bringing in. One thing I will know is we had a radio-collared ram from Oregon come into Idaho recently, like in the last couple weeks. And the region made a big effort to find him and remove him. He came from an MOVI-positive population. He ended up being a MOVI negative on testing, but it made us think that we really need to ramp up some additional testing in the Owyhee Front to make sure that they are still clean. And also, I think it proves a point that if we have collared animals that wander outside of where we want them, getting into high-risk situations, we are willing to spend the time and the effort to track them down and remove them one way or the other, either lethally or by catching them again. Our source population is John Day, Oregon. I really want to, give a shout out to Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. They've been great partners. They have 2 of the very few populations of California sheep that are doing well enough to provide sheep to other states for augmentations or translocations. This John Day, Oregon population they raw count about 1,000 individuals there. So they're estimating the population to be about 1,300 California bighorn sheep. So they're doing really well. They are providing us with 30 bighorn sheep, about 25 ewes and 5 rams. And I just wanted to point out that right now we're counting about 70 ewes in Jacks Creek. Adding 25 is substantial. It doesn't sound like a lot, but that's a big difference, especially when we're not recruiting very much. That's a lot of growth, a lot of potential there in just 1 year versus waiting for 25 ewes to be produced in the population naturally. So I think it's going to be a really good boost to that population this winter. We will health test them also. That's also mentioned in the Idaho code, and make sure they don't have a MOVI before bringing them into, or before releasing them into Jacks Creek. We've identified release areas. We want to put them as close to the canyons as possible. There's a lot of them in case we have issues with roads or access, whatever. It's important that they go as close to the escape terrain as possible so they have the best chance moving forward. Post-release monitoring is going to be a big part of the project. It's important that we know where they are in case they do get in trouble, but we're also really interested in how they're going to use the habitat moving forward as being new to the area. Predator management is part of our plan for this augmentation too. There's a good deal of literature suggesting that doing some predator management really will help an augmentation effort. You have sheep that don't really know where they are, they don't know where the resources are, they're more vulnerable. So we're looking at predator management, and how we're going to approach this is we're going to remove lions that are preying on bighorn sheep. So we're going to use our radio-collared animals. If they're killed by a lion, we'll trap or, work on those animals, work off those carcasses to identify those lions that are actually targeting sheep. We're not, at this point, proposing a big blanket effort to remove lions, in the Owyhees. A very focused effort to remove the ones that are potentially causing the problems. We'll continue to do lamb surveys on both the sheep we have now and the Oregon sheep that we're bringing in. And ultimately, in a year or two, we'll look at an aerial survey and see what our numbers look like. The real ultimate goal is to increase the total number of sheep, bighorn sheep in the Jacks Creek PMU. And we're hoping to do that by improving the growth rates, which we talked about. Adding these 25 ewes should really help with that, this bump in numbers. And we're looking at increasing the genetic diversity of the population through, this translocation effort, bringing in some fresh genes with these new animals. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Commissioner Roach.
What?
I was happened to be in coming through Reno last year and did go to the sheep show. Now, there's a lot of promotion, but I really found value in going to the meeting where Holly was presenting, and the Oregon-Idaho partnership there, and Nevada too, aren't we doing?
Absolutely.
So that's
yes.
something that's really important. It isn't at the state line, things don't, they're working together, funding, they need funding for that. But I was pretty proud. I was proud of Holly and everything that she did, and I think we really should, pat ourselves on the back for what Holly's doing. It was very impressive, and I learned a lot. And the other stuff is promotion and this and that, whatever. But I found that really important to listen to what was going on.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Roach, thank you very much. And that brings up a good point. Also in Idaho code, it states that we won't use auction tag monies to fund translocations. So having these partners with the Wild Sheep Foundation, the Idaho chapter, really helps with that, to have the additional resources to facilitate this move, along with the great collaborative relationships we have with Nevada and Oregon.
Mr. Chairman. Holly, great presentation as always. I have a question, it might be off topic just a little bit, but the notification of these other entities that you have to do and went well above and beyond with, what if some of these entities come back and are against said translocation? Is it take one? Is it, what happens if that happens?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davies, do you want to talk about that? Okay. I'll let Ellery talk about that one.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director. So essentially how it is written in code is that once they are notified, they have a certain number of days in which those entities can request, either express concerns and provide written requests for a public meeting for us to hear out their concerns. We went above and beyond the entities that we reached out to notify of this. However, the entities that Holly highlighted, such as the speaker, the pro tem, county commissioners, private land owners, permittees, and leasees, they are the ones that by statute can request a meeting for us to hear their concerns formally. Those other entities, we notified them as a courtesy because we want to be as transparent as possible and as inclusive as possible, but only those entities listed in code are the ones that could request a formal meeting. So once they are notified, I believe they have, I think it's, if I remember correctly, 10 days, I believe, double check that, to request a meeting, and then we have 30 days in order to hold the meeting before we can move any sheep around. So we have to listen to their concerns, take their concerns into consideration before we move sheep.
Thank you. Jordan.
Mr. Chairman, I just have one question. What does Oregon get from this? Like, why would Oregon give us sheep?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, goodwill? No, I think it's a big conservation effort. They're providing sheep to Nevada. They're providing sheep to us. There's some talk about giving sheep back to British Columbia after all these years. Like I mentioned, there aren't very many California sheep populations that are really doing well. And they have 2 of them. And they've got a lot of animals. And they've been very generous and very willing to work with the other states and possibly provinces to, I think, expand and try to, build up these California populations that once were doing really well. And so I think really it's just the overall sheep management, the collaboration, and really trying to do what's good for sheep.
Just a comment and a thank you. Because it's a pretty rugged, large, remote, greatly undisturbed wilderness area, some of the stars align naturally, like you said. But your efforts, I know, because I work down there a lot, and I know that area real well. And Josh's folks, great habitat. Movi, not present as far as you know, right? Targeted lion removal is right there if you need it. And good support by locals. I know a lot of those grazers down there, and I think you've got good support. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Murray, thank you. And I do think that's important to mention the region and the relationships they built down there. They had a really great meeting with the county commissioners, and I think, building that up from not just jumping in right now with a sheep foundation, or with a sheep translocation, but having those relationships has been really important.
And I know it, although it's a separate wilderness area, it's right nearby. That whole Owyhee wilderness effort is paying off decade after decade, because that included ranchers, Shopai tribe, BLM, you name it. And everybody's got an ownership in maintaining that wilderness as wilderness, and part of that being wilderness is having sheep. And that was talked about a lot when I worked down there. So, thanks.
Mr. Chairman, Holly, I've asked you this 100 times, but maybe it'll stick. So, Unit 11, we have what kind of sheep? And you said something about some of these California bighorns in northern Hell's Canyon. Could you speak to that for a moment?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert. So the sheep we have in Hell's Canyon are Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep. They're different subspecies. They had quite an extensive translocation history, as you could kind of see in that slide. It gets pretty messy when you just look at it. But yes, they're Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep.
But you had made reference, so I did remember it right, but you made reference to there's some California bighorns in northern Hells Canyon. Am I correct?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, if I did, I didn't mean to.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe, I don't think we know historically really what was everywhere. And the more work we're doing genetically, the more it looks like things were more mixed up than we maybe realized. Like we're seeing some evidence of desert bighorn sheep genetics in our native sheep in Montana and Idaho, which is pretty interesting. But yeah, if I said that there's California sheep in Hells Canyon, like our populations, I didn't mean to do that. They're all Rocky Mountains.
All right, thank you.
If there's no other comments, I want to make a comment that I went to the Bighorn Sheep Show a couple years ago, and I found out what Holly was made of. And I also went to my first WAFWA meeting this year. And Jordan, when you ask the question, why are they helping us out, a lot of it has to do with Holly. So thank you, and good presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Furbearer season setting preview. Jeff and Corey. Jeff Kudner and Corey Mosby.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks, I'm Jeff Knetter. I'm the Upland Game and Migratory Game Bird Program Coordinator. Corey Mosby is on the agenda. Unfortunately, he is feeling under the weather today, so Rick Ward will be pinch hitting for Corey today. Our intent today is to give you a little bit of a preview of the Upland Game season setting process. As a brief overview, the Commission, as you well know, the Commission has the unique authority to establish seasons via proclamation rather than through rulemaking. The Commission typically sets upland game and turkey and fur-bearer seasons that's a hard word to say, biennially for a 2-year period in even number years. The purpose of this presentation is to provide an overview of the season setting process and or timeline, a preview of the proposals the department intends to scope with the public. We'll do that online and through regional open houses. So with that, just a brief overview of the season setting timeline. Back on October 29th, staff within the Wildlife Bureau met with the regional staff to discuss proposals and talk about what we would move forward. We then met with the director's office on November 12th, and then today here we are providing you with a preview as we get ready for scoping as well as the January commission meeting. Our proposals will go live on the website on Monday, November 24th. They'll run through December 7th. We'll also have regional open houses during that time period. And then from December 8th through December 22nd, we're going to review that public input and develop our final recommendations before we bring them to you at the January commission meeting. We do plan to have the brochure posted online in February because the controlled hunt application period for turkeys does begin on February 1st. We'll get that sent to the printer and hopefully have those available in mid-February or so. So we have 3 statewide upland game proposals, potentially 4. And then we've got 15 wild turkey proposals from 5 different regions. So I'm going to start with our upland game proposals. The first one is to consolidate areas 1 and 2 into a statewide season for our quail seasons. Quail seasons in Idaho are for California quail and bobwhite quail. There are small isolated pockets of quail that exist in Area 2, eastern Idaho. It's primarily on private land. We believe that this proposed change will provide some additional opportunity without having an impact on those populations. The second upland game proposal is to create or establish a hard start date of September 15th for chukar and gray partridge. Currently, the season begins on the third Saturday in September and has for quite some time. That date changes on an annual basis, as you can see here in 2024 and 25. We had a start date of the 21st of September and then the 20th the following year. This would establish a consistent start date for those species on an annual basis. Moving on to pheasants, this is actually a fairly similar proposal. We currently have 3 different hunt areas for pheasants within the state of Idaho. This proposal would establish a statewide pheasant season with a hard start date. So the proposal here is to have a youth hunt that would run from October 8th through the 14th, and then have our resident general season from October 15th to December 31st, and then follow that up with a non-resident participation beginning on October 20th and also running through December 31st. One thing to note here is that the proposal would not extend pheasant stocking beyond November 30th in those regions where the season currently ends on November 30th. And so that would include the southeast, the upper Snake, and the salmon regions. Lastly, we currently have a public opinion survey out right now. It actually closes tomorrow. And based on the results, we want to be able to, we're currently evaluating hunter interest in expanding the sharp-tailed grouse season in eastern Idaho. Based on the results that we receive, we intend to include that in the scoping package to determine what kind of results we get, what kind of support we get in response to that. So that concludes the 4 different upland game proposals. Now I'm going to transition into the different turkey proposals that we have in 5 different regions. A theme that you will notice throughout is that in general, we are looking at proposing liberalized seasons in many parts of the state, and that is in part due to growing populations and with that some increasing nuisance and conflict issues. So starting in the southwest region, the first proposal is to add a spring general season in Game Management Unit 40. There is a population that has grown or expanded into that area, and so this is just really in response to an increased abundance and will provide some additional opportunity where relatively few birds exist currently, but provides opportunity where it currently doesn't exist. The second proposal is for a fall general season in Game Management Units 33 and 39. And this, again, in response to a growing population, will help address some of the nuisance and conflict calls that we receive in that part of the world during the wintertime. All right, moving on to the Magic Valley. I would say that the theme in the Magic Valley is that turkey populations are increasing even though there aren't that many birds. Where they do exist, they're getting into trouble on private lands. And so while we have an increasing population, it's all dependent on landowner tolerance in that part of the world. So there are 3 proposals within the Magic Valley region. The first is for a spring-controlled hunt in GMU 54 and an expansion into 55. So currently this hunt exists in Unit 54. This would expand the hunt area a bit. We would be increasing the tags by 10 tags in each hunt. So an increase of 20 tags for these 2 hunts in the springtime. Again, increased abundance, and we do have landowners that are have diminishing tolerance for those birds in that part of the world. Another proposal, same hunt area, is for a fall controlled hunt in Game Management Units 54 and 55. This would add a fall hunt outside the National Forest System, so this is directing harvest specifically on private lands. It's similar to hunts that we have in Region 3 already, where the hunt exists outside the National Forest System. So again, focusing that effort on private lands. And then lastly, a proposal for landowner permission required hunts. Same hunt area. Again, we're expanding the hunt area into 55 and increasing the number of tags. These hunts do exist currently, and there's a slight increase in the number of tags by 10 each. Overall, this would be an increase of 80 tags among these 3 different proposals in this hunt area in the Magic Valley. Moving on to the southeast region, three proposals here, the first of which is to extend the fall wild turkey season end date from November 30th to December 31st. Within the southeast region, this will align with the fall seasons in Regions 2 and Region 7. During December, turkeys are concentrated on private lands, and they do create conflicts in some areas, so extending the season would provide some additional hunting opportunity and provide an additional tool for landowners to help address these issues and potentially disperse these birds that are causing some conflict. Second proposal is to add Game Management Units 72 and 76 to the list of game management units where a youth-only spring turkey season is held from April 8th to the 14th. A general spring turkey season is held from April 15th to May 25th, and where a general fall turkey season is held. So wild turkeys have increased in these two GMUs in recent years, and similar to the proposal in the Southwest region, the intent here is to include these GMUs in the general season framework to provide some additional hunting opportunity. The last proposal is to remove the controlled hunt in GMU 68A and add it to the list of game management units where a general fall season is held. Turkey populations in 68A appear to be doing quite well and increasing, and this will provide some additional hunting opportunity without needing to have a controlled hunt application. Moving on to the Upper Snake region, there are 4 proposals within the Upper Snake region. And again, the intent here is to increase the number of tags and also distribute hunting effort throughout the Upper Snake region. The first of which is to increase the number of tags in the youth-only controlled hunt from 50 to 100. And in general, the justification for many of these hunts is similar. Turkey abundance in the region has increased over time, but tag availability has not changed since since 2008. So we've had a stable number of tags offered through time with a growing turkey population. In this particular case, it's going to provide additional youth hunting opportunity. The second proposal is to take the existing controlled hunt area that we have, which is pretty much throughout the entire Upper Snake region, and is to split that up into about 3 different controlled hunts. And so the first proposal is to remove GMUs 60, 60A, and 63A and create a new controlled hunt with 200 tags from April 15th to May 25th in the remainder of the region. We would be creating a new controlled hunt that includes 60 and 60A with 100 tags from April 15th to May 25th. And the last part of this proposal is to create 2 new controlled hunts in 63A with 50 tags each, with seasons from April 15th to April 30th, and then another one from May 1st to the 25th. So the part of this is that during the winter time, these birds are concentrating on private lands, primarily in riparian areas. As the spring progresses, these birds start making their way into the uplands. And so this is an effort to spread out opportunity when the birds are actually in a location, as well as to spread out the hunter pressure that occurs in that region. In some cases, we have private landowners that have lots of turkeys on their property, but they haven't been able to draw a tag. So increasing opportunity substantially and distributing that opportunity in the region. Let's see here. Another proposal is to extend the season end date from November 30th to December 31st for the fall youth-only controlled hunt. Again, this is going back to that region-wide hunt area, increasing or extending the season date. And then lastly, there's a proposal to create 2 new landowner permission required hunts within the Upper Snake region. Again, as this turkey population has increased, we've got turkeys that concentrate on private lands during winter. They are creating some conflicts, and so this would provide an additional tool for landowners to disperse those birds. One more region to go. So we have 3 more proposals in the salmon region. The theme continues. The first proposal is to combine the current spring controlled hunts in the salmon region. Currently, there's kind of a northern controlled hunt and a southern controlled hunt. This is to put them together into one controlled hunt opportunity. Turkey populations have expanded into a few more game management units within the salmon region, and a region-wide hunt will really simplify the regulations and provide the opportunity to hunters to go where the turkeys are most abundant within the region, and just have that one standard framework. The second proposal is to eliminate the current youth-only controlled hunt in the northern part of the region and include in the list of game management units where a youth-only spring turkey season is held from April 8th to May 25th. So this is similar to other parts of the region and making a consistent season structure in that part of the world. Lastly, there is a proposal for moving the fall turkey controlled hunt start date, and this is from September 14th to August 30th. Common theme here, turkey populations have increased in recent years. They're creating some conflicts, and extending the season would provide an additional tool, and that earlier opening start date does align with general seasons in other parts of the region. So with that, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, that concludes the overview of the upland game and turkey proposals that we plan on scoping with the public starting on Monday, and I would be happy to take any questions before I turn it over to Rick to cover the Furbearer proposals.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't see the Clearwater region. Did I miss it, or was there just no change?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, there were no proposals for changes within the Panhandle or Clearwater regions.
Okay, and then just a comment. Do you ever see a day, Jeff, where we can have kind of a statewide framework that simplifies a bunch of this? Turkey season starts here, you get this many tags, and can you see that ever happening?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, My initial response is no, given the challenges that we have in some parts of the state, the Magic Valley being a great example, where we have got a relatively few number of turkeys compared to the Clearwater, for example,
right.
And limited opportunity. But I never say never, I guess, would be the answer. But at this time, it's a little more, we're still trying to provide some opportunity there, but we don't have nearly as many turkeys as are available in the Panhandle and Clearwater regions.
Okay, and so just another comment. So talk about just the Panhandle and the Clearwater. Turkey nuisance is possibly one of the biggest complaints I get, and I believe, at least in our part, we need to liberalize turkey season a little bit, make it simpler, and make it more just, here's when it opens, here's where it ends, and here's how many tags you get, and that's just for what it's worth from my perspective.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, appreciate that.
So get right on that, would you?
I think I'd echo that for the northern region, too.
Mr. Chairman, just one quick question. On the pheasant, going back to the pheasant hunting, Jeff, so am I understanding correctly that it'll be a statewide season, start, end time, and bag limits will be the same across the state?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners Davies, yes, that is for the proposal, to have just one statewide season, hard start date, hard end date, same bag limits throughout. Yeah, looking to have a standard season. We'll see what the public says.
So we must have more pheasants than turkeys, huh? Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, why was it off? Talk to your cohort. Do I need to start over? I don't. So I will be going through Furbearer season setting, scoping proposals. There aren't a lot, but I'm going to kind of step through these, and I'm going to have to refer to my notes quite a bit because, well, I'm still getting familiar with this stuff. So First off, we are looking at scoping, aligning some opening and closing dates. One of the things that you heard Ann Westcott talk about earlier today was simplifying our regulations, and that's I think a theme that you will see through both Furbearer, but we also see some of that with some of the Upland scoping proposals. So currently, the harvest season for beaver, mink, and muskrat ends March 31st in regions 1, 2, 3, and 4, and April 15th in regions 5, 6, and 7. So we are scoping the alignment of the closing dates for these species to be April 15th statewide. Closing dates for river otters would remain March 31st or when the regional quotas are met, also statewide. The other proposal for scoping is to open the date for beaver, mink, muskrat, and river otter on October 15th in all regions except for Region 3, which is November 1st. The proposal is to align Region 3 with the rest of the state so that that opening date would be October 15th. The department maintains beaver closures in a small subset of waterways across much of the state to achieve riparian and in-stream habitat-related goals. You've heard some of that about beaver augmentation projects around the state. For this reason, or for this season-setting process, regional staff reviewed these closures to determine if it was still needed to achieve those goals. Regions 3, 4, and 5 all identified a subset of these closures that would be that they feel biologically could be lifted. And I can go through I'll just go through them real quick. In Region 3 in Idaho County, Big Creek upstream from Monumental Creek, Chamberlain Creek, and the Secesh River above Long Gulch Bridge, and Chief Eagle Eye Creek above the Ola Bridge in Gem County. In Region 4 in Camas County, all public lands within the Corral Creek watershed above Baseline Road, and in Region 5 in Franklin County, the proposal is to add a new 5-beaver controlled beaver trapping permit for the Birch Creek drainage above the Forest Service boundary. I do want to spend some time talking about river otters. River otters are important to Idahoans, as we have seen in the large amounts of public comments around seasons for this species over the last several years. People have reason to be vested in this species. Historically, much of the river otter range across North America was lost over time, but in Idaho, beavers were never completely extirpated from the state, likely because of the abundant remote waterways in parts of Idaho. Otters in Idaho were even used to repopulate other states where where otters had been extirpated, states like Nebraska and Utah. For this reason, this species has been managed differently than other fur bearers, with the first modern river otter season beginning in 2000, along with personal bag limits, closed areas to harvest, and regional quotas. Since this opening of the river otter harvest season, this species has continued to be managed with a cautious and conservative approach. More recently, there has been continued interest in allowing additional harvest of this species, as well as vocal concern about the sustainability of increased otter harvest. Hearing this, the department conducted statewide occupancy surveys for river otters in 2023 and in 2024. This effort resulted in staff surveying 205 12-kilometer sites statewide, allowing for region-specific estimates of occupancy. And that map there on the right, those blue small lines are the actual sites that were surveyed statewide across those 2 years. This effort was successful. It demonstrated that river otters are well distributed statewide with high rates of occupancy across much of the state. And these surveys provided a baseline estimate of occupancy and distribution that is repeatable and allows comparisons over time. So we've been pretty satisfied with that effort. We think it's very informative, and the department plans to repeat these surveys on 5-year intervals, and that this will serve as an important monitoring tool for river otters. In addition to improving our monitoring of river otter populations, these surveys were used to evaluate current regional harvest quotas of river otter. Using otter density estimates from the literature in combination with the region-specific occupancy estimates that I just showed you, we estimated potential populations of river otters in each region and determined that biologically, Regions 2, 3, and 6 have opportunity to increase the regional harvest quota while maintaining an overall conservative level of take. With this new data in hand, we developed proposals to scope that would increase harvest in these regions, but take a measured approach at increase while not adversely impacting the river otter populations. And those proposals are in Region 2 to increase the quota from 20 to 30, in Region 3 to increase the quota from 25 to 35, and in Region 6 to increase the quota from 15 to 20. With that, I will be happy to answer questions as best I can.
I understand that Trapper Association in the state is, and I can understand why, with the results keen on an increase of 5, and the department's suggestion an increase of 10. Do we have a basis for that or an easy explanation?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Murphy, yes. The proposal to scope an increase of 10 in 2 of those regions is based on the data we collected. So there's multiple layers of conservative metrics that go into coming up with the quota. Based on all the metrics that we have, including all of those occupancy surveys and the density information we have, the biology suggests that an increase of 10 is still a conservative amount of take.
Okay.
So it is, that number, the 10, 10, and 5, that's based on, strictly on the biology.
Okay. And a follow-up, that's the biological piece, which is key for this business, obviously. And, of course, otter occupy largely riparian areas, and those corridors are where there's been just a huge increase of watchable wildlife, particularly folks running rivers, things like that. I get a tremendous amount of input of maintaining opportunity for watchable wildlife, and otter seems to be one of the top. Muskrat less so, even beaver less so, but otter really high. So I feel we should really listen to that. We've had pretty much one cycle since the last decision where we increased the reach for trapping in Region 3. We increased the reach, and we increased the number for take. And I feel we need to let that soak a while, see how that sets with the public, get some feedback on that before we scope another increase.
Mr. Chairman and Director Fredericks, I'm going to ask for a little guidance, or if there is direction on how we might approach scoping. Do you have anything there?
Do I have anything there?
Well, and I say that in the context that scoping is generally something we take out. It does not necessitate commission approval, so I'm kind of looking for some help.
I do have something here. So, Mr. Chairman, yeah, Commissioner Murphy, I appreciate your comments. When the Wildlife Bureau came in to preview these ideas with us recently, they made a good justification why, given even I think the keen interest, I'll say, that people had when we expanded otter seasons and quota in the Southwest region before, with the new information, they felt very comfortable that we were still taking a very conservative approach. And I thought it would be appropriate to take that out and then, again, gauge where the public is at on that. Recognizing it's still likely going to be contentious as it was last time. That said, this process is about putting these ideas in front of the commission to be sure that you're comfortable with those ideas that we want to take out to the public. And if you're uncomfortable, and I completely understand why, given the discussion we had 2 years ago, and you would just like to give this more time, that's fine. We have no problem with that direction, and we would withdraw that component of it for the scoping cycle. So if the commission would like to see that, then we will proceed as such and withdraw that piece.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, at this point, I'm the lone voice, so I would look to my colleagues, and I use that term seriously because it's a very collegial commission, and we listen to one another. So, my colleagues, any comments or perspectives?
It might be easier not to make a comment at this point, but I'll go ahead anyway. And, you know, you just got to keep controversial stuff right in front of us all the time. That said, somewhat jokingly, I remember when we did this, what was it, 2 years ago?
Four.
It's been 4 years. People love otters, and I really struggle a little bit because I realize people want to see them and they think they're cute and they don't want us messing with them. But the statute actually says, Kathleen, help me if I'm wrong, shall offer surplus for take. And so I'm a little bit mixed on holding back just because people like to look at them. And I realize that might seem a little bit harsh or maybe one-sided, but we're kind of about providing for opportunity where we have a surplus. As Commissioner Murphy, though, points out, I would be interested in what the rest of my colleagues have to say about this. So I could really go either way, but I hesitate to start yielding too much because people just want to, I mean, let's face it, we're a hunting state. We're a trapping state. So I'm a little bit sensitive about that. Anyway, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick point of clarification. So it was 2022 when some of those main stem rivers were open to river otter trapping in regions 2, 3, and 7. And then 2 years ago, 2 years ago, there was a slight increase in the harvest quota for otters in the southwest region from 20 to 25. So that's just kind of the most recent history.
Okay, Commissioner Davies.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Yeah, so I'm a little on the fence on this as well. I guess considering it at this point, at this juncture, I would say that I probably wouldn't have any problem with going forward and seeing what the scoping does and where we land there, because that's when the decision will be made, is once we get that information back and can actually look at it and then debate accordingly.
Yeah, Commissioner Sherritt.
Thanks, Chairman. I just want to make sure I understand this, put this in Jordan terms. The department's going out saying we have more opportunity than that's out there currently and can be supported biologically. And the concerns that the sportsmen would come back and say we don't want that opportunity. Am I understanding that correctly? No?
I think
yeah, sorry, Mr. Chairman. The concern is more the viewing element, the watchable wildlife, and the concern on the part of people that aren't interested in trapping otters that the expansion will result in their opportunity to see more otters. And so if Corey were here, I'd ask him. He's not. I'm going to ask you. But our best estimates of harvest rates of otters is very minimal. And do you know what the number is?
Mr. Chairman, Director, yes, we have estimates on harvest rate. Currently, without the quotas, these three regions are all well under 10%.
Okay.
And even adding the increase with the quota, they would still all come in under 10%. And 10%, I use that number. States that have had consistent river otter trapping, in the past, especially the upper Midwest, their target exploitation rate or harvest rate is around 20%. So we are at or below 10%, even with the increase in these three regions. So that's another level of conservancy with where we are with river otter harvest.
Okay, thanks, Rick. Yeah, and so I think it's fair to say, or it would be unfair to say that trapping and wildlife viewing aren't compatible. I think managed like that, when we're taking less than 10% of the population, I would contend not affecting the wildlife viewing opportunity, and these things aren't at odds with each other. So that said, the perceptions they vary on that. So.
Commissioner Brody, do you have any comment?
Nope, I'm good.
How about you, Mike?
Not too good, but I'm good enough.
Well, Mr. Chairman, so.
We haven't heard from the fisheries people. The otter population can definitely take down a population of fish if there are too many. So we haven't heard anything about that side, but that does happen, doesn't it? They can really work over a fish population.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Roach, that is outside of my wheelhouse, but I do know what they eat, and they eat fish, so.
Yeah. Well, I think that's the scoping, and I think it'd be good to come back to the commission with the fisheries view on raising and lowering the number.
Thank you.
Well, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I would just observe that this isn't an action item. This is just running this by you to get your level of comfort, and there are varying levels of comfort with this. So we can work with Commissioner Murphy, have some follow-up discussions, and consider whether we want to scope that or not. I think I get the sense from the broader commission, unless I'm hearing clear direction that the body wants us to scope this and then come back and review it, then we may or may not do that. I would just like to have the opportunity to visit with Commissioner Murphy, unless you're comfortable with us scoping it and then coming back to make the decision.
Yeah, I wanted to use this forum to put out a position I have within Region 3, because I know the region really well. But I use that's why I was looking to my colleagues for feedback, we don't game this out ahead of time. We wait till we have a forum like this and we test it. And I've tested it, and I can throw my hat in with scoping.
Mr. Chairman, with the respect for my colleague from Region 3 and with your guidance and good judgment, I'm good either way. And if you want to work with Commissioner Murphy and then decide, I just made my comment, but I'm good with it either way, and I'm very sensitive to his concerns as well.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Ebert. What I heard is that we will go ahead and scope it as we've discussed here, and Commissioner Murphy is comfortable with that.
Yeah, that's kind of what I heard too. And Rick, I want to compliment you for being a very good pitch hitter on about 90% of the presentation. The last part of a little bit hung up.
I will take that. That's an A-.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Dworshak Reservoir, Research and Management, Tyler Zumwalt.
All right, good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and Director Fredericks. My name is Tyler Zumwalt, and I am a fish biologist on the Lake Pend Oreille and Dworshak fish mitigation projects. And today, first want to say thanks about the opportunity to present to y'all about a brief history of Dworshak and its unique fisheries success story. All right, so for those of y'all that aren't familiar, Dworshak is about an hour east of here, near the town of Orfino. And it was originally formed from the damming of the North Fork Clearwater River in 1972. And it's a long reservoir, as you can see, around 54 miles long, up to 600 feet deep. As far as fish, Dworshak is one of the more important resident fisheries in the region. Kokanee provide the most popular fishery with up to 75,000 angler hours on a given year and annual harvest of up to 125,000 fish. Smallmouth in Dworshak are also becoming nationally renowned for the amount of opportunities at these trophy-sized fish. It's relatively common each year for anglers to at least catch a handful of these 6 to 8 pounders. So as you can imagine, draws a lot of attention, and we have anywhere from 10 to 15 bass tournaments each year. So these two species alone make up 95% of the fishing effort on Dworshak, but there is also some noteworthy fisheries in the form of West Slope cutthroat, rainbow trout, and bull trout. So all that to say, the fishery is pretty phenomenal today, but it hasn't always been the case. And so to give some context, again, the dam was finalized in 1972. But before that, there was an agreement signed stating that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the U.S. Army Corps would came together, and to mitigate for the losses of salmon to steelhead, would instead stock 100,000 pounds of rainbow trout annually. And then shortly thereafter, in the 70s, kokanee, smallmouth, bull trout, and West Slope cutthroat were stocked. However, after the initial stockings, the fisheries actually didn't take off quite like anticipated. And this was for a few reasons. One, there was difficulties meeting the 100,000 pound objective each year. And then also there was issues with kokanee getting flushed down below the dam during these winter drawdowns that were occurring. Then in the 90s, we shift to summer drawdowns, and that helped. That specifically helped keep kokanee in the reservoir, which then provided a prey source for smallmouth. But the fishery still wasn't performing quite like we expected. And so then in 2005, a study was conducted to try to look at what other causes may be limiting the fishery. And from that study, we found that Dworshak had a reduced productivity and in turn lacked an ability to produce food to fuel the fishery. And this was really derived from 3 different things. One, the construction of the dam caused a loss of nutrients that historically came from salmon and steelhead carcasses. And then secondly, the annual drawdowns that occur limited the formation of a vegetation zone along the shoreline there, as you can see in the middle picture. And so that also was a historical source of nutrients. And then thirdly, because of these, there was limited nutrients, but also these nutrients were out of balance. And so that in turn promoted growth of these harmful algae that occur, and to the point where these harmful algal blooms were becoming more and more frequent. So to clarify what I'm referring to with productivity is the transfer of nutrients through the food web. And so this starts with nitrogen and phosphorus as these fundamental building blocks. And then based on the ratios of that, those then control the phytoplankton community. And phytoplankton are these microscopic algae that exist in the water column. And so depending on your phytoplankton community, those are then consumed by zooplankton, which are these microscopic bugs that exist in the water column, and then so on to kokanee, and then so on to smallmouth, and finally to happy anglers. And so this is all fueled by nutrients in the form of nitrogen and phosphorus. And it's important to emphasize it's not just about restoring nutrients, but again, having a proper balance. And specifically, when you have a proper balance, that limits growth of these harmful algal blooms that occur, and in turn also promotes growth of these edible algae that can then be consumed by zooplankton. And when you have more edible food for the zooplankton, then of course you have higher growth and abundance for zooplankton, and so on to your fish species. And so that was the concept, and in 2007, Idaho Fish and Game and the U.S. Army Corps started testing the manipulation of nutrients to the reservoir. And to do this, the Corps added liquid ammonium nitrate, which is this similar stuff used to grow crops, onto a tanker truck, as shown there, and then that tanker truck was then loaded onto a barge, and that was then boated up the reservoir once a week to apply precise amounts of nutrients. And with this nutrient restoration program came the need to establish some fisheries objectives, and these are the ones that we still use today that are outlined in our fish management plan as well. And so firstly, one was we wanted to, again, restore reservoir productivity and water quality. Secondly, we wanted to sustain a kokanee population to support a harvest fishery and support the smallmouth population. Third, we wanted to maintain robust populations of west slope cutthroat and bull trout for conservation and to provide more angling opportunities. And then finally, wanted to improve reservoir conditions to promote growth and survival of these rainbow trout. And also, for today, I'm just going to focus on smallmouth and kokanee as it pertains to the restoration program because they're really our heavy hitters. And so, so to monitor these species, we use a few different methods. For kokanee, we do our annual trawling at night, and then we also use hydroacoustic surveys. Then for water quality monitoring, we conduct that every month to help inform how many nutrients we need to apply to the reservoir. And then finally for bass, we use boat electrofishing, and then we also work a lot with the anglers to work at tournaments and get our hands on these bigger fish that sometimes we don't catch from electrofishing. So, on to some results here. After nearly 20 years of restoration, we've seen some pretty substantial shifts in the phytoplankton community. So here you have your restoration period, and you can see on the left that from restoration we've seen a noticeable increase in the amount of edible phytoplankton that can be consumed by your zooplankton. And then also secondly, we've seen a substantial decrease in the amount of harmful algae that exists as well. And because of that, we're seeing some substantial changes in zooplankton as well. So what you're seeing here is specifically looking at Daphnia, which are the zooplankton species that kokanee prefer the most and are often called the cheeseburgers of zooplankton. And so for them, you can see that following restoration, we've seen an increase in both the number and the weight of the overall amount of your Daphnia. So then on to kokanee. So here is a graph showing kokanee biomass, which is essentially the total weight of kokanee in the reservoir. And again, you can see that following restoration, a pretty substantial increase. And something that's not shown here is that this increase we're seeing also is comprised of an increase in the average size and abundance of each of the age classes of these kokanee. So here is another look of how biomass has changed over time. And it's very typical. A few things stick out. So one, it's pretty common for kokanee populations to have these fluctuations that occur in different watersheds. But specifically in the last 5 years, you can see that there's definitely an upward trend. And then in the last 2 years, we're reaching levels in biomass that we haven't seen before. So a key benefit of what this means for anglers as well is that following restoration, we've seen this translate into kokanee fillets on average being about 1.3 ounces bigger. So what that means for angler math is if you catch your daily limit of 25 kokanee, that can equal out to an extra 2 pounds in fillets. So pretty substantial increase for kokanee in North Idaho. And of course, we've definitely seen this increase in biomass translate into more quality and trophy-sized smallmouth. But with smallmouth, there is somewhat of a caveat. So starting off, they actually grow fairly slow until they reach about 12 inches at age 6. And then once that happens, they're able to utilize an all kokanee diet. And so that's what really enables them to go through these phenomenal growth rates and reach these massive sizes, because kokanee are really full of calories and basically they're swimming Snicker bars for smallmouth. And that's also what's enabled state records to be pulled out of Dworshak. So this is the current catch and release record that was caught in 2022, and it came in at 23 3/4 inches and was over 9 pounds. So definitely a noteworthy achievement as an aftermath of the nutrient program. And of course, that being said, it hasn't been without its challenges to get to this point. So early on, when nutrient restoration started, there was legitimate concerns about the concept of actually applying nutrients to the reservoir to prevent the amount of harmful algal blooms. And that's where us having this data has been really crucial in helping us address those concerns. In recent years, the cost of nutrients has also gone up. And this continues to be something on the forefronts of our thoughts, but so far the U.S. Army Corps has been able to meet those increasing costs. And then thirdly, angler support. So when the fishing's good, of course, folks are happy, but on years where there's less kokanee, that's where we didn't tend to hear from smallmouth anglers and concerns about the smallmouth population, concerns along too much mortality and those types of things. And again, that's where we're fortunate enough to do some evaluations and collect that data to help us address those, and that's been crucial for maintaining support. And so to summarize here briefly, nutrient restoration has been huge in creating the fishery that we have today on Dworshak. It's specifically improved the ability of nutrients to transfer through the food web, and because of that, we're seeing improved productivity, improved water quality, more zooplankton, bigger zooplankton, as well as more and bigger kokanee and smallmouth. And of course, that's what helps create this phenomenal growth that we're seeing for smallmouth as well. Oh, and it's also increased our fishing effort that we've seen and improved catch rates. And of course, this wouldn't have been feasible without our collaborations with the U.S. Army Corps and Bonneville Power. And so those are our funders, and they're integral in all parts of the entire program, all of our efforts and our decisions as well. And so, with that, got to give a shout out to the army of folks that have been involved with this. I've been on the program for a year now, and so really the credit is due to all these folks, and I'm just the one up here talking about it today. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Well, I'd just like to say what a great report. It's a success story. So.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, it's obviously in my region, people love the kokanee and the bass, and so what I would say is, keep doing it.
Mr. Chairman, I'll do what I can. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next thing on our agenda is to appoint a new commissioner for WAFWA. And I think who's represented us for several years has been Don Ebert, Commissioner Ebert. And I've heard rumor that maybe he would continue to do that, but I think we need to hear from him.
Mr. Chairman, I'd be glad to continue, but as you know, Commissioner Bobbitt, other commissioners are welcome to go as well, and it's just a wonderful place to see what other states are doing and there's a whole bunch of, we don't have to keep reinventing the wheel. We can talk to a bunch of other people who have had the same issues, and I think it's absolutely great. So I'd be glad to do it, but I would encourage other commissioners to attend if you can.
I'd like to I'd make that motion, we have Dave do that again. Don, sorry. And his half-brother Dave.
Second. Seconded, thank you. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, Don, thank you for your volunteerism. Okay, commission calendar. Director, do you have some?
Mr. Chairman, thank you, I do. Commissioners, if you go to the tab 20, you'll see a calendar that has some not possible dates, some possible dates, and some preferred dates or best potential dates for 2026 for our quarterly commission meeting. Our quarterly commission meetings, as well as our, I guess it would be our March meeting. So if we can look at that, I would ask, first we'll identify dates and then we can talk about location, but remember the January and March meeting are traditionally held in Boise because of the legislative session. So March 14th, 15th, is that a possibility? I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you.
Do you need a motion, or is it just
No, this is just us figuring it out.
Don?
Okay.
Works for everybody? Okay. And so the business meeting would be on the 15th, and then typically we will have a trip to the State House for confirmation hearing. So, yeah.
Just as because of I have some follow-up mild surgery, but it would preclude me from going anywhere for about 5 days, and I don't have a date yet. So we'll just have to roll with it.
Okay. Thanks, Commissioner. So going to March. Say when. March, we have preferred dates of 24th, 25th. Again, the business meeting, well, first of all, do either of those work? Either or both of those work? No objections? Okay. The business meeting on the 25th. We will go to May.
You're good.
That's the one I talked about.
Yes. So in May, it gets tight for May and June we've got a lot going on with the agency. We are hosting Summer WAFWA in Boise that first week in June, and then we have our in-service training session the week of the 18th of May. So trying to keep that a little bit away from those two events, which are fairly close together. So is May 6, 7 a possibility?
Would there be any advantage to doing it on the 6th and 7th versus the 13th and 14th?
There would be a huge advantage to us, just because we will all be together doing our in-service training the very following week. So, manageable? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. And we can talk about location. I did hear a request to consider Coeur d'Alene on that one. Everybody good with that?
May one?
Yeah.
Would it be better to stay closer to Boise for you guys?
No, that's fine. No. We're going to have a lot of Boise time, so. Okay, thank you. So going to July, a little more flexibility, but a preferred date would be the 15, 16 of July.
Works for me.
Okay, hearing no objection. And then
Where would that be, June?
that is up to you all. We
You said
are,
July 15, 16?
yeah. Is there somebody that is interested in seeing it in their region in particular?
I understand the technology.
Somebody else interested in? No, I say that kind of in jest, Commissioner, but yeah, it is a big challenge. And it's not, yeah, it's not just McCall, but trying to do it in rural communities around the state, which, believe me, I see the value in that, but also recognize the challenge it poses to being able to live stream these. And
Yeah. And I certainly, this is for future years perhaps, as we get accustomed to society being accustomed to live streaming. Perhaps once a year do something like that, audio only, for example. I'm not talking about this year. We've got our pace down and we've got our technology, but that may be something that would allow that to happen in one rural location a year. But
I'm happy to visit with our Communications Bureau staff about the possibility of that, because I do concur. It's unfortunate, and I miss the ability to go out into some of the rural communities that don't see us the way they used to when we didn't live stream. So, noted.
I think Clayton's definitely
That's the center of the
universe. Well, we can do, I can pick someone.
What about Twin? I was gonna say, I really miss the Magic Valley.
Do you?
It's a wonderful place to, July is so nice down there.
Okay, yeah. Craig White is just beaming now, knowing that, so. We'll do it in Jerome, July in Jerome. Okay. And that takes us to November. And so this is typically the week that we have landed on. The 17th, 18th, does that work for people? We kind of, obviously it's before, we don't want to do it Thanksgiving week, and then the week prior is, we've got Veterans Day.
It's the middle of the
Right smack in the middle of the, yeah, that's the downside, or upside, depending on what you're doing tomorrow, so.
Yeah.
So 17, 18, does that work for folks?
Yep.
And there is value in being in this part of the world, if Lewiston is happy to host again. Where's Chaz? Yeah.
As long as it's in Lewiston versus.
Yeah. Okay. We'll go with Lewiston.
Okay.
And that's it.
Okay. Moving right along, Director's Report. Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It has been a long day, so I'm not going to go through the Director's Report. You've heard from most all of the bureaus, and you got a good sense of what's been on top of mind for all of them. There is a lot more information in there, so please do review that. I would just take the opportunity to thank the region for hosting here and for the good field trip that they took us out on yesterday. Very, very informative. So much appreciated. And thanks to Joe for modifying his retirement plan slightly. Did he leave the room? He did, didn't he? No, I'm not even going to say it. No,
She's really excited.
Love the enthusiasm, Chaz. So,
Chicken fried steak was so amazing.
yeah, with the chicken fried steak, that you knew we were coming back for that. So, yeah, thanks for all the work that went into both the organization yesterday and today. And again, thanks to our crew in the back who quietly sits back there and makes sure that slides advance and people can be heard. So, thank you.
Yeah, commissioner reports, I'll just report for all the commissioners that we really appreciated the hospitality also from the region and this quarterly meeting. Planning for next meeting.
I think we just did it. I think we're all set.
Okay.
Got our date, got our location.
Okay. Need to go through who's going to do a motion for.
Yep, somebody needs to make a motion.
Mr. Murphy has it.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I move the commission go into executive session under Idaho Code Section 74-2061C and F.
Do a roll call vote, starting with Region 1, aye.
Second.
Need a Region 2.
Second.
Yes.
Region 3.
Yes. Didn't have my mic on, sorry.
Region 4, yes.
Region 5, yes.
Region 6, yes.
Region 7, yes.
Okay. We're in executive session, we'll take a break. Both
Yep.
people.
Take 5 minutes.
Yep.